Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 of the Jersey Road Racing Classic presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA. It's part of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series as well as the United States Touring Car Championship. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati, and coming up to start up the day here, first off, no stuttering cameras, Brian, and look at that big giant orb thing in the sky as it is a beautiful day here at New Jersey Motorsports Park, albeit a very cold morning here at New Jersey Motorsports Park, although the temperatures have just gone up a couple degrees since the last time I checked.
I feel comfortable.
Wait,
I'm inside.
We're
I feel
inside.
comfortable.
Exactly. We've got heat. We've got air conditioning. We'll be just fine. As our drivers are heading out, Brian, for the first of 2 pace laps, that's going to give us a little time. Let me bring up the schedule so everybody can see what we're going to see today here. We've got a little bit of a change from what we had originally anticipated. What we're going to be doing this morning is we're going to be finishing up our sprint races from yesterday. We're going to have 2 20-minute sprint races, first for our big bore racers and then for our bracket racers, and then we switch over to feature race mode where we're going to have our 20-lap Mars feature races for all of our race groups except for bracket, who are going to have their final 2 10-lap races of the day. So the bracket racers, they're going to be racing 3 times today. All right, so tell you what, we've got drivers heading out on course. Let's try and pick them up here as they are making their way out on their pace lap. This is our big bore group, our GT1 and GT2 cars. We've got a huge American sedan field. We've got a special guest who's going to help us talk about them in just a little while, as well as some of the other classes. We also have, I believe, a number of Spec Corvette racers out here as well, and we're going to be bringing you all that action, Brian. But real quick, why don't we run down the starting order?
Yeah, tell you what, we'll start from the top and work our way down to the bottom. Starting on the pole in the number 46 from Glassboro, New Jersey, that's Alan Phillips. Starting in the second position from Colts Neck, New Jersey, that's the 90 of Anthony Valente. Starting in the third position from Downingtown, Pennsylvania, that's the 51 of Kenneth Arders. Starting in the fourth position from New Ringgold, Pennsylvania, that's the 14 of James Jost. Starting in the fifth position from Hamburg, Pennsylvania, that's the 89 of Dylan Licklider. Starting in the sixth position, also from Hamburg, Pennsylvania, that's the number 60 of Brian Licklider. Starting in the number 7th position from Cherry Hill, New Jersey, that's the 76 of Robert Benson. Starting in the 8th position from Haven Beach, New Jersey, I'll get this right, that's the 99 of Joseph Latanzi. Starting in the 9th position from Wayne, New Jersey, that's the 26 of Dominic Rizzo. Starting in the 10th position from Cherry Hill, New Jersey, that is the number 8 of Justin McNulty. Starting in the 11th position from Stafford Township, New Jersey, that's the 92 of John Gatzmeyer. Starting in the 12th position from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, that's the 43 of James Benson. Starting in the 13th position from Pennsburg, Pennsylvania, that's Dwight Cooney. Starting in the 14th position in that number 93 from Martland, New Jersey, that's Martin Schwartz. Starting in the 15th position from Stewartsville, New Jersey, that's the 79 of Brandon Lewis. Starting in the 16th position from Manchester, Pennsylvania, that's the 170 of Jared Licklider. Starting in the 17th position from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, in that Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, that's the 61 of James Wilson. Starting in the 18th position from Cliffside Park, New Jersey, that's the 127 of Bruno Stockinger. Starting in the 19th position from Avondon, Pennsylvania, that is the 27 of Chuck Burns. Starting in the 20th position from Glen Mills, Pennsylvania, that's the 66 of Andrew Connor. Starting in the 21st position from Quakertown, Pennsylvania, that's the 88 of Stephen Ott. Starting in the 22nd position from Pennsburg, Pennsylvania, that's the 20 of Jonathan Reitz. Starting in the 23rd position from Columbus, New Jersey, that is the 42 of Joseph Hall. Starting in the 24th position from Spring Grove, Pennsylvania, that's the 9 of Alec Manzel. And that's his first weekend in that car.
That's right.
Starting in the 25th position from Nokesville, Virginia, that's the 91 of Robert Hayshak. Starting in the 26th position from Allentown, Pennsylvania, that's the 30 of Steve Trumbo Jr. Starting in the 27th position from Hackettstown, New Jersey, that's the 50 of Joseph Folia. Starting in the 28th position from York, Pennsylvania, that's the 06 of Daniel Licklider. And starting 29th in the number 94 from Pittman, New Jersey, that is Joe Danner.
All right, Brian. So lights are out on the pace car. We're still waiting for the field to grid up. In the meantime, let's welcome in our special guest this morning. Glad to see he was able to make it up and roll out of bed, even if his truck may be
roll
missing.
Out of the truck.
Yeah, and that is our two-time national champion in American Sedan, Danny Richardson. Good morning, Danny.
Good morning, guys.
So, do you think the folks in this group thought that they were getting 3 pace laps?
If I was out there, I'd be asking for every pace lap they'd give me.
Yeah, exactly, because we're still waiting for them to get all gridded up. But so far, obviously, you're not here racing this weekend. But real quick here, we've got the pace car on the pit lane as we get ready for the start. And there you go. Green flag is in the air, and they're making their way down to turn 1. Danny, we'll get back with you in just a second here as the crowd now makes their way down. Brian, what do you see?
I tell you what, a lot of guys trying to go 2 wide and almost going 3 wide going through there. And I tell you what, this is what we were just talking about before we even came on air. And it looks like maybe Jost or somebody's got a problem there.
I think that's
James Jost got a problem taking the cutout there.
And what we were talking about, Brian, was the fact that that because the very cold temperatures that a lot of these racers they'd on the 2 pace laps really need to really lean on those tires very hard, lean on the brakes. Danny was saying that in many cases it would take almost 30 minutes or so before they ever went up to the grid to try and get everything up to temperature.
Yeah, I mean, that's, kind of what we were talking about. And you can see these drivers really tiptoeing through. The grip obviously not there. And Danny and I were talking about it, and you just mentioned, Greg, leaning hard on those tires. When they came out, that thing should have been going right to left the entire width of the racetrack to get as much heat in, not only in the tires, but you got to get them in the brakes, Danny. I mean, that's really, another big component that people don't realize is, yeah, you got to have heat in the tires to get the grip, but you also got to have them in the brakes so they stop.
Yeah, you got to actually really get on these things. The best way of heating everything up, just, accelerate, decelerate, get on the brakes as hard as you can, in the corners, hit the apexes as hard as you can on that outlap and get some heat in those tires because it's cold.
Yeah. Sorry, Greg, I was going to say, especially anything under 50 degrees. I mean, even in the 50-degree weather, yeah, it makes great horsepower because it's a little, it's that chillier air, and that helps the motors, but that doesn't help the other components that you need to go fast. We'll have to see where Jost went to. I know he did that little cutout there at turn 1.
Looks like he's up by turn 2.
Yeah, it looked like he brought the car all the way up there towards the top of the hill, towards the flag station up at turn 2. We saw him there over on the inside there. You can see the blue top of his Mustang peeking out. He originally just pulled it off onto the apron, what is normally the pit out area,
right,
and pulled that car into a safe position.
Well, he'd probably just get out and go walk over to the trailer. His trailer's up on top of that hill, too. I think
exactly.
So. He probably just didn't really want to.
We're checking in with Chip Herr as I guess the party's still raging. Well, that's a little further down the hill, down over at turn 1.
There's no motion over in Chip's trailer.
Not this early, huh? All right, so what did you think of the American Sedan competition yesterday, Danny? Because we've got a real big American Sedan field here this weekend.
Oh, it was incredible. I mean, these guys, there's a lot of talent out there. I tell everyone that the Mars Series has some of the best drivers in the country. And but, these guys like battling door to door. They like going side by side everywhere. They're pushing the limits. I mean, a couple of these guys are only very, very close to the track records that were set here at the majors race. So, a lot of good talent, a lot of good racing, and you got to respect what these guys are doing.
Dylan Licklider picks up the win yesterday. Kind of had some, had some challenges there from James Jost early on, and then all of a sudden, as the race went on, just kind of pulled away and got bigger and bigger. And then as they got into the, some of the lap traffic, James Jost was able to pull back up. But then Dylan, once he got away from that traffic, was able to just pull away. So pretty good run by him yesterday, along with Brian, and even Stephen Ott did pretty well yesterday.
Speaking of, someone just went through for a ride through turn 2.
Yeah, actually, let's jump back over there. This is where the big as the top 5-6 cars are starting to move away. It looks like a lot of drivers starting to get caught up behind the 88 car of Ott, and actually it now looks like Benson and Latanzi might have gotten around Ott. Actually, no. Ott's in the Fox Buddy Mustang, the yellow '88 car. Is that correct? So I think still a little bit further back from him, but big line of cars there now. Oh, another drop of the wheel there, and I think that was was that Benson in the Monza dropping a wheel coming down into.
It doesn't take much, as dry as this place is right now. It doesn't take much to get a dust storm, and we were talking about this yesterday, Greg, and is more of they talked about it in their drivers meeting after the each session and each group that went out is, hey, it's dry here. You're gonna get some dust, even if it's just a little bit of the tire, get really close to coming off the rumble strips. You got to treat it almost as something's going to be happening or going on, because you're going to kick up a bunch of dust.
Looks like the lap times are starting to get back down. It took them almost 3 laps and 2 pace laps to get there with these tires in this weather.
Yeah, I'd say finally it's starting to get some heat in those tires, Brian.
Greg, I tell you what, let's pick up coming just into turn 1 right there. That is the Spec Corvette race that they got going on, and you've got Joseph Latanzi in that 99 machine, and then you've got Gatzmeyer and McNulty. We saw yesterday, Dominic Rizzo not out here this morning, but we saw McNulty and Rizzo. Now you're seeing Gatzmeyer and McNulty really trying to catch that 99. It looks like we got one car that's going to be slow coming down the hill there.
Yeah, and that's, I believe, one of our Spec Corvettes, and I think that was the 99 of Latanzi.
No, that's actually Justin McNulty in the green number 8. And he's not in a good position. He needs to get that car either run it. There it is. And that looks like it's going.
Looks almost like it's in limp mode or something.
Yeah, exactly. And it was like that almost just as it came out of turn 1, Brian. Started to head up the hill.
We'll talk about it right now. Maybe he's got Michael LaMena's SM motor in there that just shuts off whenever it wants to. So maybe they changed over the motor already. So that was a topic of conversation at dinner last night too. So we'll see if he's able to get it completely fired, but you're right. I think, Danny, I think it is kind of like in a limp mode. And something just shut off and then was able to get it going there again, but I don't know if he's...
Well, we just got a call from Station 4, Brian, that they've got a waving yellow, or probably a standing yellow there, as the driver has pulled a car off by that station.
Yeah, okay.
And so he may have finally realized he wasn't going to make it all the way back around.
And that actually, so that is really going to change everything, in that Spec Corvette. We'll have to see if Gatzmeyer is able to catch Latanzi. Last time by, they were, 1.5 seconds, but it looks like Gatzmeyer was starting to close the gap because he was getting pressure from Justin McNulty before they ended up going into turn 1.
All right, well, let's see if we can pick up that battle. And I believe, Brian, they're going into 5 now. Is that...
Well, there's Latanzi, and I think you're going to see Gatzmeyer probably just went through behind him. We'll have to pick them up on if we can in 7. Again, that sun right there makes it tough to see him as our overall leader, Alan Phillips, in that T2 machine in that Ford Mustang, starting to kind of get back into some of this lap traffic back here. Just went back by Joseph Foley in that 50 machine.
So Danny, as far as American Sedan goes, I think there were a couple. What about now? 2 months ago, let's get back. There we go. As they're side by side coming through the Octopus, there were a lot of conversations out of the national office about class consolidation across multiple different categories, affecting some of the GT classes, prototype classes, and American Sedan. As we've got two of our cars coming down the pit lane now.
Actually, we got that. Everybody's coming down the pit lane.
It's a black flag.
Yeah, they've gone in black. Yeah, as they're displaying a black flag. Yeah, we didn't even notice, and that may be for the car over at turn 4. And apparently, a couple racers missed the black flag.
Oh yeah, get over there.
Shh, nobody will say anything. Nobody saw that happen. Just get onto the pit lane. There you go. All right.
85 million YouTubers just saw it, but other than that, nobody else can say it.
And this I guess is probably a good opportunity to talk a little bit about this. As we've got about 11 and a half minutes. Actually, before we get into it, let me make a quick call to the grid for our next turn. Attention in the paddock, bracket racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Bracket racers, please start heading to the grid for your second race of the weekend. All right, so where I was getting, Danny, was there are a lot of big changes announced, primarily as it relates to national racing, not so much for regional racing, I don't think. And American Sedan kind of got caught up in that. And we've seen in the last year or so where, American Sedan has been a pretty healthy class, but they were still looking at consolidating it with one of the touring classes? Is that correct?
Yeah, they were trying to. They announced us actually mixing with T2 with a bunch of changes to try and equalize the cars. But for now, like what we've seen is an absolute outpouring of the A sedan community. A lot of cars coming out. We're one of the few non-spec classes that showed a lot of growth this year. And we were in the top 50% of runoff entries, and we had like 60% growth on all the majors and Super Tours entries. And because of that, because of the guys coming out and driving, and the rule changes that have been going in place to make things easier and cheaper, and all of the above, they've decided to actually push off those changes for another year and give us another opportunity to show what we have. And it's a really evident example of the SCCA paying attention to what the community is doing, and doing their best to make good things happen.
So then this class will be back at the runoffs next year at Road America again, and then they'll decide what they want to do and make those changes for 26.
Yeah, we will be as is with A sedan minus the rule changes that we already had planned for next year. But we will probably be racing at the same time as T2 with our own class. But it will be status quo for A sedan for 2025 while we figure out 26.
All right, real quick, Brian, it looks like we've got both of the problem children under tow. We've got the Spec Corvette of McNulty, that green number 8 Corvette under tow. We also had, appears as though they had brought James Joe's Ford Mustang into the little cutout chicane by turn 3. And it sounds as though, and from what we've seen, that the decision from race control also, Brian, was to stop the clock. So we're sitting right at a little bit under 11 minutes elapsed and about 9 minutes remaining.
Well, if you look at
if
you look at this, if you look at where the drivers took the black flag and where they came in, your overall leaders are stuck all the way in the back.
Back of the pack.
So that's going to be interesting to see kind of what they do there.
Yeah, especially
since
them
out.
Yeah, especially since you would expect them to regrid based on what maybe what the order was on the previous lap, and there's no room to regrid anybody. You can see them there stacked up too wide.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that works. I mean, that's going all the way down. But our overall leaders are all the way in the back.
Oh, yeah, 2/3 of the pack in front of them.
Yeah. Alright, so notice that our ticker on the left-hand side of the screen is now showing red flag conditions. That was to stop the clock.
Try to get those camera volumes turned down there. I think that's where the feedback comes from.
Alright, we can get that away.
We are getting some feedback based off those cameras down there. We'll turn
what we'll do for now is
we'll turn
go
those
to
volumes
one of our
down.
other
Yeah, we'll
camera,
turn the
but
volume
we'll
down
get
there.
that fixed up.
Can barely see them just on the left-hand side there. But yeah, I mean, like I said, what we were talking about, it's going to be interesting what they do with the leaders, because like I said, you looking at the two rows here, and Danny, talk about your feeling if something like this happens. You come in, you've gotten a good run against, especially with Alan Phillips and Anthony Valente, where you're kind of out there now. If you look, they're kind of, in the second row here. They're 6-7 cars back. So
what was that video? I was third.
Yeah, I was third. I was seventh.
I was seventh. Yeah. I think the best thing they can do, and I'm not sure how they're going to do it, but if you actually release the field to do a lap under full course yellow and then hold the leaders and have them come back into pit lane, it'll actually it'll fix itself.
Right.
Which has happened before.
Right. So have everybody go out and then have everybody hold the leaders here at the end of pit lane, and then have everybody else come in and then come back down to pit lane for that one lap, and then send everybody else back, and then send them back out for that. So especially if we've got the clock stopped. So
yep, absolutely.
At that point, that would be the right thing to do. I think you've got the, I can see out here the the one driver there in the 61 machine, James Wilson, he's like really motioning hard that he needs to get either off pit road or doesn't want to go back out. You can see him here. He's got his hand out, trying to figure out which way he's going. He wants to make the right-hand turn down to the paddock, but he's kind of stuck there. You've got Folia there and everything else. So
let's talk about the fact that now we just got everything warmed up to run this race.
That was
cool and everything right back.
So that was my next question, right? You've done, these drivers have done so hard this morning to get out there and get as much heat in the tires and the brake before they even got going. Now they have it. Now you have to come back down here and sit on pit road, and you're not moving. Those tires are getting colder and colder the longer we sit here.
Yeah, they're going to have to go out and beat them up again and get things up to temperature.
Yeah.
And it's probably going to take a while, but if they only give them one pace lap, it could get interesting.
I see some of the individuals from the grid, some of the volunteers come from the grid coming down. So they're coming down to start putting these cars back where they need to be. Once that happens, then, they'll be able to do it, send them out. So looks like that's what we're going to do. That, again, and Danny, just you mentioned it, that's another couple of minutes, right? So now you're sitting here even longer. Again, trying to figure out, and I think what they're going to do is go back to line them up in where they were at the start. I see some, grid sheets coming out and trying to get that done to happen as our copier back here ran out of paper. So, again, that's extra minutes to sit here and now it's almost like, Danny, I really want 2 pace laps now again because the longer you sit here, the longer it's going to take to get those back heated up.
And I know with the Hoosier R's that all the A-Sedan guys are running on, their operating temperature that they want, the window they want to be in, is in the upper 200s. And it's going to take a lot to actually get those tires back in that with this temperature.
Later this afternoon, maybe. sitting in a heated trailer, maybe to get to that 200.
Oh, man.
I don't think
get out the tire warmers.
Yeah, they're not getting them this morning.
We need the F1 pit crews to come out.
Yeah, right. Uh-huh. It does, from a driver perspective, and I know I've been in this situation, you've been in this situation, is that you get your mindset going, especially early in the morning, that you're the first group out here and it's going to be cold. You got to say, okay, I got to do A, B, C, and D, kind of go through it. And then you get out here and you start doing it, and then you get to, 2 or 3 laps, and it's like, okay, now I've got a little bit more grip every lap because I'm getting, more temperature in the tires and the brakes and everything else. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, now you got to come back to that and sit pit road. You're basically starting completely over.
Yeah, and one of the hardest things to do as a driver in this scenario is to try and get yourself back under control. You're going to be sitting there cooking, and probably not today cooking, but your goal is to get your heart rate as low as possible. And, I'll tell you a little trade secret during pace laps and situations like this. Sometimes I find myself singing Whitney Houston.
Really?
Don't come near the car though, because I can't sit very well.
I don't know. I figured you more of like a Madonna person. But.
No. You got to give it to the Queen Whitney.
And which song is it, or just all of it?
Oh, the I Will Love You. Belting it as loud as I can.
Are you singing that to the car itself, or do you have a different subject in mind?
With the mechanical problems that I have, I say a lot of things to that car.
Right, so we're going to... So we're getting word.
Yeah, essentially you'll notice a new car moving to the front of the list here is we've got our grid working. Again, they brought them down the pit lane 2 by 2, so it was a little difficult to find room to juggle them around and move them around.
Right.
But that is apparently the state of play right now.
So they're going to move them around. I think, and Danny, this goes back to what I was talking about, right? They'll eventually move Alan Phillips, Valente, and then put Dylan, Brian Leclider, and then Stephen. They'll go through where they are. Down through there, and then kind of move everybody around.
I have an interesting question. Since they're crossing over the start-finish line here, does that mean
Well,
that they're going to be lapping people?
So that's my next thing. It doesn't look like it because it may be that they stop the entire.
And they'll end up rolling, timing and scoring back to the previous lap as it is.
Here they come.
Yeah, so you need to get him to go in behind the 90. And then you'll have Brian up behind
Dylan and Brian.
Yep.
New Jersey.
Thanks for another interesting Thanksgiving table when this is done here too. So, right?
Good guys, the Linklaters.
Oh yeah, well the whole family.
So we see now a number of them coming up the inside here. And let's see if we switch back to that camera. Just not quite wide enough to pick that up.
Is this the first, and you would know, Danny, is this the first race for Brian in that 60 machine? Because I believe that was Melvin Miller's machine, right?
The car is still owned by Melvin Miller, and Brian is up here this weekend driving it for him. Mel is an incredible guy, and he's starting to realize how much he likes being a crew chief and mechanic.
Yeah, oh, okay.
And I think Brian's done a fantastic job with that car,
Yeah.
especially being a first time in it this weekend, like you said.
Well, I remember the paint scheme on it, from the last time I saw Melvin down in Summit, and I think over Labor Day they were there, and then all of a sudden seeing it here, I'm like, okay, did the Linklaters buy the car, or did they?
Well, I actually retract my previous statement. I forgot that car was actually owned by Brian years ago.
Point. Yeah,
It ran as the '89 car.
Okay.
And then he sold that to I don't remember who, and then Mel now has it, and then Mel's putting Brian back in it.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's like we're almost sorted out here.
Yeah, I think so. I think we're getting to the point where we're really close to moving them around. And that happens as you get going, right? You become, you start to drive, and you buy a car, you start to drive it, and then you're like, hey, you know what? Maybe there is somebody else that can get in here and do better with it, and then you end up start having, the fun becomes again where you start to work on the cars more or less. So you don't have to worry about not only working on it, but getting back in it in the driver's seat. And then it's like, okay, let me just do this. And you go back to the person that you got it from, and then they're the ones that ended up driving it, right? They didn't really want to get rid of it in the first place, but they did it to move on to other things. So
just a normal round of musical cars.
It is.
Exactly. And as you said, Brian, looks like we're getting the rest of the pack here all grouped up.
Yeah, so as they go across the start-finish line here, because like as Danny was
complete
saying,
that
it
lap.
doesn't. But it's not calculating that.
Right, they're going to end up rolling back to the previous lap to get the order anyhow.
Right,
So
that will, and again, with everything stopped, it won't. So our leaders, the next time they come by the start-finish line, will be lap 5. But again, this brings the interesting point on that pace lap. We talked about at the beginning. You want to talk about somebody that's going to have to get hard on those tires and get it, because they've been sitting here for what, maybe 5-10 minutes
at least. And if you pay attention to who's doing what on this pace lap, you're going to see the end result when the green flag drops.
Correct.
The ones that are sideways, the ones that are jacking the brakes and weaving and doing everything they can to get the heat in, they're the ones that are going to succeed.
All right.
So the pace car now back out on track and bringing the field out for what we're assuming now will be just a single pace lap. We're waiting to hear from race control to the contrary, but as you said, this is now going to be critical once again for these racers to get some heat back in the equipment, certainly back in the tires. The temperatures, I think the last time we checked in, Brian, it was about 45, 46 degrees. And if we take a look now,
It's dropped a degree.
It's actually dropped a degree here at Thunderbolt.
Well, glad that I'm sitting up here and not in one of those cars then right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, as you get to, your mindset gets to where it becomes, you come in and then you have to sit again, go out, then you have to come in, then you got to sit again. It's like things start to go through your mind. So maybe I should try that. Maybe I should start singing Whitney Houston. Maybe start playing down in the car.
Well, and real quick, the Spec Corvette guys, I'm not sure, but I believe they're supposed to be running on Nana Kings.
You're right, on the Nana Kings
tires.
200 treadwear tires.
Those things are going to be a lot harder than these race tires that everyone else has on. So
get up, yeah.
They have an even more big hurdle to climb there.
Now, speaking about getting heat in, obviously we know that usually the GT cars, they're running running a full slick, whether it be Goodyear or Hoosier. The American sedan cars, they're not required to run our compound tires or DOT tires, are they?
Well, actually, yes. We have to run a DOT-R compound tire. We're not allowed to run the autocross compound A.
Okay.
So it is the harder compound.
Because this morning, that probably would have been the trick to get them to fire off real quick.
Yeah, the A does come in quick, and it is a very high-performance tire. But, the R is just as good. You just got to get it up to temperature.
Yeah, as they get ready, they're coming through the octopus there, coming through. Again, at this point, I would have thought I would have seen a lot more movement from cars back and forth, and I'm not really seeing that. So I guess we're going to find out as they come down through turn 12 and they start to head down the start-finish line. It looks like we're going to get a green here. So.
And there it is, Brian, green flag in the air, and I guess we'll probably see, much like the opening lap here, is maybe some of these racers, go a little gingerly through the first couple of corners as they try to get things up to speed. But what this also has done, we saw at least initially, where much like yesterday, Alan Phillips and Anthony Valente really had started to move away from the rest of the field. And at least here on this restart, things are much, much closer. And the two Licklighters, Dylan and Brian, still lock nose to tail, but they're also staying within touch of the two Touring 2 leaders.
But it's going to be interesting to see what happens after this first lap, because you also had Stephen Ott right there as well. So, where that gap was, quite a bit back to Stephen Ott in that third position in American Sedan. We'll see whether or not they're able to pull away as this race goes on, or does he get a little bit of momentum and, start to gather Brian Licklighter back in.
Stephen was my driver school student.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yes.
Well, you were lucky because mine was James Jost.
Oh, man. I knew it was coming.
Maybe you should have stuck with Honda Fits. I don't know.
Oh, gee.
Oh, my. Well, he does have a championship, so.
That is true.
Maybe that's because there was no
no
other flags other than the green flag for that race. If it was a black flag, you would have had no idea what to do.
So. All right, so looks like now we've got Dylan Licklighter starting to stretch a lead now over Brian there at the front of American Sedan, Danny.
Yeah, but Steve Ott has got his lap times down right to where Brian's lap times are, and I bet we have a little bit of a race brewing on us.
Oh, and here it comes right here as Ott makes his way through turn. Whoops. We'll see as they come into 4, and whether or not having the Monza behind him is really any kind of issue for him.
Well, it looks like Brian's starting to pull away a little bit there, but when they got down into breaking through, really coming out of 4 and then coming down into 5. And with these heavier cars, and Danny, we were talking about, Greg and I were talking about this yesterday. I noticed I was out there on Friday morning taking a look, especially coming down through turn 4, and the car's kind of moving over to the left, and you got to jerk it back to the right to get back in that line. These heavier cars, that takes a lot to do in that short amount of time between, coming through 4, which was a pretty fast right-hander.
Oh, absolutely, and it's it's a lot of weight that's transferring from the left side to the right side in like a split second. So,
right.
Shocks and springs, let's go.
And some of the lighter cars had a lot more problems with it yesterday than the heavier cars, and that was a little bit shocking. But I think you're trying to get the most out of the car to get through there, not to lose a whole lot of speed going through 4.
Yeah, the weight can actually be an advantage more than a disadvantage, all joking aside. If you can control that weight transfer and use it to your handling side of actually trying to get these bricks to turn, it's a big thing. And it's very, very prevalent at tracks like New Jersey and, Pit Race and Summit Point and all the shorter tracks where there's a lot of back and forth.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense. And we even see it there going through the octopus and that quick transition from the last right-hander to the last left-hander, as it looks like we might have had somebody go a little bit wide coming through turn 4. And I think back to some of the and we've got a local caution now over at turn 6, and we can kind of see, I'm going to pull the timing away a little bit. You can see the big cloud of dust and dirt, and there is a car there, Brian, just to the right of the exit curbing coming out of turn 6.
I heard a number there, and I thought I heard 89, but I could be wrong there. And if that is Dylan Licklider. We'll have to see, but
all right, well, we'll go back
we'll wait
to
to see who comes back by through here. Looks like he's going to continue on, so let's see. There goes Anthony Valente. So we should be seeing Dylan Licklider right now.
It sounds like it was the 4. Were they just saying 4.6?
Well, no, because there's the 60. So there's Brian Licklider. So I have a feeling it is going to be the 89 of Dylan Licklider that was over there. So
okay. No, actually, they were looking for the 46, who is our leader. Alan Phillips, trying to pick him up, I guess, for when they're going to.
Just now going through. They just now went through turn 1 and 2, so he should be kind of on the backside getting ready to come back.
We'll pick him up in a second here then.
So that makes our Brian Licklider and Steven Ott battle for the lead now in A-Sedan. And mind you, Steven has dropped his lap time.
and look at this. We had pulling off the track right ahead of Steven Ott. That was Brian Licklider pulling into the dirt. And I think that's going to move Steven Ott now to the lead in American Sedan here on this last lap. Maybe not the last lap, but likely second to last lap.
I feel like I'm back at Road America in 2020 where nobody wanted to win. It was like, got to a certain point of the racetrack. Nope, I'm done. Joseph Folia has pulled his number 50 Corvette back behind the wall, too. So his race here this morning is done. So,
all right. So coming out of the final corner, going into the final corner now, underneath the bridge, that should be Alan. That's Alan Phillips in his Touring 2 Mustang,
getting the checker.
And that is actually the checkered flag. So taking the win in Touring 2 is going to be Alan Phillips. There is Anthony Valente. He'll finish second overall, second in Touring 2. And let's see, because I think coming next across the line.
Well, that is going to be Steven Ott. He's going to pick up. He's going to get passed by Benson, but
Benson gets him at the line to take the win in SPO. But winning American Sedan, Steven Ott.
Let's see. Here comes the 99 machine. That is going to be Joseph Latanzi. He's going to pick up Spec Corvette. Then the 92 Gatzmeyer. He's going to finish second in Spec Corvette.
Andrew Connor in his BMW 325 finishes 6th overall. He takes the win in United States Touring Car ST class. And as you mentioned, Latanzi, then Gatzmeyer 1-2 in Spec Corvette. James Wilson takes the win in GT1 in his Porsche GT3 Cup car. Then we've got Martin Zwark in his Honda Civic taking the win in United States Touring Car SP class. And Dwight Cooney, that was something I didn't expect to see, but Dwight out of the DC region, finishing second in American Sedan.
And then Jared Licklider in the 170, he's going to pick up third.
Nothing more than a normal A-Sedan race.
I was going to say, it's like at one point nobody wanted to pick up that win there. So,
Greg talks all the time about the attrition.
Yes, very much so. And there it is. When it's sometimes you don't think anybody wants to win, and so there's the story with the local car, with the early checker also. Although we had already had the clock stop, that we do still have the car over there off in the dirt on the outside of turn 6. All right, so gentlemen, that's going to wrap things up for our first sprint race of the day, first of 2 sprint races. Let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 7. That is our bracket racers. Please head to the grid. Bracket racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, well, we want to thank Danny Richardson for joining us this morning for this Big Boy race. Hopefully we'll see him a little bit later today for the feature race.
Yeah.
Danny, hopefully you'll join us. Hint, hint, hint.
He's saying he's going home.
I have a wife with 3 kids. I got to get back to here.
They're awful, I know.
No. I love my children. I love them.
All right, well, we want to thank 2-time national champion in American Sedan, Danny Richardson, for joining us here today. And next up, it's going to be first of 3 bracket races today. But first, I want to tell you a little bit about some of our sponsors bringing you the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com. Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
And welcome back, everybody, to New Jersey Motorsports Park. It is the 2024 edition of the Jersey Road Racing Classic, presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. And Brian heading out on track right now for their first of actually 3 races today. Looks like almost the whole field of bracket racers, of which I think there were 6 or 7. Why don't we run down the starting order as they start their first and only pace lap?
Yeah, starting on the pole from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, that's the number 98 of Brian McRae. Starting in second position from Silver Spring, Maryland, that's the 50 of Steve Martin. Starting in the third position from Fredericksburg, Virginia, that's the 186 of Jennifer Romes. Starting in the fourth position from Rosedale, Maryland, that's the 67 of Christian Zanich. Starting in the fifth position from Scottsville, Virginia, that's the 43 of Frank Alessi. Starting in the sixth position, that's the number 68. He comes from Tacoma Park, Maryland. That's Jed Prentice. And starting in the seventh position, the number 7, Dave Hoffman, and he's from West Creek, New Jersey.
New Jersey in the Honda CRX. And it looks as though the only driver we may be missing, Brian, is possibly Jed Prentice.
I think I saw him out
all
there.
right. Well, I just went from Frank Alessi's Prelude to Dave Hoffman's CRX. Here, let's take a look as they come through the oil dry.
There's Martin. There's Prentice
Is
right
that
there.
Prentice? Okay, so they've got Prentice ahead of Zanetich and Alessi.
Yeah.
Okay, so the order.
I think the car that we're missing right now, Greg, is Jennifer Romes.
Jennifer Romes in the Scion FRS.
Right. Yep. But we'll pick them up as they come across. Again, this group here is a little bit different, right? This group is, it's raced in basically different kinds of brackets, right? So
right.
It's almost
hence bracket racing.
Right.
Brian.
It's almost like you're drag racing. With the exception is if you go faster and you get a lower time, you're not disqualified.
You
right?
just you break out into the next faster
you just move
bracket.
up into the next faster bracket. So,
yeah, indeed. So what we do is we have everything in two brackets of 2 seconds in length, and they go anywhere from the fastest bracket. Bracket A1 is for drivers that are running faster than 1:28 around the Thunderbolt circuit. Then we've got for 1:28 to for 1:28 to 1:30, 1:30 to 1:32, and then go up from there. There are 10 different brackets. A1 through A5, B1 through B5, and we might actually be able to keep track of this, Brian, since we have so few cars. I did send my Abacus out to NCM Motorsports Park for Larry Lefty McLeod to use at Time Trials Nationals this year, but I think we could probably do this as we take a look at the front row. And here's something interesting: is we've got Brian McRae. Here as the pace car comes onto the pit lane, we've got Brian McRae on the outside of the front row, looking to get a jump. Although a little torque from the Ford Mustang of Steve Martin does a lot of good, and he jumps out to an early lead on McRae. And we saw those two racers yesterday together in pretty close proximity, and I think at the very end we saw where Steve Martin had actually broken out into the next higher bracket.
Right.
But they had a nice little race on their hands yesterday.
Yeah. Sorry, I was going to say, yeah, they did. I mean, it went. Now we're seeing Brian McRae getting ahead of Steve Martin again. A little bit different there with that Ford Mustang. It takes a lap or two to get going. It gets a good start, and as they come through turn 4, you can see that's where all the oil drive was down
from that last incident
from the
from the
Dillon
last
Licklider
group.
machine in the Group 6 in the big bore. So these guys are really going to tiptoe through that section, and then really kind of tiptoe through turn 5 here until they can get some heat in those tires. We talked about this earlier on with the other group. I think we're going to be talking about that really for the next couple of groups, because it's still going to stay pretty chilly out there. And so eventually the track will start to get some grip in there as it starts to warm up. The sun starts to get a little bit higher, and you start getting all the different rubber compounds out here. You'll start to get some more grip.
Yeah. Now, what we saw yesterday, Brian, is that Steve Martin maybe a little bit more tentative going into turn 6. That right-hander, right where all the oil dry is, and that's where we saw in many cases McRae make up a lot of ground. I would suspect that Martin is probably going to be a little bit even more tentative in that section of the track, knowing that all that oil dry is down there. And we can see now where McRae has opened up almost what I think is, we bring the timing up here, somewhere around 6.5 seconds on track. And again, these racers, we're going to see them go into much faster brackets right now. McRae at that 137 and change would actually put him in the B1 bracket, so the 6th fastest bracket.
Yeah. Yeah, our bracket breakouts aren't working this morning, so we'll
do it by hand.
We're gonna do your
We'll do it live.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my shoes off here so I can figure out which bracket we're going to. But we can pretty much make up where they need to be looking at these brackets and the times from the breakout. Yeah. So again, Jennifer Rome's the only one not taking the green flag here out of the 7 drivers for this. So we got 6 cars out on the racetrack right now. And again, it's kind of 2 things, right? You're racing the driver out on the racetrack, and then you're also racing the clock. But, as we heard yesterday from inside the chat, it doesn't matter what the times are, because we had talked about with Brian McRae, the one time came off turn 12 and basically just kind of pulled over drivers right to let Steve Martin go by.
Right.
So I'm wondering, was wondering that, and I think we got the comment, it was, nope, we just chased the car in front of you.
Yeah, exactly. As a matter of fact, that was Frank Alessi, who's in the Honda Prelude this morning. His dad, Lou, was driving yesterday during that race. So I'm sure Frank currently thinking about that quite a bit right now, as he is in the bracket that includes drivers running a minute 50. Basically, he's running in the B5 bracket right now, along with Dave Hoffman and Jed Prentice in that bracket as well. But again, we're starting to see times start to drop down now, as McRae just turned a 1:34.92, so running almost 3 seconds faster than his opening lap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, starting to get the heat in the tires, starting to get the heat in the brakes now. So now you're starting to get a little bit more grip. Steve Martin is closing in a little bit. He's about, last time by the start-finish line, he was 8.5 seconds back. So we'll see next time they come by whether or not he's going to close that gap. Christian Zanich in that 67 in that Honda Civic, he's actually moving in closer to Steve Martin than they are to Brian McRae.
All right, Brian, let me make a first call to the grid for our first feature race of the day. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 1. That is Spec Miata and SMT. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata and SMT racers, please head to the grid. Your feature race is next. And there is the Honda Civic of Christian Zanich. Zanich running out of the Washington, D.C. region. In that Honda Civic hatchback, and I haven't seen that Honda before.
No, I've never seen that Honda coming across the start-finish line now. So looks like I got a waving yellow somewhere for one of the cars. I'm not sure. I didn't get the number on who it was. It may have been. Everybody's still out there, so. May have had a spin and then a continuation.
Yeah, continue. Taking a look now, coming out of the final corner, Brian, and cross the line to complete their 3rd laps. We're starting to see where Frank Alessi is running faster laps than Jed Prentice ahead.
Yeah.
Prentice just crossed the line with a fast time of 1:47.4, which is about a second faster than he'd run on the previous lap. But there, Frank Alessi runs a 46.6 on his previous lap, but as we watch him now pulling right up to the back of the black Mazda Miata.
Yeah, last couple laps, he's been really reeling in Jed Prentice. So I think as we get to another lap or two, he's definitely going to be able to catch him. He should be able to pass him.
As he was 0.8 faster on the previous lap.
Yeah. And then we'll have to see again. The brackets aren't working, so we'll have to. The bracket page that we have isn't working this morning, so we'll look to see where does that do it with Frank being that much faster. Does it end up putting him in a faster bracket than Prentice as they start to go through this 20-minute race? Does Prentice say, okay, go ahead and go because I can win the other bracket? I can win the other bracket, right, at that point.
Everyone's a winner, Brian.
Again, you always want to you always want to chase the car in front of it, right? You always want to
Right.
get faster and faster and faster with each lap, and so I think that, having that person there in front of you, even though they're running the same times as you, it just makes for a much better race.
Yeah, and here we go as they come out of turn 10 and onto the front straight. They are starting to close things up again, and that last time by, Alessi does get ahead of the Mazda and ran about 7/10 faster.
Yeah.
Here as we watch now the gap that he puts on, and so with that 146.3, he ends up, that's still in the B5 bracket, so
Yeah.
no real chance of breaking out to a higher bracket at this point. But I'll tell you, I very much when I was sprint racing, very much in the same vein, didn't necessarily qualify as well as I could have or should have, but typically raced much better.
Sure.
Because I would have a rabbit to chase after.
Right.
And frankly, raced better trailing somebody than racing from a lead.
I thought maybe you hung the rabbit's foot from the rear view mirror. I thought that's what you were
I just
chasing.
sang Whitney Houston songs.
Is that what you did?
That's what I did.
That's an all-time high now.
Yeah.
That is the statement of the year right now. Danny probably could have kept that secret.
He might have wanted to keep that to himself. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we talked about Kristen Zanich in that 67 machine. Yeah, I've never seen that car before, so that's kind of interesting. It's a nice looking car. I was able to walk by it and look at it the other day, but didn't really see it. So before, haven't seen it, either at Summit or even when we've been here in New Jersey. So, probably a new car out here running. Just coming out and getting out here this first weekend. If anybody knows anything, put it in the chat. Let us know, because it's interesting, because it's putting down some pretty good lap times here.
We want to welcome Justin Shepard again to the chat. Thanks for joining us again. He says, "I hate to miss racing, but it's hard to race with no money and worn out tires." And
there's a lot of other drivers out here with worn out tires for the end of the year.
That's right.
I'll tell you that.
He's not the only one, but there are a lot of us here with no money.
Correct.
That's why we're up in the booth, Brian.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
All right, let's see. Whoops, just jumped to the wrong camera. And as I jump back, the camera left the frame. There we go. There's the that, I believe, that's the prelude of Frank Alessi.
Yeah. Brian McRae should be coming down. There's Jed Prentice, and I think Brian McRae will be the next car that comes up over the top of the hill. He's just now coming through 4, getting into turn 5 now.
Yeah,
so
looks like I moved back. There he is.
Yep. And we are halfway at this race. And again, that gap where we saw yesterday, Greg, between McRae and Martin, pretty much coming down to the last couple laps, McRae has really got that thing dialed in this morning. Again, with that Scion FRS ahead of Steve Martin. That gap's 22 seconds. Then another 22 seconds back is Christian Sanich in that 67 machine, and then a little bit further back is Frank Alessi, Jed Prentice, and then Dave Hoffman, who is 2 laps down now.
Yeah, it looks like Alessi's about ready to pass him going onto the front straight. There they go. And Brian, I want to apologize again to our viewers today. We are having some issues with our cameras here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. It's primarily
it's a bandwidth issue. It's an up and down bandwidth issue.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're having some issues. The cameras are working great. Unfortunately, we can't get the feeds into our system over here at New Jersey Motorsports Park all that well. So again, we're making do with what we got, and we'll try and give you the best views and what's working. I think last night we were down to 1 camera, but we're going to do our best here as we get ready to go into sprint race mode. And so with that, as we've got about 8 minutes remaining, Brian, let me make another call to the grid for the next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 1. That's Spec Miata and SMT. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata and SMT racers, please head to the grid. Your feature race is next. Oops, there they are. Stuttering along.
When we get to our next group, we'll talk about some track records that have been set as well, Greg, because that track record that was here, I guess, since the repave, maybe, I think is what this listing is, although I see some before the repave. So from a Spec Miata, thing, we'll talk about that.
Well, let's go back to there. Sorry about that, everybody. Wrong button. That's the button I meant to press.
Watching Dave Hoffman come off of the last turn here, going by the start-finish line, and it seems like he gets all the way down almost in the third gear, coming around that turn, and then is making 2 shifts to get down into turn 1 as opposed to 1.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if that car's having some transmission problems. He's just trying to limp it home.
Well, I mean, the other thing is with that is an ITA car, and one of the things with ITA, although you can't change the primary gear set, you can change out the ring and pinion in the differential, and there are a number of different choices for those D series Honda transmissions that you could run, and he might actually be running a much lower final drive than normal. Typically, you're going to find drivers running like a 473 or somewhere along those lines, but you could even go up to like a 512, which would put him in a much higher gear. And yeah, you're right. When he comes out of the final corner, out of turn 14. It sounds like that car already is in a much higher rev range than I would normally expect, and what we see from some of the other ITA Hondas that are about. So it may just be a function of his gearing there, and he's just not in there. That there's no good gear to be in going into turn 1 here for that car.
Yeah, I just listened to the others. I listened to Chris and Zanich when he comes out of turn, the last turn and head down the front stretch. It seems like it's 1 shift before it gets to.
Well, he may also, and I wouldn't be surprised if that car was built. If it was built specifically for bracket, he may be running a B series motor, which is a different transmission, but same story.
Right.
Lots of different final drive choices for whether it be the D series or B series transmissions.
Right. Let's go ahead and do a real quick recap here, Greg, because we got just under about 5 minutes left to go in this race. So your overall leader right here, Brian McRae in the 98 machine, his fastest laps 132.850. That should put him in the B, and you have the brackets over there. So I don't have the thing. That should put him
with a fast time of a 132.8. And talk about being consistent. He turned in a 132.850. That was his fastest lap. He just turned a 133 flat. That would put him in the A4 bracket for drivers a minute 32 to a minute 34.
Okay. And then we've got Steve Martin in second place in the 50. His fastest lap time 134.448. So he's definitely going to be in a bracket by himself.
Right. That would be the A5 bracket for a minute 34 to a minute 36.
And then I think Zanich in the 67, 139.737, along with Frank Alessi with a 139.587. They should be in the same bracket.
That would be at the B2 bracket, and it's really at the high end of the B2 bracket. They've got a lot of buffer there because that is anywhere from a 138 to 140.
Right. Okay. So those two should be in the same bracket. And then you've got Jed Prentice with his lap time. He just set his fastest lap time on lap 9 with a 144.304. And then Dave Hoffman with he just set his fastest lap time with a 2:03.776. So I think those guys would be in the B5 bracket. Against each other. And Dave Hoffman being 2 laps down, which back to Jed Prentice, he'd be, again, 2 laps down to Jed Prentice. In that. So, unless something drastic happens here in the last 3 minutes of this race, looks like Jed Prentice will pick up that B5 bracket then. They would have to go all the way around Jed Prentice again and complete an extra lap in order for him to pick that up. But pretty big gaps. No, nobody close to each other on the racing against each other. Brian McRae coming across start-finish line now.
Well, a couple of folks close to each other on track, but essentially passes being made. They're not running similar lap times. If we take a look, anywhere between 30 seconds or more on track, separating each one of these drivers on track. We did have Ama G in the chat saying that the Zenitich car is it's here at New Jersey Motorsports Park yearly for the Lemons race.
Oh, okay.
For the 24 hours of Lemons.
Right. Well, that's good to see him come out and run the bracket again. This group right here, this class basically is, as long as the safety rules are met on the car with the SCCA, then you can come and bring it. So you can race in another series elsewhere as long as your safety equipment is approved by the SCCA coming through here, coming through Tech. You can race it in this class, and so we have seen as much as 30 some cars in this class at Summit Point when we go there. I think at one point, most we had was like 32 cars in a bracket. So that made a real challenge going through, figuring out the brackets and watching them go through it. And like I said, this group has had where individuals leading a bracket the entire race and get down to the last 200 feet, and you end up running out of that bracket and moving up, and now you're 5th in your bracket or 6th in your bracket. So,
all right. So our leader on track, Brian McRae, just came across the start-finish line. He is now working his last lap here, Brian, as we've got just about a minute remaining on the clock. We'll try and pick up Brian here out on course. We did have Trey Albrecht, who knows a thing or two about bracket racing, says you can't go back. You can only go forward. So Steve Martin is still chasing Brian McRae here for the win. All right, let's see if we can find.
I believe that's Martin there, just coming out of 12, headed down the front stretch.
Right, so Martin now starting what I think is his final lap. And Martin just reset fast lap of the session at a 1:32.517.
So that should put him back in with McRae.
In the A4 bracket.
In the A4 bracket, and he is 32 seconds behind him. So there's one lap to go. So it looks like McRae will not only take the overall win here, but he'll also take that A4 bracket. Yeah, you can't slip. You can't go from an A4 back to an or to a B1, or you can't go back into a from a B3 to a B5. Based off your lap time. Once you get in that bracket, that's the bracket you're in. You can only go up in bracket. You cannot go back.
All right, so Brian McRae, there he is. Actually, that's the Honda Civic. There he comes now. He's going to be coming under the bridge momentarily here, and we'll go to that side view of the start-finish line. Here comes Brian McRae out of the final corner and across the line. Brian McRae, your first driver to take the checkered flag here in our first of 3 bracket races today. He turns in a fast lap time of 1:32.850 on that final lap, and so he will take the win in bracket A4. Assuming Steve Martin doesn't break out on his last lap, Martin will finish 2nd in the bracket. And let's see if we can get him coming across the line here. Stuttering across the line. Stuttering across the line. That is, I think we just saw Hoffman and Prentice come across.
Yes, and I think we saw Hoffman was being passed by Steve Martin. So the last 2 cars to take it. Here comes Jed Prentice now. He's just now taking it. So the last car that will take the checkered flag will be that 67 machine
of
that Honda Civic
of Zenitich.
Yep.
All right. So Zenitich, as it stands, with a best lap time of 1:39.543, that would put him in the B2 bracket. And Frank Alessi at a 1:38 with a fast time of 1:38 flat, and there goes the Honda Civic across the line. Zenitich actually does improve. He gets down to a 39.356. Again, that will put him still in the B2 bracket. Frank Alessi at a 138 flat was as fast as you could go without breaking out, Brian. He is going to finish second in that bracket to Christian Zanetich. If he'd gone 1/1000th of a second faster, he would have actually gone up to the next bracket. Dave Hoffman at a 201. Then we go to Jed Prentice at a 144 and change. He takes the win in bracket B4 over Dave Hoffman.
I don't think I've ever seen a lap time ending in 0:00.
Although, we saw something very interesting at the runoffs this year where the pole sitter in Spec Miata and the outside pole sitter in Spec Miata had exactly the same qualifying time, and they were father and son. All right, so we're going to go. We're going to take a quick little break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more action. But before we do, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 1, Spec Miata and SMT. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata and SMT racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, we'll be right back with more racing action here from the Jersey Road Racing Classic.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a 6-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
And welcome back, everybody, to New Jersey Motorsports Park and the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic, presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA, part of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and the United States Touring Car Championship. I am Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati, and we're going to be giving you all the action for the rest of the day here. And Brian, we've got our first feature race of the weekend. This is a race that is scheduled for 20 laps or 40 minutes, whichever may come first. Let's run down the starting order.
All right, starting on the pole in the number 20, that is going to be Seth Gentry from Hanover, Maryland. Starting in the second position is the 19 from Springfield, Virginia, and that's David Stern. Starting in the third position from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, that's the 63 of John Hotz. Scheduled to start in the fourth position, and I don't believe he's going to be out there, based off what we found out
Brian
last
Price,
night.
yeah,
that is going to be the 51 of Brian Price from Stroudsburg, Virginia. Starting in the fifth position is the 195 from New York, New York. That's John Jenkins. Starting in the sixth position from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania. That's the 182 of Nicole Cooper-Cephalo. Starting in the seventh position from Oakland, New Jersey. That's the 88 of Michael Lamena. Starting in the eighth position from Darnestown, Maryland. That's the 69 of Jeremy Butts. Starting in the ninth position from Christiansburg, Virginia. That's the 78 of Ted Cahall. Starting in the 10th position from Wyoming, Pennsylvania, that's the 17 of Ken Williams. Starting in the 11th position from Gurnee, Illinois, that's the 178 of Bob Cahall. Starting in the 12th position from Owings Mills, Maryland, that's the 54 of Michael Cohen. Starting in the 13th position from Wasoming, Pennsylvania, that's the 07 of Bill Gartner. Starting in the 14th position in the 89 from Locust Valley, New York, that is David Trinder. Starting in the 15th position from Greenwich, New Jersey.
Let's call it Greenwich.
Greenwich, New Jersey. That is the 71 from Ivan Seabrook. Starting in the 16th position from Friendam, New Jersey, that is the 27 of Michael Lowe. Starting in the 17th position in the 0 from Malvern, Pennsylvania, that's Mitchell Redding. Starting in the 18th position from Titusville, New Jersey, that is the 123 of William Kerr. Scheduled to start 19th from Wyndham Moore, Pennsylvania, that's the 49 of Tom Gahn. Starting in the 20th position from Potomac, Maryland, that's the 77 of Yosh Hakatoni. Starting in the 21st position from Elmira, New York, that's the 59 of Mark Anthony.
All right, Brian, real quick, because we've got the pace car on the pit lane. We'll go over the remaining cars here in just a moment. But our pole sitter, Seth Gentry, has the field, and green flag is in the air, and they are making their way as they're 4 wide, and we even froze the screen for you, going down into turn 1. Brian, as they head down there to that very first corner, what do you see?
I tell you what, 4 wide right on the start. I'm not sure if Seth Gentry got a good run off there, but evidently John Hotz did, because John Hotz has now moved up into the top spot. That's going to move Seth Gentry all the way back. I think he's going to end up coming out of here in third, as David Stern was able to work on the outside. You also had John Jenkins. That was your 4 wide group going down into turn 1 right after the start. But it looks like it's going to be John Hotz and then maybe John Jenkins. Oh, and Greg, we've got John Hotz spinning around into turn 5, going through there. If we can pick that up, you can see it right in there. And I think that's just a product of getting hard into that turn, and not getting the heat in the tires.
Brian, I'm also seeing a lot of cars getting very loose on the exit of that corner. There might be some fluid down there, possibly as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because that is uncharacteristic of John Hotz to go down in there and spin as the leader. But let's give you the last 3. Let's give you the last 3 drivers. And that's going to be the 122, Brian Hune, Peter Seabrooks in the 18, and Miranda Price was in the 08, our lone SMT driver. So a lot of action going on early on in this race, Greg, as they started out 4 wide, and then we had our overall leader spin right in the first lap going down into turn 5. As they come out of the last turn right now, you're going to see John Jenkins. He's being pushed by David Stern coming through turn 12, headed down the start-finish line. Then you've got Seth Gentry, Michael Lamena, Robert Cahall, Jeremy Butts, then Ted Cahall. That's your top 7.
All right, as we've got now that first lap complete, and with Hotz spinning out there, a pretty big gap, Brian, about 1.5 seconds between Jenkins and Stern, the pair. Then Gentry and Lamena. Gentry haven't been the pole sitter there, as they are trying to work their way up, and Lamena's got Cahall and Jeremy Butts along for the ride with them.
Right. You know, we talked about this when we were talking about the bracket race, and we talked about the track record here. That was held yesterday, going into yesterday afternoon's race by Brian Price with a 132.718. Our top 3 cars all beat that time. So the new track record right now through yesterday's race is being held by Seth Gentry, 132.274. So right now that's a new SM track record. We'll see whether or not they're able to drop this morning to get those lap times down into the same kind of area, that 132, as this race goes on. Again, a lot longer race than we kind of went yesterday. We only went 20 minutes yesterday, which was about 13 and a half laps for this. So we'll have to see. But if you're getting a big push like that from another driver, as David Stern and John Jenkins are, look for David Stern to get there a little bit, breaking off of that little push as they come out of the last turn there.
All right, and it looks like Gentry now, Brian, has been able to separate himself out a little bit from Mike LaMena. Gentry just resetting fast lap of the session here, and he's now only within about 2.5 car lengths of our leaders, Jenkins and Stern. We'll see if LaMena, who's probably right at the tail end of the draft there, if he can make up some of the ground, and it looks like he's made up a good portion of it. He's still about 4 car lengths back, but then you've got about 10 car lengths back to Robert Cahall, Jeremy Butts, Ted Cahall, and Nicole Cooper-Cephalo is another 5 laps back from that group.
Yeah.
All right, let's jump over here to turn 5 as we get those 2 major groups.
And I don't really think there is anything down there on the track, Greg. I just think that is just a product of
cold
a driver
tires.
Got in there with the cold tires and didn't get them heated up enough, because right now, and Hotz fell all the way back to 21st position. He's now moved his way back up to 19th, but running the exact same lap times as the leaders are. So a lot of work to do, but still has plenty of time. Really, at this point, the goal is to get back up into the top 10, because as you move it up and you start getting faster and faster, you start picking up against drivers that are in the same lap times as you. It makes it harder to pass. Wait for them to come out of turn number 12 right now. Here they come down the front stretch. And I tell you what, Greg, you're going to see David Stern. Looks like he may want to pop out and take the lead. And it looks like he may get some help here from Seth Gentry to try to pass John Jenkins as they head down into turn 1.
Look at that help. Is that Gentry that actually came down and turned it even later, came down the inside to try and sneak up the inside going out of 1.
Yeah, Stern got a little bit loose going down into turn 1 on exit, and that allowed Seth Gentry to get even closer, and that's going to move John Jenkins back. But I tell you what, Michael LaMena, he was the one who set the fastest lap that time by until John Hotz went by the start-finish line. So again, John Hotz setting the fastest lap time, but again, he's all the way back down into that 19th position. But Michael LaMena right there with that top 4 group. So, again, at this point, you may want to just pace yourself a little bit. You don't want to use up your tires too quickly.
No.
Because if you get to, once we get to lap 15, to 20, it's going to take a little bit of a toll.
And you know what we're going to do, Brian? I think I'm showing on the clock how much time is remaining. I'm going to switch our ticker over if we can and get it based on the number of laps exactly.
Yeah, we went all day yesterday based off 20-minute time frames. Now we're into these features, so now we're doing laps here. And it does look like as they come out of the Octopus and they start to head up through turn 12, I believe David Stern is going to open up over Seth Gentry, then Jenkins, and then Michael LaMena.
There we go. Tell you what we're going to do. Let's go and do that, and then bring it. We'll get that fixed up.
Again, David Stern still holding on to the lead, broken away just a little bit, Seth Gentry. Michael LaMena was able to get around John Jenkins, so now move Michael LaMena up into 3rd place. Again, those two right there, those two look like they may want to stay together and work together. That's the only way right now that they're going to catch Seth Gentry and David Stern, as David Stern's opened up by about a second over Seth Gentry in that number 20 machine. And, Greg, the lap times are coming down every single lap. So
Indeed.
I do believe by the end of this race this morning here, we could have a new, depending on how much the battle goes on as we get to the end of the race, but at some point during the middle of the race, you could possibly see a new track record. 4 laps in, they're already in the 133 range. So they're about a second off. So look to see a new track record get broken out here for this feature race.
Although, as we're looking, and now Jenkins falling back into fourth, as you mentioned, fourth position, back behind LaMena. Other than those two, though, still working nose to tail as they came out of the Octopus. So we see them nose to tail coming out of the final corner through turn 14, with Stern and with Gentry now separating out. With neither one of them having the benefit of the draft, we'll see whether or not they continue to get faster. That said, David Stern on the strength of that last lap, and that's even with all of the passing that happened over at turn 1. David Stern resets fast lap at a 132.943.
Right. Yeah, and look, we're not far off this track record right now. So that's why I think get out there, get it done as quickly as you can. You talk about John Hotz, had that spin earlier on. He passed 2 cars. He passed Mark Anthony, and he passed, I believe, Mitchell Redding going down into turn 1 last time. So he is on a mission right now to get back up there as far as he can.
And, right back from that top 4, nice little fight going on between the Red 69 machine of Jeremy Butts, who yesterday, we talked to his crew people yesterday, again, the car unfortunately went out without enough fuel as we suspected. And it really, it cost Jeremy Butts deeply in the Mars Championship.
Right.
But, with that early spin from John Hotz, and John now sitting back in 18th position, this change really might be a big help for Jeremy Butts in the Mars Championship.
Well, I think the goal right now for John Hotz is to get up to Jeremy Butts, right? Get as far up as you can. Right now, as you said, Jeremy Butts right now sitting in 5th position. But I think this points championship, I think that was a pretty big lead going in. I think that may be a little bit to overcome from Jeremy Butts, but as where John Hotz is right now, John Hotz has worked his way all the way up right now, Greg, into 14th position and gaining on the next 2 drivers as they go down into turn 1. It's going to be where, again, John may end up reeling all the way back up into the K-Halls, which would put him right behind Jeremy Butts. So I think the points lead is insurmountable for Jeremy to get. I think John would have to basically just not show up, or if he had that spun, went out.
Well, I was saying, too late now.
But I mean, I think that with that spin, he would have had to come down pit road and go out, get completely out of the race. But I think that points lead is pretty secure right now.
Yeah, again, they came into the weekend with just about 400 points separating them.
Yeah.
300. You get 300 points for a race win on a feature race.
Yeah.
So, again.
Jeremy would have to win, and John would have to, at this point, it wouldn't,
get negative points?
Well, yeah, I was going to say they'd have to take points away from John. But so I think that's that SM championship is already been decided. I think that was decided as of yesterday, probably.
Interesting comment from Trey Albrecht. This is going back to the bracket race that we had earlier today. He says that the first person to bring a DeLorean to bracket racing for sure will get a special trophy.
There it is. That's right. There you go.
About going back in time.
There's the right. There's the gauntlet has been laid in the bracket. Can I bring my go-kart?
Sure. Of course. That meets SCCA safety standards.
I have no idea where I'm going to put the fire bottle or the or the harness.
Or the harnesses.
Yeah.
Who were we talking to last night that thought you had harnesses when you raced the kart around Daytona?
Yeah.
All right, we're real quick here, Brian. We see going through turn 5, the 90-degree left-hander, Mike LaMena starting now to fall off that lead group. That last time by fell almost a full second back behind. Actually, let me go to this camera here. Kind of saw it for a moment how far back he was, but he's starting to fall back into the clutches of Jeremy Butts. Butts has now separated himself out from Ted Cahall, Robert Cahall, and Nicole Cooper, but is still a couple seconds back from LaMena.
I think, look, the 2 top drivers right here with Seth Gentry and David Stern. they're going to be the drivers, as well as John Jenkins. I'll tell you what, John is running really, really strong this weekend in that 195 machine. And those top three have started, as you said, pulled away from Michael LaMena and then the Jeremy Butts. Right now, Michael LaMena kind of on an island on his, on his own, right? Not having the help that he needs. One of the two, here comes John Hotz now passing. He's now going to pass Bill Gartner, so we're going to give John up into 10th place already, Greg. When we still have 12 laps left to go, John running just as fast lap times as our top three drivers.
Watch there is Nicole Cooper-Suppolo running a little wide out of turn 3. She's trying to make up some ground that she had lost to Robert and Ted Cahall, to Bob and Ted Cahall, just ahead. And she carried a good amount of speed down the hill, Brian. It just might have lost a little bit before she got the car back out on the pavement. David Stern resetting fast lap. Your leader now down to a 32.846. And what did you say the track record was?
That's a 132. Right now it's going to be a 132.274. We did have one car. We actually had a couple cars get really, really loose in the back half of this field going down through turn 5.
Just past our,
just past
to the
our,
right of our camera there.
Well, they got loose right in the center of it, and everybody had to check up. One driver had to go really wide. We'll get the number on that car, but they were able to continue. Looks like if that's, I'm hearing Bob Cahall in that 178 machine ended up getting really loose, or somebody got loose in front of him, and then he had to go and do a evasive action and go to the driver's right to go 4 off. Getting a call coming across right now, maybe some possible contact between the 54 of Michael Cohen and the 17 of Ken Williams, which that enabled, that meant that the 123 William Kerr had to go and do an evasive move not to have additional contact. That may have been the driver that we saw going off there through that turn 5 in order to get through there. So.
Right, as we heard the 78 of Cahall, he was over by turn 10 coming through the octopus.
Yeah. They got one car down there in the middle of turn 5, Greg, coming through there. There you go. There you see it.
Nice spin. Was that the Butts car, possibly?
Now, that actually may be Mark Anthony in the 59.
59 car. Okay.
Yeah, that is the 59 there, Mark Anthony. So it looks like he's going to be able to continue.
Yeah,
hopefully.
he just now gets that
just
back
now
up underway.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. You
Mark
got it, Brian.
Yep.
It's the 59 car.
Yep.
All right, Brian, as we're halfway through this race, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, Brian, as we were just watching, going through turn 5, Mike LaMena falling off the top 3 of David Stern, Seth Gentry, and John Jenkins. As we mentioned, those 3 are pretty much locked nose to tail as they came down into turn 7, into that frozen screen right there.
Well, Seth Gentry last time by down in turn 5 got 2 right side tires over and far driver's right coming out of the exit out of turn 5 there. And it looks like everybody's doing the same thing. As now we've got some more going down there. I tell you what, the flag station down there, that radio, they have to replace that radio. As many calls are coming in from that one.
Yeah, indeed. I think Sharice Smoose there is a constant keyer of the radio as our leaders come out of the final corner now and onto the front straight, as they are also starting to come up on some slower traffic. Let's take a look as they come through one.
I think they'll probably be coming up on the Miranda Price and the Brian Hune machine in that 08 and 122 respectively. Those two have been battling out the entire race.
Yeah, and so Miranda Price, she is our only SMT racer here this weekend. Major difference between her car and some of the Spec Miata. Well, some major differences. That machine is pretty
Basically
much an SSM car.
Yeah.
So 1.6 liter Miata with a little bit more restriction on the exhaust side of the car. Also dynoed to make a specific amount of power, which is about 8 to 10 horsepower down from your typical Spec Miata. In addition to that, though, she is running on the Toyo Proxy RR tires, whereas the Spec Miatas, the SM cars, are all required to run on the Hoosier SM7 tire.
So the goal there was to get that car ready for SMT so that she could race in the same group with Brian.
With her father.
With her father Brian, and she ended up having the problem with that car. Took the differential out of his car, put it in hers so that she could finish out.
Right. So in a way, she's still racing with him. It just so happens
she's got part of his car.
Yeah, he's on the backside of her car.
Yeah. Tell you what, Greg, you were talking about Michael Amena. Now Jeremy Butts, Ted Cahall, they are right there with Michael Amena as they start to head down into turn one right now.
All right, so we'll stay on this. We'll stay on this view here.
Yeah, because they're gaining on him. They just went by there, so they'll be coming through turn 4 here in a moment.
Let's watch them.
There they are right there. So you can see where Jeremy Butts and Ted Cahall, they're starting to, and it looks like we're going to end up having that may be Ken Williams right there going a little bit wide up over the hill there. That hill comes to you really quickly.
Yeah, as they made it past the Williams machine, and then that last car in that sequence, Nicole Cooper Cephalo in the 182 machine, as she had fallen off the back of Butts and Ted Cahall.
So again, our leaders pretty much spaced out now. You've got still Seth Gentry leading over David Stern, John Jenkins, Michael Amena 4th, Jeremy Butts 5th, Ted Cahall is 6th, Nicole Cooper Cephalo 7th, Ken Williams 8th. John Hotz worked his way all the way up into 9th so far right now. Still got 8 laps to go here. We'll see how much further he's going to be able to do, because there is a gap between him and Ken Williams would be the next car that he will be coming up on. Comes our leaders there again. Seth Gentry, David Stern. They're starting to drop John Jenkins as well. And now Jeremy Butts has caught Michael Lamena. He's going to bring along Ted Cahall in that 78 machine. So we'll look to see whether or not Jeremy Butts or Ted Cahall is going to be able to make that pass over Michael Lamena on this lap.
Well, here they come as they come through turn 1. And again, that is the battle right now for 4th. Just off the podium with Lamena, Butts, and right behind them, Ted Cahall in the gray number 78 machine.
We've got a lot of other action going on back here in the back. You've got a really good battle here between David Trinder and the 123 of William Kerr in that, and again, that's 17th, 18th position. And a little bit further up from that, you've got Michael Lau and Michael Cohen along with Mitchell Redding in that 0 machine. Those three have been kind of tied nose to tail the entire race right now. There they go. That's going to be the 71 leading that group. That's Ivan Seabrook in that 27. Then Michael Lowe, then Michael Cohen, Mitchell Redding. That's the 4 that have been kind of right there the entire event.
All right, Brian, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Tension in the paddock, tension in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid.
Tell you what, Greg, let's go to camera 1 here, because we were talking about this earlier on. You're going to see Jeremy Butts. It looks like he's going to try to go side by side there with Michael Lamena going through turn 1.
And
it looks like he's going to get that pass done quite easily. So not sure if Michael just let him go, knowing he was a little faster through there. and then work on to get back behind him. So now you've got Jeremy Butts up into 4th position, and you've got Michael LeMay going to drop back to 5th. A little bit further back, Michael Cohen, Ivan Seabrook. Michael Cohen giving Seabrook a little bit of turn there. It looks like we've got the 77 down on pit road. That's going to be Yosh Hakatuni. His looks like his day and his weekend is now
done.
Officially done. Look up our leaders here coming out. I believe they're just now coming out of the Octopus, and it looks like they're going to be coming up underneath the bridge and picking up turn 1. There's the Brian Hune. There's the Miranda Price battle that's been going on. So our leaders now are coming through right there. That is Seth Gentry, David Stern, then John Jenkins. So those 2 cars, they're going to come up on the back of Miranda Price and Brian Hune battle. So they're going to have to work through that quickly, or that's going to bring John Jenkins right back into the fold.
Yeah,
there they go. There goes Jenkins.
Yeah, it's Jenkins, the last car in that line there, sitting about 8 car lengths back from our leaders. But yeah, and that's obviously going to create, I think, a bit of an issue for the 3 of them, Brian, is they have not just one car that they need to find a way around, but they've got 2 cars in the midst of a fight.
Mm-hmm. Right. Again, yep.
Here they come through 5.
And that's for 20th and 21st position, right? And then you've got your leaders going in through there. So, again, they're going to have to start figuring that out relatively quickly, because you don't want to get into a turn where you end up catching that group with the Hune and the Price battle going on. You want to kind of stay out of that, but then you also want to make sure that you get through them as quickly as possible. So it looks like I'm hearing that David Stern now is going to pick up that lead, and I'm wondering if that's because they came up on there. Seth getting a little loose, probably under braking, and that allowed David Stern to pick up that lead. So we'll see if that's able to stick here with Seth Gentry and David Stern. But they come back up on. They came right through that, right through the group there. Miranda Price.
Yep.
There, I'm not seeing Brian Hune. So Brian Hune's pulling off.
He's just coming down the pit lane right now, Brian.
Yep.
And so it looks like Brian Hune going to call it a day.
Yeah.
Oops, let me go back to turn 1. Here we go.
Getting back through there, you see, there's the 4 cars. So that's going to be Miranda Price is going to be in the middle of that, where she is going to be with John Jenkins. So she may be able to help Jenkins get right back up to David Stern and Seth Gentry right there. So it looks like Jenkins is going to go on. But Jenkins has closed that gap now to 0.6 of a second, where it was well over a second and a half the last time by. So again, hitting that Brian Hune and Miranda Price traffic is allowed Jenkins to come in. But now it looks like Gentry and David Stern are going to open it up. David Stern gets through turn 5, Greg, a lot faster than Seth Gentry, because he loses 4 or 5 car lengths every single time. Then he has to fight to get back to it. There you can see them going through turn 7 into turn 7 now, heading into the Octopus. And I think that's where Seth Gentry catches back up to David Stern, gets through a little bit faster than David Stern there on a few of those turns back there in the Octopus, and that's enabled him to close that gap every single lap. And when that happens, that's where they can get nose to tail and pull away from Jenkins. So that puts him just that much further back. And now as they come out of turn 12 right now, you can see David Stern's opened up by about 4 car lengths over Seth Gentry, and then just another 5 car lengths back to John Jenkins in that 195 machine. Let's pick up. Let's keep it on this shot here, Greg, because what you're going to see right after this is you're going to see, and we do have a new track record, by the way, and I'll get to that here in a second. Talk about driving a man on a mission. Is you're going to see there's Jeremy Butts right there going through turn 1. There's Michael LeMay and Ted Cahall. Ted Cahall tried to make a move on Michael LeMay, and Michael LeMay kind of got a little defensive, moved over to the driver's right, but then tucked right back in front of Ted Cahall right before the entry of turn 1. Going through, I mentioned that we have a new track record. John Hotz has now just set the fastest time of the race and a new track record at a 1:32 flat with a 2 at the end. So a man on a mission sitting there in 7th place, and he is a full 2.5 faster than our leaders right now. So again, with 3 laps left to go, just not going to be able to pull that up. The next car in front of him is going to be that Michael Lamena and Ted Cahill battle. Maybe he can get in there and get into that top 5 after falling all the way back down into that 22nd position. Pick up our leaders here. I think our leaders are just now coming out of turn 12. There they are. There's Jenkins. There you can see just in front. There is David Stern and Seth Gentry. There, we'll see what Seth Gentry's going to have. Seth Gentry that was his fastest lap of the race, and he was about a 10th of a second. He was about a 10th of a second faster than David Stern. So as we get through this lap with 2 to go here now, we'll see whether or not Gentry's going to be able to get right on that back bumper of David Stern.
We'll see if this camera's decided to start working again.
There goes Jenkins. That was Jenkins right there. So our leaders are right there.
There we
Seth
go.
Gentry coming out of turn 5 is about a car length between him and David Stern right now. So again, Seth Gentry maybe saving his tires there for a little bit, not really wanting to push it, going to save it for the last 2 laps and make his run here on David Stern. I think he's going to need some help from Jenkins, but I just don't think Jenkins is going to be able to get there
Jenkins going to be able to make up that much ground that quickly in order to give him the push. All right, so our leaders now coming out of the Octopus. You never know it because it doesn't look like our shot there is moving. We're working, so let's take a look here as they come now out of the final corner through turn 14.
That's Mark Anthony there. So they'll be coming up right here.
And there they go, 1 and 2. We'll get them as they come across the line so you can see what the gap is there. And as they make their way down to turn 1, white flag is in the air. Final race lap here for Spec Miata and SMT at the Jersey Road Racing Classic, as we've got Stern and Gentry coming into turn 1 now. And said if anything, John Jenkins has actually dropped off the pace of our 2 leaders.
Yep. Looks like getting a call there. We had William Kerr that went 4 off and continued. I'm not really sure where that was. I just heard the number, and then he went. So it looks like we may have some more stuff going on with Michael Cohen and Mitchell Redding now. So
because they didn't have enough fun earlier in the race, right?
Well, gotta have it all the way through. You get 20 laps to have all that fun. You got to have it every single lap. This is Spec Miata. You got to continue that.
You know, it was interesting last night talking to Mike Lamena and the differences in driving his Spec Miata versus driving the Spec Racer Ford, and how the Spec Racer Ford is that much more difficult on the body that the Miata just it kind of becomes one with you.
Right.
All right, let's move over to this final camera here. Over at turn 14.
They're coming up out of the Octopus right now. David Stern and Seth Gentry there, so they should be coming up into turn 12. There goes Mark Anthony again.
And then it'll be our leaders the next 2 cars by, and there they are with a nice gap between them, Brian. And as they come to the checkered flag, taking the win, it's going to be David Stern. Margin of victory over 0.3 of a second over Seth Gentry. John Jenkins will finish in 3rd.
Let's keep this battle here. Here comes Jeremy Butts. Here comes Michael Lamena. Here comes John Hotz and Ted Cahill. Let's see if Michael Lamena is going to be able to get it, and it doesn't look like he's going to be able to do that. So move Ted Cahill up into 5th. Michael Lamena is going to drop all the way back to 6th. John Hotz, after that spin, went basically from 22nd position, Greg, all the way back up to 7th, and has set a new SM track record here on the Thunderbolt with a 132.026.
All right, we've got another pack coming through now, and coming out of the and actually I think I just missed them crossing the line. Of course I did. That was Nicole Cooper Cephalo, Ken Williams, and Robert Cahill crossing the line, and then we got Bill Gartner, Ivan Seabrook, Michael Lowe, Michael Cohen, and was that David Schrinder, I think, also just completing the final lap, as well as Mitch Redding. And so the final racers to finish up here should be now Mark Anthony and Miranda Price, as they are coming out.
Here comes Mark Anthony there. So he is just now taking the checkered flag. So Mark Anthony's going to finish 18. He is the last car to take the checkered flag. So everybody has gone on her. She was a lap down. So she was involved earlier on with some of those cars.
All right, well, there you go. That's going to wrap up Spec Miata. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2. That's open wheel prototype racers. Please head to the grid. Race group 2, this is your final call to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more racing action here from New Jersey Motorsports Park and the Jersey Road Racing Classic presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
what does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
And welcome back, everybody, to New Jersey Motorsports Park. It is the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic. It is presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and includes the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series finale, as well as round number 6 of the United States Touring Car Championship. Next up, Brian, is our open wheel and prototype racers. And hopefully today during the feature race, we're going to see the battle we hoped to see yesterday that was shaping up to be a great thing, and then half of New Jersey caught on fire.
Well, half of Franklinville.
Yes, Franklinville. So, one home in Franklinville.
Let's go ahead and do the rundown here,
All
because
right.
I do know that car is back out on the racetrack.
Yeah.
So, starting on the pole in that number 41 in that Formula Continental from Effort, Pennsylvania, that is Glenn Cordova. Starting in the second position from Franklinville, New Jersey, the 27 of Jacob King. Starting in the third position in his Club Ford from Franklinville, New Jersey as well, that is a 61 of Max King. Starting in the fourth position, and your pole sitter in the Formula F, that is the number 7 of Eddie Naughton, and he is from Packagug, New York. Ooh. Yeah, it's from New York.
Oh, you were going to say North Dakota.
Well, I almost said North Carolina, but that's not a C.
No.
Starting in the fifth position, again, in Club Ford, and that is the 2 of Wayne Nicolette, and he's from Cockeysville, Maryland. Starting in the sixth position from Easton, Pennsylvania, that's the 42 of Joe Parsons. Starting in the seventh position from Downingtown, Pennsylvania, that's the 40 of Kenneth Arders. Starting in the eighth position from Norristown, Pennsylvania, that's the 6 of Martin Hulick. Starting in the ninth position from Collegeville, Pennsylvania, that's the 24 in that Formula 600, that is Rico John Jefferson. And scheduled to start in the 10th position, and she did not make it out here all day yesterday, and I don't believe I saw it out here, from Garnet Valley, Pennsylvania. That's the 5 of Amber Stevenson.
All right, yeah, unfortunately that beautiful Indy Lights Lola did not make the field for the second day in a row. They've had a couple of other cars out here this weekend, however, both she and Serena. And so we've got the field now coming up towards the bridge, coming out of the Octopus. Lights are out on the pace car, so we should be going green this time by. Who knows, one of our cameras might even pick it up. Again, our apologies here. We know things haven't been all that smooth, but pace car now on the pit lane, and starter's in the air. Green flag is in the air. The starter's not in the air, but his green flag is, Brian, and we are racing once again here at New Jersey Motorsports Park.
Tell you what, Glenn Cordova getting a good start. So is Eddie McNaughton going by the start-finish line there. He moved all the way up in the second place. Jacob King in the third. The driver that has dropped all the way back, and that is the 61 of Max King. I think he dropped all the way back, even behind the Kenneth Arders in that 40 machine. So, again, knowing the problems they had yesterday with that with that car.
Yeah, with that with
And
the
really,
Zink Z10
yeah, and then really having to go through and probably basically rebuild the whole wiring system for that. That was part of the challenge they had. And again, trying to get back out here. I think he tried to do a lap this morning, but I think we had a lot of cleanup, so wasn't able to really get that full lap in to do a test lap. So again, kind of going out there, basically dry with it, basically starting over from, literally a Friday morning.
From Friday morning, yeah,
Right.
exactly.
So drivers now heading down in through the Octopus right now. We'll wait for them to come out and come up underneath the bridge and down through turn number 12 and head through. Here comes Glenn Cardova. He should be coming. He's going to be the only Formula Continental in this race right here. And Glenn kind of went up yesterday and set some pretty good times. I think Glenn actually has now the record here, the track record in Formula Continental. So in that Van Diemen RF04. So we'll have to see if he can go a little bit faster than that today as the laps start to wind down here. Two drivers, looks like they did not take the green flag. That's the 6 machine of Martin Hulick, and as we talked about, 5 of Amber Stevens.
Yeah, exactly. Hulick in that Sports 2000 Swift DB2, and Amber in her Lola 297, as we mentioned. Nice little fight shaping up here, Brian, as we'll catch them coming down in the 5. We've got the Formula Fs of McNaughton and Parsons with Jake King was slotted right between them, and then Max King right behind. But all 4 of those different variations of Formula Fords, whether they be the early Swifts or probably current Swifts like a Swift DB6 or the old Royales and Zinks, or we've got Joe Parsons in his, I believe, Honda-powered Spectrum, all in very close proximity there.
Yeah. When I said Martin Hulick did not take the green flag, he actually did take the green flag, but didn't complete a lap. His lap that he completed was actually done on pit road, so he pulled it in, not even a lap. So he did take the green, but he did not finish that lap.
All right, so let's take a look at this Formula Ford and Club Ford battle as they come through now and complete lap number 2. It's McNaughton and Jake King, then Joe Parsons, Max King, McNaughton and Jacob King with I'd say about 6-7 car lengths now on Joe Parsons, and Max King obviously having a little bit of an issue with that Zink 10, just a little bit back behind Joe Parsons.
Yeah, I think still trying to get that Zink ready to go here. I don't think it's really up to full song as what we saw yesterday in the morning before the challenge with the car. I don't want to say issue, but before the challenge, because they were able to, I guess, get that redone. So I think give it a couple laps. Again, long way to go, 20 laps. That car should start to pick up, and we should see that pretty good battle there in the Club Ford, and you may even see a really good battle between Parsons and McNaughton in that Formula F as well.
All right, we just saw Wayne Nicolette in the blue and yellow number 2 machine, his Lola T340, the 1973 chassis that Joe has been racing consecutively now for 35 years. It's the first chassis that he ever raced in SCCA, and it's the current chassis that he's racing. He's about a second back from Max King, and I think we saw Leslie Walker's Formula Continental come underneath him going into turn 5 that last time by. We'll see here as
you mean Glenn Cardova.
Oh, our leader, Glenn Cardova, had already put them a lap down?
Yeah.
No, it was Leslie Walker.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't have Leslie Walker on the grid rundown sheet, so
yeah.
it was not there, so that was missed.
Yeah, Leslie Walker and his
sure
RF99 machine. That's a Formula Continental. He's out of the Washington, D.C. region. Yeah, so he now moves up to 6th overall, moves Wayne Nicolette back to 7th.
Yeah, didn't go out yesterday. Had no times on him, so that's why. Bring it up. Wasn't sure there was 2 Formula Continentals out there until after we took the green flag.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah, right? Always about learning.
That's right. What's life without surprises being thrown at you in a couple minutes? Literally every couple of minutes.
Well, that's what it takes to get the shots up for the cars going by the cameras. Yeah. So.
Right. And what I'm going to do, Brian, when we break for lunch, and we've got 2 more races before lunch. I'm going to go out those. I know we've got some internet connectivity issues, or probably some cellular issues with this Turn 7 camera and also our camera over in the Octopus. I'm going to try and make some configuration changes over there during lunch to hopefully get us a little better action. We'll see what we can do. You can eat lunch for me. How's that?
Looks like we had one car that may have gone off there. Looks like that may have been the Rico Jefferson machine 2.4 in that Formula 600.
Yes.
And again, that thing only sits 2 inches off the ground anyway. So when you go off there. Looks like now we're getting a call for Glenn Cordova being over the sound limit on a couple laps. So we'll have to see what see what happens there. I know that he's been kind of pushing again. He got the track record yesterday in that Formula Continental. So we'll see what that does to his race, because when you get down by sound control, and again, he just went 6 thousandths of a second off the track record. So we're going to have to see how long that's going to. Well, now he goes by a certain point with the sound control. He's going to have to lift there, so that's going to alter those times.
Again, they gave a reading of 102 and 103, and I believe the sound limit here is 103. So he's
right on the number.
Yeah, he's right on it, and I think he was pretty close yesterday, as well as we there watch the Formula 600 of Hewlett. Or probably not Hewlett. Jefferson, pardon me, Rico Jefferson. Now, Jefferson had some issues with that car yesterday. If you remember, at one point, he was almost dead. I think he was dead stick over at turn 1.
Right, exactly, yeah.
And
just off the racetrack, too.
Right, and got it back underway just as they were about to go to a full course caution.
I think if you ever, driven one of those and, you do it in a Formula 600, you could actually make your own T-shirt that says, what is it, adrenaline rush? And then on the back, it says driving a Formula 600, which is 1.5 inches off the ground at 110 miles an hour. Again, Glenn Cordova, your overall leader there in Formula Continental as well. And Greg, he just set the new track record. So went a little bit more.
Interesting. It's something we didn't get on the camera here, Brian, but on the last lap, Eddie McNaughton in his Swift DB6, our Formula F leader, spun the car, and both Max and Jake King had to go and avoid. Should also mention that Max King on that last lap had gotten around Jake King. So old age and treachery.
We'll see how long it takes now for Jake to get back up there. Here they come. They're coming out of now. So now Jake King is back out in front of Max King. He's got Joe Parsons and Leslie Walker in between them. And you also, I think, if you look at this, I do believe
Wayne Nicolette
that
as
Wayne
well.
Nicolette has gotten back by Max King. So again, as you talked about, with Eddie McNaughton having that spin and all of those drivers really right there having to make evasive actions to go around them, that has actually moved Max King back all the way back into the 6th position here.
Nope, that camera's still an issue. There's a nice shot of Jake King here, but and from the sound of it is when McNaughton went around, he was center of track. And whereas Jake was able to just stay to the outside, it sounded like Max had to really stand on the binders.
Go off and pretty much had to go off the racetrack in order to do it. So but again, that's a really good battle on the racetrack all the way across, because that is different classes. You talk about when we talk about with small bore, and even when you talk about it with big bore, there's so many different groups and classes in here. This is another one in this open wheel race here, where you have different with Club 4 and Formula F all the way around. Now it looks like Max King has gotten around Wayne Nicolette, and he is coming back up on Joe Parsons right now.
right, so now it sounds like Glenn Cordova may have gone over that
May have been gone over
103
it.
sound limit a couple of times. Sounds like he also hit a 104. But Cordova on that last lap, he drops the fast lap down to a 1:16.778. So resetting that track record.
Yep. Now it could be time where you have to lift.
Yep.
Especially if you're getting those calls, because you definitely don't want to get that flag pointed at you that says you're hitting the sound. Yep. We're going to show the soundboard to Glenn Cordova the next time he comes by. So again, he's going to have to start playing a little bit safe here if he wants to continue this race, because I think it's one more time, and then it becomes the flag, and then it becomes the black flag.
Right.
So, but a really good battle here. Let's, I was gonna say, let's go back to this camera here, Greg, because here comes Jake King coming out of there. They're coming back. That's the only camera that works. They're coming up on the Formula 600 car that's going to go around, and now you've got Max King in a really heavy battle with Joe Parsons. Again, not for a battle on the in the class, but a battle on the racetrack as they head down into turn 1.
Yeah,
and
Brian, and as we see them coming out of turn 1 now, not only was he in that fight with Parsons and he got around Parsons that last time by, both of those racers again starting to close things up on Jake King up ahead. So Jake King leading that group here. Let's see if we can get him. It looks like I already missed him coming down the hill. So let's see if we can pick him up over at turn 5.
There goes Jake King right there, and then there's the battle right there.
Right.
That's Max and Joe Parsons, and then Wayne Nicolette a little bit further back, and
Right
then you've got Leslie Walker there as well. Then you've got Eddie McNaughton, and I believe Kenneth Ayers in there, or Kenneth Arders in there.
Ken Arders as well in the Van Diemen.
So again, we're all those, and this is what I was talking about. You have all those different classes there in the open wheel. You've got Club Ford, you've got Formula F, you've got Formula Continental car in there. All the three of those battling. So it looks like we've got Rico Jefferson there again, Greg.
Yeah, and it sounds like he's over at turn 5, Brian, and he's not in our view. Let's go over to that turn 5 camera and see if we can pick him up. I'll get rid of the...
I don't see where he's at. So
he said he's driver's right, and I'm looking to see if he's at the exit of 5 out of our view. And we're our race control trying to pick up our leaders. We've got a car on the pit lane as well.
And that is actually, that's Glenn Cordova coming down, trying to find out what that soundboard was so that he knows what it is. So
that's gonna move possibly Jake King up to the lead the next time he comes by.
Yep.
Cordova had lapped the entire field.
Let's see if he goes back out. Again, he just now crossed the start-finish line. We'll see whether or not.
Well, he's back underway. Let's see if we can figure out whether or not he heads back to the paddock or if he goes out on track. We'll go and check over at turn 1.
He's going back out on the racetrack, so you'll be able to see him come through here. So, so 41 is no longer going to be. Should be, as you talked about, Greg, Jake King, which will be coming up out of turn 11 now.
And meanwhile, it's interesting, race control is picking up and saying Jake King is the leader. He is actually still on the prior lap. Cordova
went by the start-finish line.
Yeah, Cordova's actually working lap number 11. He's a lap up on the 27 car at the moment.
Yep.
Or actually, now they're both on the lead lap, but Cordova was actually able to maintain the lead because of the additional lap.
Yep.
And so they're sending the safety car out, that they wanted to get the course under control, and the safety car not able to get Jake King or Glenn Cordova, regardless of who race control may feel that the leader is.
Yeah. So here, I mean, there, it looks like. Looks like Jacob King is just now going through turn 5 and headed out. So again, he's got the double yellow. Our field is now under control by the pass car. So, but, yep. So 41, I believe, is just now coming through turn 11.
11, yeah,
So
coming out of the
coming
through
out of
the
turn
octopus.
12 right here. So we'll see. I believe this may be him right here. Coming by the start right now. So. Here comes the 27 right now. So. Which again, they'll just have to start in the very back behind them because it looks like our pace car now has Parsons along with Walker and maybe Max King. So we'll see. We'll see what it is. What they're going to do here.
All right. So as you can see there, we've got emergency services teams responding to get the Formula 600 of Rico Jefferson.
Yep.
And if we take a look, we'll look down there as the full course caution is out.
And this is where it becomes challenging as a driver too, because you have a full course caution. You've got to, the deal is to catch up to the pack, right? Wherever it is. The challenge becomes is your first two cars went by before the pace car could pick them up, right? So when Glenn Cordova came out of the racetrack from the pit lane, went out and ended up basically by himself on the backside of the racetrack here when the double yellow came out. So when the double yellow came out, at that point, it ends up being where it was too late to get picked up. Well, at that time, the pace car didn't pick up, which would have been the new leader there, which would have been the 27 of Jake King going through there. So now those two drivers are going to end up starting in the very back of the field. They're just now going to catch the field, as I believe the field is just now coming out of turn 2, headed down into turn 3, so they'll be coming down through turn 4. Again, they're going to be at the very back. They're going to have to work their way back up, which at some point will end up putting them an entire lap ahead of the field. So we'll have to see how that gets handled, because right now they're on lap 12 and the entire field is technically a lap down because they're behind the pace car.
Because they're behind the safety car, exactly.
Which is now going into turn 5.
5, yeah. Let me pick that up. There we go.
There's all the cars. You're going to see Cordova, and there is coming through there. There's Cordova, and there is now Jake King. So again,
right at the very back of the field.
Right.
So, I mean, at this point, obviously the safety car, they could probably wave by everybody else and try to pick up Glenn Cordova. Again, right now, Cordova and King are on the lead lap. The challenge would be making sure you keep Cordova and King behind you.
Yeah, you have
and
to.
Then,
right.
and then the extended amount of time that it would take for everybody else to make an entire circuit of the field.
Yep. And Greg, with again, we still have plenty of time.
Yes.
And we've got laps. I think we've got 8 laps.
Yeah.
left to
Matter of
go
fact,
here.
let me do this real quick,
go
because we're actually right at about halfway on time right now.
Yeah.
Again, these races, they're either 20 laps or 40 minutes.
Right.
We're right at about the 20-minute mark. So let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. All right, so let's move over, and actually we're going to take a look at turn 5. It looks like they've got the Formula 600 of Rico Jefferson under tow, and they are bringing it back. I just had it there for a moment going into the view.
And Greg, real quick, that is what we are doing. So we're going to send the entire field around. They're going to pick up Cordova and Jake King, and then they'll send them all the way, send the rest of the field all the way back around. And then, so we'll probably go another 2 laps here. It's going to take a full lap for these guys
to get
back around. And then at that point, everybody will be on that same lap. Other than, as I said, as you talked about, Rico Jefferson, who was just pulled out, and Martin Gulick, who only really completed 1 lap.
All right, so let's take a look here as we're going to have the safety car come through the field, or come through turn 1, and there you go with the 2 cars with Cordova and
Yep.
yeah, exactly. All right, so let's try and track Whoops. Let me jump another camera here. And they should be coming out of turn 4, going into turn 5 right now.
Yep, there they are. That's the rest of the field right there.
Right.
So that's going to have Joe Parsons, Leslie Walker, Max King, Wayne Nicolette, and Eddie McNaughton, along with Kenneth Arders in that other Van Diemen there. So.
Attention in the paddock. Would James Wilson, driver of the number 61 GT1 car, please see the kind folks in timing and scoring? They are on the 2nd floor of the tower. Again, James Wilson, driver of the number 61 GT1 car, please see the folks in timing and scoring on the 2nd floor of the tower. And I heard a rousing round of applause from downstairs. I think the fact that I mentioned timing and scoring was enough to send them cheering.
Yeah, so here comes the rest of our field coming out of turn 12, headed down the start-finish line. So again, and our pace car is all the way through turn 5, getting ready to come into turn 6 now. So they've already gone by there.
Just missed them. They're going to be.
Yeah, so they'll be coming up out of turn
there.
7. But again, you've got a little bit of speed. So I think that if they slow it down enough, they may be able to get back to them where we go green. We're pulling the Formula 600 now, so we're probably going to get one more lap under this double yellow, Greg, just to get the whole field caught up and to get Rico Jefferson back here and get him on pit lane. Rather than taking a cut through, they can come right down the pit lane. They've got enough room there. So
and so the safety car now just leading Cordova and Jake King into the Octopus now.
Right.
While the rest of the field is coming through turn 5.
Right. Yep.
So yeah, it looks like
we're probably going to go one more lap here, and then I think we can pull them together, get them a nice good lap to get through it, and then we can get back to green flag racing here.
All right, and there's the car being towed back, the Jefferson machine, the Formula 600.
Which means when we go back to green, we should have 5 laps to go.
Right.
Unless they slow it down enough, which it does look like they are. So looks like they've caught up. So it looks like we may be going green right now.
Well, the lights are still on the safety car, Brian.
Yep.
Let's move over. We're actually already on the final corner here. Safety car bringing the field underneath the bridge now.
Yeah, so
and we're going to do one more lap as the safety car still has the lights on and is leading the field now through the final corner through turn 12.
Yep. So the next time we come by for the green, we will have 5 laps. So we're going to get 5 more laps of racing here. Still got about 16 minutes, so we should be able to get
them all in.
It's amazing when you look at timing and scoring after we let the field go by. Glenn Cordova and Jake King going at a 4-minute lap clip, and everybody else is 2 minutes. They went 2 minutes faster when they let them go by. So we saved 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Imagine if they'd done that in the B-Spec race at the runoffs. You guys didn't hear that from me. I didn't say that.
So again, with all the confusion, it looks like we may have had a pass under yellow there, but
even better.
We'll let them figure that out. And again, when you get confusion like that and you keep going, it becomes difficult to know where you're supposed to be and where you're at that point, because there's a lot of variables and a lot of moving things. Although you're supposed to stay in line no matter where you're at there, but again, we'll have to. We'll let them figure that out. But right now, let's take a little step back here. Glenn Glenn Cordova leads, and that's your Formula Continental leader as well. Jake King leads in Club Ford in that 27 machine. Joe Parsons is your leader in Formula F. Leslie Walker in the 43, he is second in Formula Continental and in fourth overall. Max King is in second in Club Ford. He's fifth overall in the 61. Then Wayne Nicolette, which is right behind Max King. That's going to be the battle for second going in Club Ford. Then you've got Eddie McNaughton in the Formula F. That's sitting in second in Formula F. And then Kenneth Arters is third in Formula F, and he's eighth overall. Rico Jefferson came in being towed into pit road. Martin Hulick only completed the one lap, and he completed that lap going down pit road. And Amber Stevenson did not take
the green flag. And so the lights are out on the safety car, Brian, and so we should see it as it is now bringing the field underneath the bridge just before our turn 12 camera. Safety car should be heading onto the apron and onto the pit lane. Indeed, it has, turning the field back over to Glenn Cordova, and green flag is in the air, and we are back underway, and Jake King getting the jump on Leslie Parsons there as they make the run down towards turn 1. And you know, as we were watching that battle between Jake and Max King, obviously the spin earlier from the 7 McNaughton put a big damper in that battle. But we'll see here as they restart, all under a with a single file restart. This might be a good opportunity for King to leapfrog a couple cars and get back up to his younger brother.
I'm laughing at you because I know that the 42 and the 43, but Joe Parsons and Leslie Walker, not Leslie Parsons.
Parsons.
We created a a new driver here. so is that the 42 and a half car?
That's exactly what it is. Mix and match, man.
I got a big kick out of that one. I tell you what, on the start,
was it Leslie Parsons on Saturday Night Live?
I think Leslie Parsons, was he a player, a football player?
Yeah, maybe.
Anyway, back to the regularly scheduled programming here.
Yeah.
Jacob King, when he first took off, you had Cordova, and then you had King, but Joe Parsons actually got a really good run.
Yeah.
King got out of the way, right? Jake King moved over to driver's right, which kind of allowed not only Joe Parsons but Leslie Walker to get in front of him. Then you had Max King and Eddie McNaughton when they went down into turn 1. They were somewhat side by side. That brought Wayne Nicolette because he was getting the draft off of Eddie McNaughton. So we'll have to see whether or not that holds out. Here comes Jacob King now. Cordova already gone by. Parsons, then Max King, Eddie McNaughton, Wayne Nicolette, Leslie Walker, Kenneth Arters. So that's your top. That right there is your top 8 going by through. So again, some kind of getting in between different classes there with Parsons and Max King along with Eddie McNaughton. So not only do you have a battle there in Club 4, but you got a battle there in Formula F as well.
Yeah, indeed. And so, Max King there, as he did, as we mentioned, leapfrog McNaughton and gets right up behind Joe Parsons. It's not that big a leap to get up to Jake King. We'll have to see because Parsons hasn't been able to run the pace that either Jake or Max have been able to run so far today. Again, we'll see if he's able to get up there. It sounds like Cordova having some more sound issues here.
Hitting that 104 board. So now we're going to have the board in the black. And I think that's the reason why he came in the first time.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't understand what the board meant. Now, we'll see if he knows what the difference is between a standing black and a furled black. Which the furled black is essentially a slap on the wrist telling you that you're running a foul.
Right.
But it's not a penalty. The next thing you'll see is he'll get a full black flag.
Right. Yep.
All right, let's take a look here as the field now coming through turn 12 and onto the front straight.
Tell you what, Jake King sets his fastest lap of the race here on lap 17. We've got 3 laps left to go here with that 123.490 starting to pull away a little bit from Max King, who's got a battle on his hand, again, not in class, but on the racetrack with Eddie McNaughton. So McNaughton, knowing he's had his challenges throughout the entire weekend with a couple slip-ups, a couple spins back and forth, getting that under control now, moving up to 3rd overall. Looks like he may make a run at 2nd overall here within the next 2 laps.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we saw where Leslie Walker also was taking a look to the inside of Joe Parsons directly ahead as they came out of 3. Did not quite have enough of a run to get there. But real quick, Brian, since we do only have about 3 laps remaining, let's make another call to the grid for the next group. Race Group 3, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid. Race Group 3, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few minutes.
And now Cordova on pit road trying to find out again what's
a
going
pearl
on.
black?
Yeah, what am I hitting? I think is what he really wants to know, what the number is.
Yeah.
Trying to get it figured out. So they'll figure it out. So it looks like he may end up calling it a day. And again, he got that track record here. 1:16.778 is going to be the new track record for Formula Continental. So we'll see. But
all right,
we'll see if he goes. Sorry, Greg. I was going to say we'll see if Cordova goes back out, and it looks like he is going to go back out. So again, I think coming down to the pit crew, they may be having some radio problems.
But as it is, Brian, as opposed to the last time down the pit lane where Cordova had a couple laps buffer that was eliminated, he didn't this time. So Jake King is your new overall leader in his Royale RP24 Club Ford machine. And the last time they crossed the stripe, he had almost 5 seconds on Eddie McNaughton. As you mentioned, Jake King having reset his personal best lap.
Well, what this does also in Formula Continental, this is going to give Leslie Walker the win and Les Cordova with under 1 lap to go, basically, because right now, as Jake King comes out of turn 12 and heads down the start-finish line, he's going to get the 1 to go board. So everybody else behind that is going to get that 1 to go board as well. So I don't believe Cordova is going to be able to catch Leslie Walker there, as he just now goes across the start-finish line as well. So it looks like Walker may pick up that Formula Continental. He just set his fastest lap of the race on that lap right there at 1:22.875. So,
yeah, indeed. What we're watching right there was McNaughton, Max King, and Leslie Walker coming through turn 1 there, as they are now working their final lap of the afternoon, or the morning, or the day, or it's all a blur at this point, Brian. I don't know what time it is or what day it is. It is Thursday, right?
Yeah. I thought it was Tuesday.
Tuesday. Gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
Yep.
Oh, let's get to there.
So Jake King got a pretty big lead here right now over, as we talked about, he's got an 8-second lead over McNaughton and Max King. Then Leslie Walker is another second behind them. So it does look like, as they're getting ready to come out, here comes Jake King now, getting ready to come out of the Octopus, heading up underneath the bridge, down into turn number 12 right there. He should be popping up on the screen. There he is right there. He's going to come down. He's going to pick up the win here in Club Ford. You'll see right here he's going to have his hand up in the air with the thumbs up. And here comes the rest of the field now. Eddie McNaughton's going to pick up your Formula F. Leslie in second overall. Leslie Walker's going to pick up Formula Continental win. Max King's going to get second in Club Ford. And then you're going to have Wayne Nicolette, who's going to get around Joe Parsons for overall on the track. That's going to move him into third in Club Ford. Joe Parsons is going to pick up second in Formula F. He's going to end up finishing 6th overall. Kenneth Arders is going to finish 3rd in Formula F. He's going to finish 7th overall. And Cordova is going to finish 8th overall after leading the majority, 18 laps of this race. He is going to finish 2nd in Formula Continental.
All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our open wheel and prototype. Next up is another one of our large groups is going to be Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Let's make a final call for them. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from New Jersey Motorsports Park, where you're watching the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic. We'll be right back.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
And welcome back, everybody, to New Jersey Motorsports Park and the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic, presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA. It is the final round of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. Where are we again, Brian? And also round number 6 of the United States Touring Car Championship. Heading out on track now, Brian, for their Mars feature race. It is Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Why don't you give us the starting order?
All right. Starting on the pole in the number 30 from Washington, D.C., that is Mac Harrison. Starting in the second position from Greenwich, Connecticut, that is the 0 of Joe Colasaco. Starting in the third position from Boys, Maryland, the 55 of Sam Schechter. Starting in the fourth position from Locust Valley, New York, that's the 32 of Steven Samet. Starting in the fifth position from Woolwich, New Jersey, that's the 25 of Kyle Robertson. Starting in the sixth position from Martland, New Jersey, that's the 54 of Mike Thomas. Starting in the seventh position from Flemington, New Jersey, that's the 56 of Jason Pintar. Starting in the eighth position from Staunton, Virginia, the number 11 of Jisoo Kim. Starting in the ninth position from Huntington, New York, that's the 18 of John Dole. Starting in the 10th position from Carnet Manor, New York, that is the 68 of Jeffrey Valentino. Starting in the 11th position from Oakland, New Jersey, that's the 8 of Michael LaMena. Starting in the 12th position from Annapolis, Maryland, that's the 7 of Keith Frazier. Starting in the 13th position from Delmont, Pennsylvania, that's the 87 of John Ryan. Starting in the 14th position from Westmont, New Jersey, that's the 130 of Stephen Thomas. Starting in the 15th position in the number 13 from Leonardtown, Maryland, that's Andrew Waldorf. Starting in the 16th position from Silver Spring, Maryland, that's the 01 of Chris Current. Starting in the 17th position from Highland Park, New York, that's the 48 of Dan Iacovelli. Starting in the 18th position from Westchester, Pennsylvania, that's the 5 of Mike Kosu. Starting in the 19th position from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, that's the 06 of Dale Schneider. Starting in the 20th position from Baltimore, Maryland, that's the 125 of Aaron Meisner. Starting in the 21st position from Vienna, Virginia, in the 41, that's Phil Ackley. Starting in the 22nd position from Fogelsville, Pennsylvania, the 71 of Ron Reese. And starting in the last row, and starting in 23rd from Freehold, New Jersey, the 79 of Alan Rothman. And starting in the number 38 from Poolesville, Maryland, that is Richard Miller.
All right, Brian, so we've got the safety car. You never know it from looking at our camera, but the safety car bringing the field now through the Octopus. Lights are out on the safety car. We'll be going back to racing here at New Jersey Motorsports Park with our Spec Racer Fords in just a moment. Again, this is a 20-lap or 40-minute race, whichever comes first. And the field now making their way out of the Octopus now behind the safety car and heading underneath the bridge. Here, we'll see them in just a moment.
Here comes our safety car now on pit lane. Here comes our leaders with Mac Harrison and Joe Colasaco. They'll be looking to get a great, nice formed up bunch there. They head down the start-finish line, and Greg, we have a green flag race here. Again, Kawasaki Harrison. Then you've got Steven Samet and Sam Schechter. They're still too wide heading down into turn 1. As we get down into the entry of turn 1, we'll see which one's going to prevail. As they come down through there, you could just see them to the left of the camera coming through. Again, still too wide. Nobody wanting to give it up, but I believe it is going to be Mac Harrison, then Joe Kawasaki. That's going to be your front two, as they were able to get out in front of the Sam Schechter and that Steven Samet machine.
Yeah, and of course we saw yesterday great fights between Kawasaki, who's a former national champion in Spec Racer Ford, as well as Harrison and Schechter. Schechter, though, having some problems and falling back through the pack yesterday, gave Mac Harrison a pretty good advantage there, Brian, as we try to go over to turn 5.
Yeah, I tell you what, everybody getting single file right now, get it down into turn 5. Again, long way to go in this race, 20 laps. These guys will look to filter out there and get single file, not really make a whole lot of passes going into certain parts of this racetrack. They will look to use the draft. This is another group that utilizes and needs the draft and needs the help in order to make these passes. Unfortunately, in some cases on this racetrack, you just can't do it by yourself. You have to have a partner to get there to make those passes.
Yeah, and so we were mentioning yesterday where Sam Schechter had some issues during the race, had spun, had fallen back. He came into the weekend only 140 points back from our points leader in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, Mac Harrison. And Harrison is the first driver to cross the start-finish line and complete lap number 1 here as our racers head down into turn 1 to start their second lap. And for the moment, it is Harrison and Kawasaki now, as they've opened up about 6 car lengths on Sam Schechter, with Steve Samet, who was battling it out for quite some time with Sam Schechter yesterday. He's currently sitting in 4th.
Yeah. You know, you go back to the points and you were talking about with Sam Schechter and Mac Harrison. Mac Harrison picking up the win yesterday morning in that first 20-minute race, which counts towards the Mars points.
Right.
Again, so that has been that will increase that lead, knowing that Schechter fell back, I believe, to 4th overall, or maybe even 5th in that very first race. But again, we've seen Mac Harrison, Joe Kawasaki, they've been kind of nose to tail the entire event. Even when they fell back, where we had Steven Samet leading early on, Sam Schechter leading early on yesterday, it ended up being where Mac Harrison and Kawasaki were able to work together to get back in front. And again, we're seeing that already today, where they're starting to pull away a little bit coming out of the Octopus. They're going to come into your camera here momentarily, but you're going to see that they've got about a 4.5-5 car length lead over the 3rd place car of Sam Schechter, and then a little bit further back is when you're going to see that 32 of Steven Samet. Again, those top 4 drivers, along with Kyle Robertson. We were having dinner with a group of people, and they were really praising Kyle Robertson, getting better and better as the weekend has gone on. And again, to see Kyle Robertson finishing up in the top 5 here the last couple of days, that just means that driver is starting to get a lot more experience in this SRF.
Yeah, indeed. And so we see him there leading that 3rd group, along with Mike Thomas, John Dole, Jason Pintar as well. Pintar also yesterday had some challenges early on during the day, fell victim to some contact going into turn 5. I'm sure he's looking for a little redemption. He currently runs in 8th position.
You know, a couple of the other drivers here that we saw yesterday that had some challenges during both of those races yesterday. The 56, Jason Pintar, had a little bit of a problem going through there. Really down in turn 5, it seems this group here, Greg, really had the hardest time yesterday in that very first race when they would come over the hill out of turn 4 down. The car gets to the left. You got to move it back over to the right before you can get back into that hard left-hander in turn 5. It becomes a little bit, we talked about that this morning with Danny Richardson. You've got the heavier cars do it. These, you would think that they would be able to do it a little bit easier, and it just doesn't seem like that was happening.
Yeah, and as you can see there, though, Brian, it is almost 10 degrees warmer than when we had our first race of the day. And also quite a bit warmer from when these racers went out yesterday as well.
Right.
And these racers all are on a Spec Hoosier tire. They are technically not DOT-approved tires, but they do fire off quite a bit faster than some of the true slicks that our Formula cars were on just a few moments ago.
Right.
Oh, we've got a car off at turn
going
5.
off there. That actually may be Kyle Robertson. So again, the announcer's curse happens because John Dole was right
Sorry,
behind
Kyle.
him. We'll see if that is who that was. But yep.
There you go. Kyle Robertson in the white number 25 machine, just confirmed by our corner workers there that he is indeed the driver that went off, and he's going to lose a number of positions there as we think that John Dole and Mike Thomas, possibly Pintar as well, may have gotten around. Should note that on the last lap, Steve Samet was your fastest racer with a time of 1:26.766.
We got 1:26.042 on that last lap that he ran. Looks like Kyle Robinson's really, Greg, only going to lose one position, and that was to John Dole. Again, they were nose to tail coming through turn 5, so I don't think he really lost. He didn't lose the position to Thomas, but now Thomas is 2 seconds back behind him, so he's got to work hard to get back in front of Dole. But with him going off there in turn 5, that's allowed our front 4 to pull away a little bit further because you've got Dole going to have to get on the brakes there and make that evasive move to the driver's left in order for that to not have some contact.
And there you can see the gap now, almost 20 car lengths from our top 4. Colasacco, our new leader, Matt Harrison, Sam Schechter, and Steve Samet back to Dole and Robertson, who are both alone there. Mike Thomas, Jason Pintar, although they put in their fastest laps, that last time by was almost 4/10 slower than Robertson and Dole just ahead.
Yeah. Pretty good battle going on for 10th on back 2 with Keith Frazier in the 7, Jeffrey Valentino, John Ryan, Michael LaMena, and Andrew Waldorf. They're within less than 9/10 of a second between each other, almost like our front 4, where they were nose to tail. Those guys are nose to tail as well. So again, you've got several different groups, several different packs as this race continues on within this class, which is what we normally see here. Our front 4 guys, they've started to separate a little bit as they came by the start and finish line. You can see Colasacco there. The 2 closest ones are Harrison and Schechter, who they've raced against each other all year long. You've got Steve Samet, but John Dole and Kyle Robertson, now they start to settle down and stay nose to tail. As long as Robertson doesn't try to make a pass on Dole, they should be able to run up and catch Steve and Samet in that 32 machine within the next lap.
As we move a little bit further back in the field there, we look side by side. Brian, who was that?
That was actually the battle that I was talking about. That's actually Frazier and Valentino. I think Valentino ended up going down there. So it looks like we got some. And Greg, we're getting the possible contact there with Valentino in the 68 machine. The blue car that they're referring to, that may be Keith Frazier, because that's where they were side to side going down, coming out of turn 3 up over the hill. So it may be that may be in the white and blue car of Keith Frazier. Yeah, so we'll see.
All right, and so at least one of those cars now has retired, and we'll get the number on the retiree in just a moment. And it sounds like Valentino did continue, and indeed, Brian, as we watch now as Frazier drops through the order, Keith Frazier, the number 7 machine, now back behind the wall, his day done.
Yep. Keith is out of the car and behind the Armco, so. Again, we saw both of those drivers coming out of turn 2, headed down in turn 3.
Already side by side, and there wasn't a lot of room between them.
And that narrows down almost so tight there that it is almost impossible to get 2 cars, side by side going through that. And just, product of 2 drivers wanting to have the same position at the same time. But it looks like we're going to leave that car there. It is well off the racing surface. We'll move that. Again, we've got Keith Frazier out along that.
All right, as our leader is now coming towards the bridge, and there we go as they come underneath and through the final corner and onto the front straight to complete lap number 6, now working lap number 7 of 20.
We talked about, our leaders having a pack, and then you drop back to Dole Robertson having a pack. The driver that's just having a normal Sunday drive right now is Mike Thomas in the 54.
Yeah.
He is all by himself. There is 3 seconds in front of him and almost 4 seconds behind him.
And there he is as he just comes over the crest of the hill there at turn 3, all by his lonesome. As we jump back to our leaders coming through turn 5.
There's the Dole. That's the Robertson machine. Here comes Thomas now, going through turn 5, and then you've got Jason Pintar coming up there, and then you got Jisoo Kim, which Jisoo Kim is 4.5 seconds back behind Jason Pintar. Then you get back into the Jeffrey Valentino in the 68, the John Ryan and the Michael LaMena battle going on. Again, that's another battle where you have, as well as Andrew Waldorf, they're within a second of each other, so that's another pack of 4 that is racing as well. It spreads out a little bit when they come out of 6 and get down into the entry into the Octopus, but then they tend to kind of come back together as they get through the back half of this race course and then out of turn 12 down the front straight. Word of note, Kyle Robertson was able to pass John Dole again. So again, move Kyle Robertson back up into that top 5 position, Greg, up into 5th. So where he had that spin early on, John Dole got around and didn't lose too much ground. Good little battle going on here. A little bit further back, I believe that may be, I've got the car listed as 18, but I don't see an 18 on here. We'll have to pick out which one it is.
Okay.
I think that may be supposed to be the 79 machine.
Right.
We'll have to see, but I think that's between the 79 of Alan Rothman and the 71 of Ron Reese.
Is that
I think.
that might be this pack coming through 5 now. Although it sounds like we've got a local caution over, well, I had a local caution over turn 4. That car is now continued. And from the looks of it, just had at least one driver run through the dust and the dirt. Look at that, Brian. You go through the dust and dirt over by the Octopus, and our camera actually works for an extra 2 seconds.
Well, it picks up the dust.
Yes.
Right. Maybe we need to start having some more motion go through there in order to pick that up. Tell you what, Greg, let's jump back up if we can. Let's go and get ready to turn into turn 5. Our leaders should be coming down the hill momentarily, coming into your camera view. And that is Joe Calasacco, Harrison, Schechter, and Salmon. There they are right there.
With Harrison,
they have gotten tighter. With now Harrison
jumping to the lead.
Right.
When we completed this previous lap, when we completed lap 9, Calasacco was your leader. So Harrison now retakes the lead, moving Calasacco back to second with Schechter and Samet running 3rd and 4th.
Yep.
And the way you can tell the difference between Schechter and Samet's car, Samet has the blue with the black nose, as opposed to just the all blue nose of the 55.
Yep.
As we catch them coming through the Octopus now, as they're out of the Octopus, they're coming up on some slower traffic. As we see that car come through the final corner now, and here come our leaders.
Yeah, they're going to come up on the 71 there, Ron Reese. So again, and they are just completed their 10th lap here. So we are at halfway in this SRF event.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Race group number 4. That's approved touring production STL, T4, and some others. Please head to the grid now. You are scheduled to be the last race before lunch. Race group number 4. Improved touring, B-Spec, production, STL and T4. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. There's Jason Pintar living a lonely life as well now, as Pintar's got about a 3.5 second gap ahead of him, and then about another 8 seconds back to Jisoo Kim, who's in that yellow number 11 car. They're running 8th and 9th currently on the field.
And the battle that I was talking about earlier on that I saw, Greg, that is actually with the 5 of Mike Kosu, and then the one where I couldn't make out where it looked like it was an 18. This is actually the 48 of Dan Iacovelli. So those guys have been kind of nose to tail. Just up in front of them, you got a good little battle with Andrew Waldorf and Chris Current. That's for 13th and 14th. And then the 15th, 16th is Kosu and Iacovelli. So a couple good battles going on here. Here comes our leaders now coming out of turn 12, headed down past the start-finish line. Now give the lead there to Joe Calasacco, and then Sam Schechter is now second. So Mac Harrison falling all the way back to third after getting the lead. Yeah, after getting the lead over Calasacco the last time by, somewhere between turns 1 and turn 5 when we looked out the window.
All right, and we'll see here because Calasacco over the course of the entire weekend has had quite a bit more pace than Sam Schechter, and I think we're seeing that already, Brian, as they came out of turn 3, and we'll see it now as they come into 5, where Calasacco now opening up about a 7-car length advantage over Sam Schechter, and it just looks like Mac Harrison and Steven Samet are kind of bottled up behind the 55 car.
Definitely not on their track record pace from yesterday, which is owned now by Joe Calasacco. So again, not in there where they need to be. Although I think Mac Harrison may now have that record. 125.714. So yeah, actually Mac Harrison said it yesterday afternoon. So Mac Harrison is your track record holder there in SRF Jet 3. So.
And we see here where now Joe Calasacco coming up on that slower traffic ahead, and he's really started to drop second, third, and fourth.
Well, Greg, you're going to see and maybe Steven Samet there. You're going to see Steven Samet's going to get ahead of Mac Harrison. I'm wondering if Mac Harrison may have an issue with that car because as they came by the start-finish line and I looked out the window, Mac Harrison had his hand up waving Steven Samet to go by.
Yeah.
Maybe they think that either he either has a problem with that car,
or he thinks Samet has a better chance to
going
pull.
a little bit faster to get the pull,
yeah.
so that him and Schechter can work to try to catch Joe Calasacco, because they're starting to come up into, like we said, some of the lap traffic here. You start coming in and catch them at the wrong angles. Next thing you know, that lead becomes bigger and bigger. So maybe they think they're a little bit faster, as you just said.
Yeah. Although that gap, it didn't take long, but it has really started to open up, Brian, here as Calasacco at the stripe, who just reset his personal best lap at a 126.2, had expanded his advantage over Mac Harrison to almost a 1.5 seconds.
Right.
And we're then looking at quite a bit more now back to Samet and Schechter. Samet and Schechter.
Yep. Now we're going to go, again, we're coming up on the Aaron Meisner machine there, and that kind of held it up even more, Greg, as they came out of 12 and down the front stretch. You had Aaron Meisner trying to move over to driver's right, and you had Mac Harrison along with Steven Samet. Mac Harrison really had nowhere to go and ended up going 3 wide with Aaron Meisner and Steven Samet. So now Mac Harrison's going to end up back up in the second place. You know, that if that was the plan to allow Steven Samet to go ahead of it, that didn't work because of the Aaron Meisner on the end of the last lap.
It may not have been the plan, but it somehow ended up working out that way.
And Mac's been known to take care of a little bit of tires halfway during a longer race and then save the car a little bit.
For the end.
It's amazing that all of a sudden, you know, you could have Schechter come out and then you'd be, Next thing you know, Mac Harrison's right on his back bumper. There's a group that was a little bit further back, Greg. We'll have to listen to the radio. But there was a little bit group further back, and I think Aaron Meisner was in that group, where they ended up going three wide in turn 5, and coming up through turn 6, somebody dropped some wheels on the driver's right. I'm not sure if there's anybody down there that will pick that up, but I can see the dirt still kind of kicking up. But as they were 3 wide, there was some dirt kicked up on driver's right.
Driver's right, yeah. All right, here is our leaders are coming underneath the bridge now. There is Joe Colasaco, your leader. And now opening up probably almost 15 car lengths on our second place car, Mac Harrison. Although Harrison just turned in the fastest lap of the race, Brian, as he turns in a 1:25.96.
Getting word that looks like Phil Ackley may have dropped some wheels in that 4 run, in that red machine, that red and black machine.
And it's been a difficult weekend for Phil. We talked about this yesterday, Brian, that this may be his very first time racing, at least racing a Spec Racer Ford here.
Yeah, I don't think he's been here in quite some time.
No.
I mean, it's been years. The first time he's racing that. Again, Phil just started racing these things a couple years ago. Was really not, racing the whole year with these. So again, he still understands. Spent a lot of time in Baby Grands racing in some other cars that he has. Getting involved in this. In these SRF Gen 3s, really kind of enjoys it. But again, he's still learning. When I went to driver school, Phil was my first instructor along with Dave.
Yeah, Dave Parker,
Dave Parker. And Phil has actually come and asked me some questions about it. I'm like, well, wait a minute, I don't know anything about about the SRF Gen 3s, but I do know a lot about driving certain racetracks.
Well, and this is, it's interesting that you talk about when Phil is behind the wheel and he's just learning a new car, because this is his 50th year of racing with the Sports Car Club of America. Several New England championships, 1975, 76, and 77. Many Mid-Atlantic road racing championships, primarily in SPU, as he raced the Baby Grand for a number of years. Still has a track record at Pocono and SPU. Interesting that he used to race with Paul Newman, with Bob Tullius, with Bob Sharp as well. Hey, that's what Phil grew up and started racing, and he's still racing with us today. And having talking to Phil always, he is one of the brightest shining lights in the paddock always, and belies his age. I mean, he is. He is spry, like somebody much younger than you or I.
Right. Doesn't matter whether he finishes first or whether he finishes 21st. No. He comes off the racetrack. He's always got a smile. He's always learning. That is what Phil likes to do, and teaching the younger drivers as we go. Tell you what, Greg, we've got 4 laps left to go here. We talked about Mac Harrison a moment ago, where he had dropped back and was waving Steven Salmon off. Well, now that gap between our leader with Joe Colasaco and Mac Harrison, that is now only 0.5 of a second. Not the last lap, but the lap before, his 15th lap, he set his personal best and the best lap of the race at a 1:25.625, which is 1/10 off of the track record.
Pension in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group 4, improved touring production, B-Spec, STL T4, and a few others. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, you are scheduled to be the last race before lunch. Group 4 to the grid, please.
We'll keep an eye on that Mac Harrison battle, as I believe when they come by the next time here, we'll see whether or not that gap's a little bit closer. But like I said, he had narrowed that down to 0.5 of a second. It was as much as 1.3 seconds a couple laps ago. So as they come out and coming up underneath the bridge and coming down through there, yeah, you're going to see it. That lead has been evaporated.
There you go.
Again, that is a Mac Harrison, I think, plan where you get midway through this race, you don't push the issue. You're set on being consistent with those lap times. You save those tires towards the end, and you can see it now.
And here they come out of turn 1 with your leaders Harrison and Colasacco separated by all of about 2 feet, maybe.
And we'll take a look here, Greg. But as we look down into turn 5, or right down through there, I think Mac Harrison has
is your
gotten
new leader.
around. Yeah,
Yes,
I
indeed.
think Mac Harrison has gotten around Joe Colasacco in that number 30 machine. Headed down into turn 5, and indeed he has. He has gotten around Joe Colasacco. So again, we talked about it. Taking a couple laps here, let your tires cool off, stay consistent with your timing in your runs and hitting your marks, and that has now proved beneficial to move Mac Harrison up front. And Greg, if we go down into turn 5, you're going to see a lot of smoke right there. That's just outside the screen there. That is
Brian.
That is actually Kyle Robertson and John Dole again. That have gone out. I think that was more of, if you go off, I'm going off, because I'm looking right into your car. That's how close they were going down there. And so again, Kyle Robertson, now John Dole is another product of Kyle Robertson going off. They had continued on. Nobody spin. They just went really wide on the exit of 5, got over into the dirt, into the sand and everything, and have taken off. So we'll see. We'll see, because here they come now. They're coming up underneath the bridge and down into turn 12. So Mac Harrison and them already down into turn 1 and through turn 1. But here they come, and you can see John Dole's front of that car. It's dirty.
It's very dirty.
It's got some dirt and some. His car is now not red on the front. It is now brown from the dust and the dirt. Yep. Both of those 2 cars going off.
All right, so let's pick up our leaders, Brian, because the next time they cross the stripe, they're going to get the one to go. They're going to get the white flag.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not Mac Harrison's able to open that up a little bit as they go down into the Octopus right now. It is about a half a car length between Harrison and Colasacco, and you're right, they're going to get the one to go board next time they come by through this, and they're going to come up on some lap traffic here that's going to play a factor in this race again as well as they come through there. They're just now getting ready to come out of the Octopus right now. They're going to come back on, I believe that is actually the Dan Iacovelli and the Mike Kosu's machine coming up through there.
Let's see, and there they are in that pack coming through turn 10, Brian, and they've got 2 cars directly ahead of them. Let's take a look and see how they deal with this as they go down into turn number 1. They'll be now in this next pack coming through this group of 4 cars as they try to make their way up the hill. It is, and it looks like Harrison, Brian, has lost the lead to Joe Colasacco. Colasacco is second in that group. Harrison's 4th in that group as they're making their way down towards, actually, I guess we just lost them here. We'll get them coming into turn 5.
I tell you what, Joe Colasacco used Dan Iacovelli as a pick against Mac Harrison as they came by the start-finish line and went down as they went out of the camera view on the entry. They ended up using, as I said, Iacovelli as a pick, and Colasacco was able to get underneath all of them, and that just helped him launch off that corner.
Exactly, and now Harrison has not been able to find a way around Iacovelli, at least as they came into turn 5. We'll watch them as they come through 7 and into the Octopus.
Yeah, let's go to turn 5. We've got a car that is spun down into turn 5 right there. That does not look like that is one of the leaders there. We're going down. That is a crimson colored car. We'll see which one that is. But I think they were already past that.
They were already down.
So.
As a matter of fact, Brian, they should be coming out of the Octopus now, and I'm getting word that Mac Harrison has made a pass on Joe Colasacco.
Now, Colasacco is actually going to pull this one off, Greg. Colasacco just took the checkered flag over Mac Harrison and Steven Salmon and with Sam Schechter.
All right, so there you go. Colasacco taking the win in Spec Racer Ford. Mac Harrison second. Steve Samet and Sam Schechter. Schechter finishing just off the podium. Kyle Robertson should be the next racer to cross the line. There he goes, almost 14 seconds back from our top 4. John Dole in the 18 car now comes across, should be coming out of the Octopus here in just a moment. But John Dole was 7th when our final lap began. but he gives up a position now to Jason Pintar because
No,
I think
so
he's the one
that spun
that's
down there
over at
five.
turn 5.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. So he is going to fall all the way back, not complete that last lap.
Yeah, so that moves Pintar up to 7th. Jisoo Kim will finish in 8th. Jeffrey Valentino will finish 9th, and rounding out your top 10 is Mike LaMena. All right, let's make a call to the grid for our next group, Brian. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4. B-Spec, Improved Touring, Production, STL, T4, and some others. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4. Please head to the grid. This is your final call. You'll be on track in just a few moments for what should be the last race of the morning. All right, we are going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more action from New Jersey Motorsports Park, where you're watching the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna LaMena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com. Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna LaMena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
And welcome back, everybody, to New Jersey Motorsports Park. It is the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA, part of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and the United States Touring Car Championship. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati, and next up is going to be our, I guess we could call it our small bore group, Brian. It's production classes, improved touring classes, STL, T4, and in addition to that, we also have, I think, some Spec Boxsters and a couple other cars as they're heading down the pit lane now to start what will be the first of, hey, that camera's almost working again, which will be the first of two pace laps for them. And that is because the opening pace lap, Brian, is going to be a remembrance and a celebration of one of our members who we lost just recently. Matter of fact, here is the front of the field should be going down into turn one now. You'll see the field leaving the pole position open for Bruce Marshall. Today, because we honor the life and memory, he's a longtime member of both the South Jersey region, Brian, as well as the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Bruce Marshall, who left us just a few short weeks ago. He was age 80, and he, as well as his lovely wife, Sue, will be remembered for creating endless, wonderful memories with his racing family. And in the time-honored tradition of racers, our competitors in this race will drive the first of two pace laps in what is known as a missing man formation, as our pole sitter, Chris Childs, will drop back and leave his spot open for Bruce. And you may see many of our volunteers and racing family trackside here today waving flags in Bruce's honor. And while Sue worked on the emergency services and EV teams with the SCCA, Bruce was a national flagging and communications license holder who loved his craft, flagging for many organizations over the years, including the SCCA. Bruce manned a station up and down the East Coast, keeping racers safe at Pocono, at New Hampshire, at Watkins Glen and Lime Rock, at Summit Point, and of course here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Growing up in Pennsylvania and living for many years in West Virginia, Bruce was always there to lend a helping hand, both at the track and away, even if it was only to hold a flashlight at dark 30 on a rainy night. And that ethos shone through as he did more than just flag at events. Bruce also crewed for Steve Limbert's GT2 and E production racing efforts, helping the longtime local legend to many race wins. Away from tracks, Bruce had an enduring love of H.O. Gage model trains, no doubt spurred on by his Pennsylvania upbringing. And he is always, for me, Brian, at racetracks, I can remember many nights, the big EV parties and flagger parties at the Labor Day Double, where Bruce and his lovely wife Sue were the life of the party. We know that John McCauley, who's here crewing this weekend, he and his wife Lisa spent many a winter at Walt Disney World with Bruce and Sue, and his family and his memory will live on for so long. So please help us. Please join us in honoring Bruce's legacy. Bruce's legacy. So as our racers, our volunteers, and our racing family also honor the life of Bruce Marshall, may his memory always be a blessing. All right, and so our first pace lap now is complete, and again, we want to thank you all for helping honor the life of Bruce Marshall. And now our pole sitter, Chris Childs, will resume his position as our pole sitter, Brian, as our field starts to get underway for the first pace lap. So let me run down the starting order. Starting on the pole, as we mentioned, out of Purcellville, Virginia, driving his Mazda Miata in the STL class, it's Chris Childs. Ted Cahall will start on the outside of the front row. Also in an STL Mazda Miata, he's from Christiansburg, Virginia. Mark Cefalo in a Touring 4 Mazda MX-5, scheduled to start on the inside of row number 2. And starting to the outside of row number 2, likely not starting there today because he's standing right beside us here in the announce booth. We'll bring him in just a few moments. Deacon Greenfield's Honda CRX out of Bristow, Virginia. Graham Fuller, scheduled to start 5th today in his GT Light Toyota Tercel, alongside Jeremy Butts starting in 6th in the number 69 T4 Mazda Miata. Steve Moeller starting 7th. He's in the number 49 ITS Mazda with Brian Hune in the number 123 STL Mazda Miata, scheduled to start 8th. Scheduled to start 9th, Bob Cahall in his number 178 STL Mazda Miata with Jason Livingood in the number 77 STL Mazda Miata, starting 10th. Then we've got Spike Benning starting 11th today. He's I believe our sole F production racer in a Mazda Miata. That's the number 36 car with Mitch Redding in his STL Mazda Miata, scheduled to start 12th. Then we've got the ITA pole sitter, the number 31 Mazda Miata of Joel Gambino, with our H production pole sitter Rick Benazik in his first-gen Honda CRX, scheduled to start 14th. Troy McBain starting 15th in the number 171 H production Honda Fit, with Michael Thompson in his Spec Boxster starting 16th. Then we got Chuck Allard starting 17th in his H production Porsche with Jennifer Rome, scheduled to start 18th in her Touring 4 Scion FRS. And then we've got Matt Small, our sole ITB racer, scheduled to start 19th in his Volkswagen Golf, and Dan Freeman in his ITA Mazda Miata, starting in 20th. All right, as the field now coming through the Octopus, we'll run through a few more drivers as we've got Roger Welling in his SPU Nissan 200SX starting 21st, and then our 4 drivers in the B-Spec field starting 22nd, Joe Plunkett in a Mini Cooper. Yesterday's winner in his Mini Cooper, Tanzel Kozuluk, starting 2nd in B-Spec, then James Nur and Mark Wheaton. Nur in a Mazda 2, Wheaton in a Mini Cooper. As the field now comes underneath the bridge towards turn 13, and we are getting ready, Brian, now the pace car on the pit road as the field now led by Chris Childs comes along onto the front straight, and green flag is in the air, and a great start there for Chris Childs, Brian.
Tell you what, got a one heck of a run right there on that start. Coming across the start-finish line. And again, he is now, and I'm going to say this, Deacon's probably going to lean over. He is the new track record holder in STL.
Sorry, Deacon.
As I get the thumbs up here from Deacon. But I tell you what, Chris Childs looked like he was shot out of a cannon right there, Deacon, because he really got a good start on that opening start.
Yeah, Chris has been a tough competitor all season to keep up with in a straight line. He's got a great motor that they've developed for many, many years now, and keeping up with that off the punch is very difficult. And that was part of my strategy yesterday to try to keep behind. But keeping up with Chris is a whole different ballgame.
You know, when the group came out yesterday in the afternoon, it was more later in the evening. So the temperatures were starting to come down, and we saw Chris and Mark Cephalo in that 00 in that T4 machine really kind of pull away from pretty much everybody else and be able to set that time. And it wasn't until they got to the back half of the field when they got into the traffic where they really had to maneuver, and that allowed Chris to really close in on Cephalo before Cephalo take the overall lead in that T4 machine.
Yeah, small bar has been really jam-packed this week, I should say this weekend, with all types of classes and all types of speeds. So it's nice to have Mark Cephalo in that T4 car be able to run the same times with the STL cars as we have our top 3 all come around on the start-finish straight with Ted. Seeming to give Chris a good bump. Whether he makes a decision into turn 1, I can't completely see. Looks like Chris still leads into turn 1.
Well, I think if you look there on that monitor in front of you, you're going to be able to see where Chris is still going to be able to lead over Ted in that 182. And I know Chris had a spin early yesterday afternoon with some of the lap traffic trying to get involved in that race between him and Ted early on. So again, everybody going to try to use as much of the racetrack as possible going through here. But Chris and Ted seem like they're doing really, really well working together, as it seems like there's some dust fire up down there.
And it looks like we also have the machine of
that's
the
Carolyn
Broing machine off in turn 5 safely at the tire wall. Not sure what the problem is there yet.
Yeah,
but glad to see she's out safe.
Yeah, and she had some issues with that car yesterday where she brought it in early. We thought the issues were with her leg and her ankle.
Right.
And maybe it was due to injury, but apparently that car having some issues here early on in today's race as well.
Yeah, she's left the car there just past the worker. She's walked around, and again, it's a slow walk because she's having to walk with that ankle brace on, and that does hurt, especially when you're in the car.
All right, as our leaders now coming underneath the bridge here and into turn 13 to complete lap number 2. And it is still Chris Childs, your leader, with Ted Cahall second. That is the battle for the lead in STL. Then we've got Mark Cephalo, and making up some ground pretty quickly. It took a little bit longer for him to get some heat in the tires, is Graham Fuller, our GTL leader.
I think what ended up happening there is Graham Fuller was able to get it because he had a big piece of cake last night over there at the Lamena's tent. So I think he's got that working where he really needs to get going. But you're right, Greg, and I'll tell you what, Deacon, as this track starts to warm up now, this is the group that's really going to have the optimal temperature of the racetrack and of the cars. You've still got the cooler temperatures for the motor, but the heat for the tires and the brakes and everything are starting to come up. We could see some even faster lap times here with Childs and Ted Cahall as they start to maneuver through this racetrack.
The new improvements made to this track have made significant ability to bring those times down, so I don't doubt that.
Attention in the paddock with Glenn Cordova, driver of the number 41 Formula Continental. Please report to the chief steward and impound. Glenn Cordova, driver of the number 41 Formula Continental, please report to the chief steward in impound.
We got one car coming down pit road right now, and I believe that's actually going to be the 142 there of Frank Carmore in that ITB, in that Porsche, in that 924S.
924,
and indeed it is him. So.
Yeah, and that's the other 924. Of course, we also have Chuck Allard racing his Porsche 924 and ITB. Yes, Brian.
Yeah, if we could go to turn one here right now, you're going to see this group. There it is. There's our overall leaders. There's Chris Childs. Now Mark Cefalo has gotten around both Ted Cahall, and Graham Fuller is putting a lot of pressure now on Ted Cahall in that STL. Again, GTL versus STL, but Graham Fuller, the last 2 laps, gentlemen, he has gone the fastest lap of the race, both of the last 2 laps. So lap 2 he was set the fastest lap, and now even lap 3. So again, you know what? If you want to go fast in your race car, you got to go get some championship cake the night before, because that seems like that has really gotten into Graham Fuller.
I mean, obviously the little Toyota Tercel that Fuller is driving, it is a silhouette body on a tube frame, incredibly light, much lighter than the Mazdas, and the slick tires. There's quite a bit more grip there on what is a fully custom suspension than the Mazda Miatas. And although it's spinning a much lower displacement motor, I think only a 1300cc motor in that car. Of course, Graham Fuller was your 2023 national champion in GT Light and finished 3rd this year at the national championship runoffs just 2 weeks ago at Road America.
And Greg, I do believe that's a new GTL track record. I believe it was set to a 32.1 yesterday by Graham, and now he seemed to drop it down to a 30.1 with a 2-second gap. So using that draft he's getting from the STL leaders and Mark Cefalo in the T4 cars really helping out.
Yeah, indeed. As boxy as that little Tercel looks, it's it has much less ground clearance than any of the Miatas there, and it is very, very low to the ground.
Well, he's definitely dropped that from Paul Saltanis was here in July and set that at a 136.9. He just went 130.128. He dropped it by 6 seconds.
Yeah, and I don't believe Graham was here for the Jersey
Not
Major,
here in July, right?
for the Jersey Devil Majors, as he ran was running primarily on the Super Tour events, and he's starting to drop a little bit off with the Mazda machines up ahead at this point.
You know, Greg, I tell you what, they're just now coming out of the Octopus, getting ready to come up under turn 12, and that's that B-Spec race we watched all day yesterday.
All right.
In the we have James Kohler now back in that car. Remember, yesterday afternoon we had Nur in there, and now we have Kohler back in this car. Again, he's leading Tanzo Kozoluk, who picked up his first win yesterday.
That's right.
Over Mark Wheaton.
Another one of my students.
Yesterday, but again, they're pretty close. Tanzel is about 2.5 seconds behind James Kohler in that 95 machine, but Mark Wheaton is putting pressure on there in order to finish that, get into that B-Spec.
Yeah, and as we watch there, as they came out of turn 1 and started to head up the hill, a little bit of a gap there. We had Roger Welling's STU Nissan sitting right back behind the 95 machine of Kohler, so maybe making it a little bit more difficult for Kozoluk and Wheaton to make up some ground on that 95.
Yeah. And Greg, real quick, as we were looking at that, we now have a new overall leader with Mark Cefalo in that 00 machine. Was able to get that pass done through the Octopus, really coming out underneath that bridge when he made that pass over Chris Childs. But where we saw Graham Fuller there, Deacon, start to fall back, as Greg was talking about, he actually now is right back in the thick of this thing for the overall because he got a good run last time coming out there as Chris Childs was, and Cefalo were side by side.
They're all pretty evenly spaced out now. Ted's a little closer to Chris than the other two are in front and behind, but Chris putting on the headlights, I believe, to try to maybe intimidate Cefalo a little bit, but that lead seems to be growing a little more and more exponentially, so we'll have to see if he makes up the difference.
Getting word, we had Roger Welling in that SPU machine in that number 70 who went 4 off just on the outside of the Octopus. He's continued on, but he's going to fall back in front of our B-Spec race, Greg. They're going down into turn 1. Here comes our overall leaders, and Deacon, you're right. As you said, they're all pretty much evenly spaced out, but they're going to come back on that B-Spec class with Kohler, with Wheaton, and with Kazeluk. And I tell you what, Greg, that is within a second of each other now.
Yeah, and there they are there as they're coming through turn 1. And again, our leaders, Cephalo and Childs and K-Hall coming up pretty close behind. Here's that B-Spec battle. And then Mark Cephalo with the headlights on, shining the way as they head down head up that little straight into turn 4. So let's go take a look at turn 5 where we'll see them come into view next here and really starting to tighten up as they come through turn 5 and as they're going to head over towards turn 7. Cephalo is going to be right there. We'll have to see if he can, if he's got the pace coming down into turn 7, going into the Octopus, and whether he can get clear of them.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be able to get through all three of them. They're all, Mark Cephalo, Chris Childs, Ted, now them. They're going to go drivers right, and everybody, all the B-Spec class, they're going to stay drivers left going in there. So it's not really a close too wide. Then you've got 7-0 of Welling in there. They're kind of come through there. So
very important zone. We also have a local yellow right on the outside of the Octopus. I believe that's the GTL machine of Stevenson.
Yeah,
right.
I think that's green. I can see it from here out the window.
That is a very critical yellow zone because coming out of the Octopus, you're building all that momentum up. Can be a very opportunistic passing zone. So that's going to be really tricky for Ted to wanting to build all that momentum out of the Octopus and try to catch Chris.
Yeah, matter of fact, we just saw as they came out of turn 12. Where our fourth place runner Graham Fuller was essentially right in the middle of the B-Spec race because of that loss of momentum coming out of the Octopus. He had to wait until they got onto the front straight to try and work clear of them. But in doing that, and also now we see that B-Spec battle, it's opened up what was about a half a car length separating each one of them, has now opened up to about 2 or 3 car lengths. And more importantly, or just as importantly, it looks like the Nissan had a pretty poor run out of turns 1 and 3, Brian, and he is now slotted in right into the middle of the B-Spec race.
Yeah.
I believe that might have affected Graham Fuller as he's fallen off almost a full turn now from Ted K-Hall, and as Cephalo go into turn 7, I don't think Graham's going to be able to catch up all the way until into the Octopus.
Yeah, also got an earlier call too with Bob K-Hall went 4 off there, so he's dropped back a little bit further now too. So he's going to be back in he's right behind Jeremy Butt, so he ended up going two wheels off there over in turn 11.
Let's see if we can pick up the battle in ITA. Joel Gambino and Dan Freeman, the last time they crossed the stripe, they were only about 2 car lengths apart, Brian. And Deacon right behind Brian Hughes, STL Miata, and I think they're coming into
turn 6. Turn 6, Greg. They just went into turn 6.
So if you pick up turn 7, you may be able to pick them up there going down.
Let's see a blob that will appear for half a second.
It'll be 2 blobs that will look together.
Yeah, matter of fact, there they are right now. And a little bit further behind, I think that's Rick Benazik's Honda CRX. We'll try and pick them up here as they come into turn 12 in just a moment.
Well, sorry, Deacon. I was going to say, we were looking at yesterday with that ITA battle, and there was almost a 6-second gap from qualifying even into the race between Gambino and Dan Freeman. So now Dan Freeman really pushing Joel Gambino. Neither one of them raced in the afternoon race yesterday,
which was a non-Mars race.
Right. So now they are. Joel Gambino picked up yesterday morning's race, and then Dan Freeman was a little bit further back. Now Dan Freeman's got that thing under control a little bit more to try to catch him.
I was able to talk to Dan yesterday, just being fellow competitors. He had an issue in qualifying where I believe he had a puddle on the grid, and they believed it might have been some fluid, but it ended up just being water. So he really didn't get any good times because he was so late in the traffic. But so this is a very impressive drive to be so close to Joel. And going into this race, I believe the point deficit is 250 points.
It was 250 coming into the day, exactly. And apparently Dan Freeman goaded Joel Gambino into coming down here this weekend, as Dan was telling us multiple times on Friday evening.
Well, I think that, Dan was like, look, if you don't go, right, then I end up winning the championship because I'm going to get the 300 points for the win on Sunday, and that's going to make a big deal. And I think Joel kind of looked at it and said, you know what, all right, let's go. I don't want to, just give it to you. Let's make you earn it.
Right.
And right now, Dan Freeman's having to earn that championship, trying to get as close as he can to Joel Gambino. Right now, Gambino's got that early lead on him. So, again, this would be for the championship at this point.
Yeah, and on that prior lap, Gambino was about 7/10 faster than Dan Freeman.
Got another car spinning down in there in the middle of the octopus. With that, we don't have you can just see it off to the freezing.
And Brian, that is Joel Gambino that just spun off. So just as we were talking about it, it's now your fault, and Dan Freeman is your new ITA leader.
Yeah, Freeman just now coming across the start-finish line, so
it's all your fault.
It's all my fault. So yeah, I said it well.
Well, even if we do finish the same result here, Joel still takes the championship. I believe. I don't think there's a big enough deficit
based on the win that he had yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah. I even think it's already probably locked up because he won yesterday, right? So those points go in.
He would have had a DNF today.
So he would have had to not even start in order for, well, I don't even know, because if it was 250 coming in, the max you can get is 300 points.
Right.
If he already beat him, and I don't know what the point structure was for yesterday for first versus second.
I think it's half of the feature points.
So 150 and then probably 125. That would put him up 275. It would be almost insurmountable where if Freeman didn't even show up today, then yeah, he would have gotten the 300 points. Gambino would have gotten the 0. He would have overleaped it. But just by starting this race and getting to halfway, that just means the championship should be Joel Gambino's at this point. And being that we are just now at halfway, now I think that that would be a completed race for Gambino if he needed to. But I think he's going to really try to run down Dan Freeman because, you looked at those. It's only about 10 seconds.
Yeah, he lost a little bit of time, but he's still out there.
It's about 25 seconds in between them. And again, with a halfway point, and he was clipping about a second and a half faster than Dan Freeman there a couple laps before. Because here comes Dan Freeman now. He's crossing the start-finish line. We'll see where Joel Gambino is, and I believe this is Joel Gambino coming out of turn 12
there
now,
he is right there.
So we'll see what that gap is underneath there. So it is 8.7 seconds. So this race still is not over in that ITA battle.
No, and again, as we saw there where Gambino is clocking at about at this point, he was actually 2.3 seconds faster than Freeman was, and if that's the case, actually on the last lap here, I take that back. He was 1.6 seconds faster. He may be able to make it up by the end of this race. We've got 9 laps remaining.
I think we may have had Steve Moeller, who I believe was in front of Jeremy Butts. I believe down in turn 5, went off driver's right on the outside there of the rumble strips into the dirt and able to continue. So looks like he's going to tuck right back underneath. He's going to tuck them behind Jeremy Butts.
Yeah, and there you go. That's the call that just came in over at turn 8 over by the entrance to the Octopus. And Moeller, I believe your only driver here this weekend running in ITS. Yeah. And so as he completed that lap finally, he finds himself now in 6th position.
So Deacon, talk about this coming out of turn 4 there. We were talking about Danny Richards a little bit with the heavier cars, but you being in this class, and we've seen a couple here and there, and even in the lighter cars. Coming out of turn 4, it's so much speed through there, and you've kind of got to get the car set up. The car wants to drift over to the driver's left. You got to bring it back to the driver's right in order to make sure that you get the turn into turn 5, that hard left in. What does that feel like, and how upsetting is that coming through turn 4 when you know the car's going to go left and you've got to get it back to the right and then get it back to the left again?
So it's going to be a little different for what Chris and Ted are experiencing with their rear-wheel drive Miatas, but at least with my front-wheel drive CRX, my attack plan for turn 4 was to go in and pitch it straight at the curb and keep as much throttle on as possible, because I actually want the rear to kick out there. And as soon as I get back on the throttle and get back to the pavement, then I can just stick up and go straight for the right and then go back to the left for turn 5. So, and I even got a lot of notes from people yesterday in the grandstand saying that I was 2 wheels over that curb. So really, and it's a testament to a couple corners here at Thunderbolt, but a lot of the corners here require a lot of commitment on the entry. And if you don't commit to the entry, then the entire corner is completely messed up. So if you don't know exactly how you're going to go into the corner, you're never going to get it right.
Greg, I tell you what, let's keep it on turn 12 coming up here if we can. Our B-Spec class is going to come back up again. And I tell you what, while we had some of the cars get in front of them, you're going to see James Kohler now. He's going to lead that B-Spec class, but we've got the number 2 right there of what's that? Right,
Mark Wheaton.
Mark Wheaton. I mean,
who got around 10th
right,
from Koziluk, I believe, on the last lap.
Right. So now and again, it's within a second of each other of all 3 of those. So again, as we saw yesterday, that B-Spec class is going to come down to the very end.
Yeah, they're tightening back up, and of course, B-Spec. It's always a challenge when you have a lot of the faster traffic working their way through, and in many cases, as they're just trying to pick their way and hoping not to impact the race, they end up having to literally park themselves in the middle of those races for a corner or two, and it spreads things out. And so, the B-Spec cars are always seemingly in that position of having to kind of try and rubber band their race back together.
Right.
As they go through turn 5 with about 3 car lengths separating each one of them. And, given the momentum that those cars carry, 3 car lengths is actually quite a bit because they're all very, very closely matched.
Right. One of the battles we thought we would see a little bit more would be in that T4 between Cephalo and Jeremy Butts. Again, 2 different models of the Mazda in that class, and I think that we saw, at the national championship runoffs, with the MX-5 that Cephalo was in, or the
RX-8.
The RX-8.
Yeah. He was testing it here during the majors, but he switched to the MX-5 for this race.
Right. Yeah.
And usually Jeremy Butts runs T4 with his NC, which he had here at the majors as well.
Right.
But this weekend he's in that NBSM that I believe
Spec
is
Miata,
managed by Windsor.
Which explains why we're seeing him. Yesterday, I think during the second race was about a minute back from Cephalo at the checker, and he's right there. Right now is where, as we've got 6 laps remaining, and we're at almost the 20-minute mark,
right,
which was the length of yesterday's race, and he is almost a full minute behind at this point. Should also mention in H production, Rick Benazik, your leader in that bright orange first-gen Honda CRX. Troy McBain running right now as McBain is on the front straight going down into turn 1. Now about 20 seconds in arrears, and I think Chuck Allard in his Porsche 924 now coming onto the front straight himself about 10 seconds back from there.
Yeah.
It's good to see Troy out there. I'm really rooting for him because yesterday after our race was over, he actually came by and was looking to borrow some brake pads. So I actually, so it turns out that the CRX brake pads use the same holes for the fit. So, and I believe he said he was using some street brake pad level. So he now has Carbotech XP12s on the front of that car, which so it's good to see him still out there.
We should have maybe, I was going to say, we should have maybe sent him over to Danny Puskar from G-Lock Brakes, who I know was here yesterday primarily as one of our SSM sponsors this year, but I know was walking the paddock, came up from Mooresville, North Carolina, and got a chance to talk to him again. Saw him at the runoffs as well.
Yeah, I got to speak with him last night. Chris Childs and I were standing there talking to him and talking about a few things, and so.
All right, let's take a look at this B-Spec race because it's really starting to tighten up again here, guys, as they're going to be coming down into turn 1 as, again, it is James Kohler in the number 95 Mazda 2, who is the car on driver's left there, as he's got, I think that was Joel Gambino coming underneath, but there he goes side by side. We had Wheaton and Koziluk coming through turn 1, and it looks like Wheaton was able to hold off yesterday's sprint race winner.
Well, Keselowski had the edge going into turn one.
He did.
And again, being that he's still so new at this, thought better of it, got out of it, and said, you know what, I'll follow you through there. Let's let Joel go through, and then let's you and I work together to try to get up to James Kohler in that 95 machine. That ended up being where he lost that momentum coming up over the hill, and you can see that now where
he's got about almost 10 car lengths.
Right, he's lost that battle with Wheaton a little bit further back, so now he's going to be, probably 6-7 car lengths back. By doing the right thing, cost him some time, but he still has time here with 5 laps left to go. Mark Cefalo coming by the start-finish line now, so it'll be 4 when he comes back by here, where he's able to be able to work to catch back up, and then hopefully those two can sit in draft and work to get back to James Kohler in that 95 machine.
And a very smart decision to let Joel go through in turn 2, being that it's a very, very difficult corner to go 2 cars through, being that it's a blind exit over a hill with a pretty severe curb on the outside. So good to see some strategically well-planned out moves there.
Yeah, and you can see that gap, and that gap has stayed the same through that whole entire lap. So we'll see as we've got Benazik getting ready to come up on the back bumper of that Kozolok machine. He may end up using Benazik as a little bit of a draft to catch back up.
He may, but I'll tell you from experience and having raced when the little Honda CRX, that orange CRX, which is the trailing car through there, very hard to catch a draft off of. It does not put a big hole in the air whatsoever.
Yeah. Well, now Benazik's in between those two, so we'll see what. And again, you've got Wheaton there. If he doesn't, give Benazik enough room, especially coming down the hill down into turn 5 right now. If Benazik tries to go underneath, that may slow him up. That's going to allow Kozolok to move up on there, and it does look like he's gained about a car length and a half through there.
Yeah, as Benazik, I think, was looking to go around the outside of the black Mini, and then kind of backed off at the end and gave the Mini the apex and let it through. But I think as they were trying to negotiate that entry, it allowed Kozolok to make up at least 2 car lengths on entry.
One car we haven't talked about pretty much, we mentioned a little bit yesterday, and the only car I believe here in the ITB is Matt Small in that Volkswagen Golf.
I believe there was a BMW 2002 here. I'm not sure of the name of the driver, but Matt is going for the championship in ITB for the Mars Series, and I'm not sure what happened to the BMW.
Yeah, it
yesterday.
never posted. Obviously, we had Frank Carmone in that black 924. We saw him come underneath. Laps, we saw him come down the pit lane a little bit earlier. And here, coming through turn 12 again, Kozolok trying to come underneath the black Mini. Let's take a look as they go down into turn 1, Brian, and whether he's able to make the pass stick. As I think this might be the death knell of fighting for the lead as the Mazda is starting to scoot away. But here they come into turn 1. Kozolok to the inside in the red machine, and it looks like he gets around Mark Wheaton going up the hill.
Yep. So a good pass right there. Again, ended up getting into the went a little bit deeper down into turn 1 than Wheaton did in that other Mini, and that actually helped propel him to get through that turn a little bit quicker. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to hold on to it when they come down into turn 5. And I do believe that he is going to right there. There you go. There you see it. And it's we talked about this yesterday. That B-Spec class and race, that's been around that 70 machine the entire weekend.
I was
of Roger
say,
Welling. It's that's a GTL machine. They've been all nose to tail the entire weekend long.
We've got another car off at the entry to the Octopus. I can't tell what car quite it is yet, but it looked to be possibly Joel Gambino again.
I don't know. We'll see here.
We'll see. But next time our leaders come by, that is going to be Mark Cefalo. Indeed, it's the 3-1. There you go. Indeed, it was Joel Gambino going around again, and he gets that car back underway to complete the lap. Next time Mark Cefalo comes by, Brian, he'll be getting the white. He'll be getting the white flag. 1 lap to go here at New Jersey.
Yeah. So we'll have to wait to see if when he comes around again. That B-Spec class is starting to shape up again for second place. So here comes the Butts. Here comes the Moeller race again. We saw them earlier on. Again, one's Moeller only running ITS, Jeremy running T4, but those two have been nose to tail kind of pretty much the entire time. And Moeller was ahead of him and then went off. Jeremy caught him, and then they've been kind of nose to tail the entire time.
Great job for battling so well here for Moeller. I was talking to him, this is his first weekend here at Thunderbolt. He has run over on the other Lightning course,
yeah.
yes,
Lightning.
but this is his first time on Thunderbolt, so he's been able to learn pretty quickly.
There goes Mark Cephalo now. He's getting the one to go. Flash the light to the starter saying acknowledge, and he gets it. Again, so we are working our last lap here in this group in that T4 machine.
Yeah, and there he is as he's opened up almost 6 seconds on Chris Childs now, who's just now coming through turn 1. There he is all by himself. I haven't covered him much today because, well, he's had it pretty easy. The next closest T4 machine, as we mentioned, Jeremy Butts, who is sitting down in 6th overall. Butts, as you mentioned, has had a nice little race with the
Moeller,
SPL machine or probably ITS machine of Moeller.
Dan Freeman's lead there over Gambino is now 17 seconds. But again, when you spin twice in the same spot, I guess that means he's hitting his mark.
That's right. All right, there's the B-Spec fight starting its final lap. And we've got, again, running in the lead in B-Spec. That is James Kohler in the number 95 Mazda. He's got Roger Welling and Tanzel Kozluk and Mark Wheaton about 15 car lengths back from there.
Yeah.
All right, as our leader now, Mark Cephalo coming into the final corner. There he is, and as he comes onto the front straight, checkered flag in the air, and taking the win in Touring 4 is Mark Cephalo. Chris Childs crosses the line, runs his fastest lap of the race. Runs his fastest lap of the race on the final lap. He will finish 2nd overall, takes the win in STL over Ted Cahall, who just now crosses the line about 17 seconds in arrears, Brian.
Yep. Here comes Graham Fuller, and then you got the Dan Freeman machine. That's going to be your ITA leader and winner right there. He's going to finish up picking up that win over Joel Gambino, but I still believe, as we were talking about earlier, I think Joel Gambino is going to pick up the points championship in that ITA class by virtue of finishing 2nd and getting a very good 360 view of the turn down there twice. So we'll make it 720, right? Let's pick up. I was going to say
we've got a pretty close battle between Butts and Moeller there. I think Butts got around using the B-Spec Mazda there to take position over Moeller.
Well, here comes the Mazda. Yep, I was going to say, Greg, real quick. Let's pick. Here comes out of turn number 12. Here comes the battle for 2nd in B-Spec. Mark Wheaton's going to try to pull off to driver's right, not going to hold. So Tanzel Kozluk's going to finish 2nd in back-to-back races, winning yesterday and then finishing 2nd.
Yeah. And we had it here. Eric Benazik goes flag to flag in H production, taking the win. Margin of victory about 18.5 seconds over Troy McBain. Chuck Allard about 8 seconds back from there. So a big spread out group there. In GT Light, of course, Graham Fuller was your winner. Serena Stevenson retired after only 4 laps. Spec Boxster, Michael Thompson out of the South Jersey region, your sole racer in the class. He finishes 1 lap down from our leader, from our overall winner, Cephalo. And then in ITB, Matt Small with the win as Frank Carmone retired after only 2 laps. And then, as you mentioned, in STL, Chris Childs, Ted Cahall, Robert Cahall, your top 3. And I think that wraps things up for our final race of the morning. Brian, I've already gotten word that our cars will be on course. Our next race, and here, let's bring up the schedule. Our next race is scheduled to be our 2nd of 3 bracket races here today. Our bracket cars, bracket drivers will be on course at 1:15 p.m. today, at 1:15. So again, race group number 7, you will be on track at 1:15 today, and then we'll wrap things up with our final 2 Mars feature races, and then our bracket racers will have 1 more crack at the apple, and they'll wrap up the day for us here from New Jersey Motorsports Park. So we're going to take about an hour's break here. at New Jersey Motorsports Park, where you're watching the Jersey Road Racing Classic. I want to thank Deacon Greenfield for jumping in. Hopefully we'll have him a little bit later this afternoon as well. But if not, thanks so much for joining us, Deacon. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. So we'll take that break. We'll be back in just about an hour. Thanks for joining us.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Sean Alamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the many picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
And welcome back, everybody. It is the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA, part of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, as well as the United States Touring Car Championship. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. And Brian, next up after lunch here is our first of two races this afternoon for the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series.
Yeah, we're going to go 2 10-lap races here for this field. They kind of break them up, just kind of get a break in between races and then come back out and do it again. So tell you what, let's go ahead and give you the starting lineup here real quick. So starting on the pole is going to be the 98, and he's the overall winner from earlier, I believe. That is going to be Brian McRae. Starting second is going to be the 50 of Steve Martin in that Ford Mustang. Starting third is the 43 of Frank Alessi. He's going to be in that Honda Prelude. Starting fourth, scheduled to start fourth. I did not see her out there. I've not seen her all day today. That's scheduled to be the 186 of Jennifer Romes in that Scion FRS. Starting fifth is going to be Christian Zanetich in the 67 in that Honda Civic. And Jed Prentice is going to start sixth in that 68 machine. That's a Mazda Miata. And starting in seventh, that is going to be the 7 of Dave Hoffman, again in a Honda CRX SI.
All right, we've got the field now running down towards turn 7. And hey, Brian, after I went and made some changes to our cameras, we'll see if that camera works or not. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say,
might not be.
Yeah, maybe not.
We froze. We had it running. I know it was running because that's a clearer picture.
Yes, absolutely. It looks pretty, and maybe we'll take a screenshot of it and send all of our friends. But look, that was kind of sort of working though for now.
Don't say anything. Don't jinx it.
I know.
We can see the cars right now.
I know. And so we've got the field now coming out of the Octopus and coming up towards turn 14, the final, or probably turn 12, final corner here on the course. And as they now come underneath the bridge, Brian, we got the pace car on the apron heading on the pit lane, turning things over to our leaders here, our front row. And that is, as we've talked about already, it's Brian McRae. It is then on the outside of the front row, Steve Martin. And we've seen the last two bracket races where the Mustang of Martin jumps out to that early lead, using that torque to his advantage on the front straight, Brian. But then when they come down towards turn 1, what we then see...
Maybe.
What we don't see is anything at turn 1, but we see Steve Martin jumping out to an early advantage. Oh, great. That's another camera down. And but then finally Brian McRae, he'll come back at Martin a little bit later on. And usually after a lap or so and start battling for that overall lead is the field now making their way down into turn number 5. So mental note, turn camera 1, camera 4, not working.
Well, I think they're working. I think the problem is for whatever reason, since we were here the last time in July, the internet bandwidth coming in here into the tower is not as strong as it once was. But I will tell you, Greg, watching on that start, Dave Hoffman just did not get a start. He's just now going down into turn 5.
Yeah.
So really well off the pace in that Honda Civic.
All right, as we watch now coming through the carousel here, it is already Brian McRae jumping out to a lead over Steve Martin. Got about 6 car lengths. And then a little bit further back behind that is Louis Alessi with the Honda Civic of Zenitich, and then Jed Prentice back from there as our racers come across the start-finish line to complete lap number 1. I don't know why I'm showing you that turn 1 camera because it's not going to show you anything, but
show you the grandstand right there.
Yeah, you can see the nice grandstand there. You know, it's a shame that camera, because it worked so well when we got to see James Jost drive and park the car on the side of the road. Hi, James. All right, so there we go. And Steve Martin hanging pretty close there to Brian McRae here coming through turn 3 on the opening lap right now. They are the only racers in bracket A5 for our racers that are running a minute 34 to a minute 36. And I'm going to go and I'm going to, once again, Brian, throw in the chat here the link to the bracket timing and scoring, which will break down the different 2-second time slices that we use in bracket racing for the categorization of each of our drivers. So right now it is Brian McRae and Steve Martin in that A5 bracket. Then we've got Frank Alessi all by himself in B4 for drivers a minute 42 to a minute 44. Zenitich and Prentice in bracket B5 for a minute 44 and up, along with Dave Hoffman. And I don't think Dave Hoffman actually completed the first lap.
No, he's coming down pit road now.
Right
so,
now. Yeah.
Obviously a major issue with that Honda. So, absolutely not able to go out and get anything. So he's going to complete a lap, but the lap is going to be on pit road because the timing goes all the way across. So you'll see where he'll do a lap, but he will definitely be in his own bracket. So does that mean he wins that bracket at the end of the day?
No. Well, he ends up, instead of not, well, he'll end up in the same B5 bracket as Zenitich and Prentice. Only problem is he'll be 10 laps down at the end of the race. So. as we have the two Hondas, Alessi and Zenitich, coming across the start-finish line now to complete their second lap of 10. Whoops.
Both McRae and Martin now move up from that A5 bracket after that first lap through the second lap. Now they're going to be in that A3 bracket. So again, as they get faster, you'll see them move around. Not only, again, battling on the racetrack, but battling in the clock as well. Again, if you happen to be watching and you're looking at Race Monitor, that's not going to tell you the brackets. So Greg put in the chat what that link is for that. You can go to marspoints.com. You can pull that up. There is a section on there that says bracket, and then you can click on live, and it will bracket racing, and then it'll go there. Or you can go marspoints.com/bootstrap/bracket, and that will take you there as well. So there's two ways to get to that.
All right, and as we've seen in the first number of races already, Brian McRae opening up a good-size advantage on Steve Martin. Martin just ran his fastest lap at this point, a 1:31.5, but about half a second off of McRae's times there as we complete lap number 3, start lap number 4, and we'll follow him down here through turn 3, and we'll check him out in turn 5 in just a moment. As we've got the two Hondas now going down the front straight, and as they do, separated, Brian, by what, about 10 car lengths, maybe a little bit more?
Yeah, maybe a little bit more than that. Alessi leading that other Honda, that 67 with Christian, by about 1.4 seconds. So yeah, give it about 10 car lengths there.
Yeah, that last time by almost identical lap times, Brian, as Alessi ran a 1:42.292. And Zenitich just slightly faster, about 0.08 of a second faster, ran a 1:42.206.
Yep. Again, this is just a 10-lap race. This is not the full 20. They will come back at the end of the day here after we have our next two groups, and they will come back and do another 10-lap race. This group does get split up on the feature days, on the main, on Sundays. They get two 10-lap races. That's the way it's been here for quite some time. So they just kind of stuck with that and run through it. Yep. And again, it gives you enough time to go back, refuel, make a change, and come back
again
and try to do it, as you've got the schedule up there again. So right now we're going to do in our Group 7, which is our bracket racers. They're going to go 10 laps. And we're going to come back with our SSM, and then we're going to come back with our big bore, which led off races. The morning, right? Yeah. So they're feature races, but they led off this morning from their sprint race from yesterday that we did not get to. So.
And that is Jed Prentice making his way through the Octopus right now. And Prentice, he was running very similar lap times to both Alessi and Zenitich earlier today, this morning for the first of the 3 bracket races, and just hasn't been able to show that same pace in that Mazda Miata as he had either this morning or yesterday, for that matter.
I'm sitting here looking, I got a little chuckle. So everybody is a winner because everybody is in their own bracket right now.
Except Dave Hoffman.
But Dave Hoffman didn't really finish that lap. So Jed Prentice would pick. So everybody is in their own bracket. So Brian McRae now is in the A2 bracket, which is 128 really to 130. Steve Martin's in his own bracket of A3, which is 130 to 132. And then in B2 bracket, Frank Alessi's in there. That's a 138 to a 140. And then bracket B3 is 140 to 142, which is Christian Zenitich in that 67. And then Jed Prentice is in the B5 bracket, which is 144 and beyond. So again, each driver, not only out there on the racetrack, but they're all winners because they've all won their own bracket as it stands right now. But we have seen this as we've gotten halfway here in this 10-lap race, Greg. So, that right now everybody is in their own bracket. as we reach halfway, we may want to start calling our SSM guys up to the...
Yeah, that sounds good. Let's do that. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5, SSM. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. SSM racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
So again, 5 laps in as it's starting to shape up right now. Again, right now Brian McRae still in that A2 bracket. Steve Martin still hanging in that A3 bracket. He's got to get down to that 129 range, which I do believe he ran at some point earlier this morning. So as the track's starting to get a little bit hotter, that Mustang not up to full song here right yet. We'll have to see as we've got 6 laps completed, and Steve Martin's still running those 130s. That's not going to get him up into that A2 bracket. So he may be content just to sit right there and do everything he can to try to get up to Brian McRae. You see him starting to close in as we get to 70 degrees here today, Greg. This is where the track really starts to
get a little greasy.
Get a little greasy a little bit. You've got all those different rubber compounds out there from all the different classes. So we'll see how long that's going to, whether or not that 130, whether or not he can get that down into the 129s and move up into the bracket. Again, still be second overall, but again, moving up into a bracket means you're going faster. You can't go back in brackets. Once you're in that bracket, you're stuck in that bracket until you go faster lap time.
All right, there go the 2 Hondas through the final corner there as they now complete lap number 6. Again, Jed Prentice still working that 6th lap as the rest of our racers start lap number 7. And again, is our sole racer in the A2 bracket for minute 28 to a minute 30. That is Brian McRae with Steve Martin. 1 bracket down for a minute 30 to a minute 32. That's the A3 bracket. And then we've got Frank Alessi now all by himself, as you mentioned, in the B2 bracket as he's broken out of that B3 bracket that he shared with the Honda Civic of Christian Zanovich.
Mm-hmm.
2 Hondas there, still very close on track, still separated out. And that last time by, Alessi moved back into the 140. So he had that 1 lap where he broke out. But again, he and Zanetich have been running almost identical lap times that last time, about a second separating them.
Yeah, Christian not able to really gain. If you're running in the same lap times, you're not really going to gain, spots or move up to get to Frank Alessi if you're running the exact same time frames and you are sitting 2.7 seconds behind them, so you're not going to move up.
Well, we'll see here because as they just came through the Octopus, Zanetich actually looked like he had gathered up maybe about 3 to 3.5 car lengths as we watch him come out of the final corner now. He's definitely a little bit closer, and as they go and cross the line, Zanetich does run his fastest lap so far this session, and I think more importantly for Alessi is that Zanetich actually broke out of the that A4 bracket, or probably the B3 bracket.
Yeah, now moved
and
up into
he is now in the same B2 bracket as Frank Alessi, as Zanetich ran a 133. That's right, they got a 139.938, and so Alessi now leads the B2 bracket.
Yeah, so Alessi stays in that B2 bracket, leads that now, but now Christian ends up being second in the bracket and not leading a bracket. So
right.
When he was in his bracket, he would have won that bracket, but now he does not. So he ends up finishing second right now with really, next time they come up, they're going to have 1 lap to go here. Next time Brian McRae takes the 1 to go board.
Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group 5, SSM. Please head to the grid. SSM racers, race group 5, please head to the grid. All right, so as the field now has really separated out quite a bit, we're continuing to watch here as Brian McRae and Steve Martin make their way through the Octopus. As Brian mentioned, they'll be getting the white flag here this next time by. Actually, I'm sorry, those are the two Hondas that were coming through here. Here comes now Brian McRae coming through the Octopus, back behind the Hondas. He may even I don't think he's going to get up to him to lap the Hondas on this lap, but he has definitely opened up that advantage now on Steve Martin. Last time they crossed the start-finish line, it was about 5 seconds at the line as McRae comes through the final corner now.
Well, it's definitely going to be more than that, because Steve Martin, as he was entering in the Octopus, driver's left, went wide and put 2 wheels on the dirt. So as he comes now through turn 12 down the start-finish line, so you're right, that gap has opened up to 9.3 on McRae working that final lap, and that was because that they ended up going 2 wheels off.
All right, so this is McRae now coming down into turn number 3, and he's making up a lot of ground on the 2 Hondas. He's running almost 9 seconds a lap faster than Zanetich and Alessi, right now. But I don't think they're going to have to worry. I don't think Zanetich is going to have to worry about Brian McRae getting his Scion FRS up to the back of that Honda.
Knowing that he's got a pretty big lead right there over Steve Martin, he may back out of it a little bit. So we'll see what he's got going here. But I think that as we get to the end, again, we've got Brian McRae. He's going to lead the A2 bracket, and then you've got Steve Martin. He's going to stay in that A3 bracket. So it looks like the checker flag is starting to come out now. We're waiting for them to come back, which is going to allow Alessi and them to get one more lap in. He's coming up on Zanetich now, up underneath the bridge. We'll see whether or not he's going to keep that Honda, let that Honda go one more lap and just stay tucked in behind him, or is he going to try to pass him, Greg? He's going to pull out and try to pass him, which means Christian Zanetich is not going to get that extra
no, he's
lap.
Not.
But Frank Alessi is going to get that lap.
Indeed. So Alessi, he's going to well, now he basically should just go about 15 miles an hour so he doesn't break out.
Right. Yeah. Now you definitely don't want to break out of that bracket.
Yeah, exactly. So assuming he doesn't, so let's we'll go and run this down. Your overall winner, Brian McRae. He is your sole racer in the A2 bracket. That's for drivers who ran 1:28 to 1:30. Steve Martin, who finished second on track. He's your sole racer in bracket A3 for drivers 1:30 to 1:32. Then we've got Frank Alessi, who, assuming he doesn't break out, and if he does, Brian, he's still a winner. There you go.
Right, correct.
It's Christian Zanetich. He's going, go faster, go faster, go faster. Bracket B2 for drivers 1:38 to 1:40. Should be Frank Alessi and Christian Zanetich. I can't see where Alessi would pick up essentially another 2 seconds, because he was at a 39.911 for his fastest lap. So he's like right at the outer limits of bracket B2. Bracket B4, Jed Prentice, our sole racer. And I just had Dave Hoffman come up into the booth here, taking umbrage when I said everybody's a winner but Dave Hoffman. Dave had a plug wire.
Well, he got one lap in.
That
Prentice
is true.
Ran out and ran up into the B4 bracket. So
yeah,
Dave Hoffman with that one lap,
with that B5,
he is a winner.
He's down there getting his trophy right now, I'm sure. Dave Hoffman said that he had a plug wire come off at the distributor. And when you've only got 4 cylinders and you're suddenly only running with 3,
it's not very quick.
It's not very quick at all. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our first of 2 afternoon bracket races. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, Brian. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5, Spec SSM, pardon me. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in a few minutes. SSM racers, your final Mars feature race of the season is starting in just a moment. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action here from New Jersey Motorsports Park, where you're watching the 2024 New Jersey Road Racing Classic. We'll be right back.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a 6-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
And welcome back, everybody, to New Jersey Motorsports Park. It is the Jersey Road Racing Classic, part of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and U.S. Touring Car Championship. It is the final round of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series SSM battle here, Brian, as they are now out on their pace lap for their 20-minute race. Let's run down the starting order.
All right, starting on the pole is 97 is going to be Chip Herr. Starting in second place and getting his first two podiums this weekend is the 8 of Jordan Fuhrman. Starting in the third position in that number 63, that is John Hotz. Starting in the fourth position in that 25, that's David Feuerstein. Starting in the fifth position is the 98 of Arif Kazem. Starting in the sixth position is the 46 of Isaac Jordan. Starting in the seventh 7th position is the 08 of Miranda Price. Starting in the 8th position is the 53 of Robert Miles. Starting in 9th, and that is the 113 of John Moyer. Starting in the 10th position is going to be the 72 of Mark Rougeau. Starting in the 11th position is the 65 of Russell Maloney. Starting in the 12th position is the 88 of Jay Bindrum. And starting in the 13th position is the 199 of Ben Sarley. Starting in the 14th position is the 6 of James Roberts.
All right, lights are out on the pace car, Brian, as we've got that beautiful Ciocca Corvette, one of the great sponsors and partners of the South Jersey region, leading the field through the Octopus, as we've got Chip Herr looking for his third race win. Or did he go out for yesterday? Yeah, he did go out for yesterday's afternoon race. So he is looking for his third race of the weekend in that SSM car that he's got livered just like his old Tyndall Motorsports Mazda that he ran in Speed World Challenge.
And he had to work hard because Jordan Fuhrman was up on the wheel yesterday, took the lead earlier on in the very first race for a couple of laps there, and then ended up coming back. So,
well, and there we go. Green flag is in the air, Brian. And once again, Chip Herr getting a great start, and this time doesn't leave the full field behind. He's got a good assistance there from John Hotz as they're starting to make the run down in towards turn 1. Let's check and see if that camera is back, if our cameraman has woken up over there yet.
Nope,
and the answer is no, he has not. So we'll jump over to the next camera here as already Chip Herr opening up an advantage, drops a little wheel into the dirt there on exit, but he has almost a 10-car length advantage now over John Hotz, Jordan Fuhrman, as well as Arif Kazem, as they make the run down towards turn number 5 for the very first time.
Tell you what, they're going to come into your screenshot here. They're still going to be 2 wide behind them with Kazem.
Almost 3.
John Hotz, and then now all of a sudden Jordan Fuhrman's going to get in there. John Hotz backed out of it a little bit because they were coming through turn 4 side by side.
Yeah, and we got that Bumblebee car of Isaac Jordan, who's right back behind him. It looked like he wanted to make it 3 wide going into turn number 5. He held back just a little bit, I think, trying to make a run over into turn number 4. We'll see now as they come down and start their run through the Octopus here. And you can see there are the 4 cars there as they're going 2 wide into the Octopus, letting Chip Herr kind of drive away at this point.
Yeah.
And let's take a look. It is still Hotz and then Jordan Fuhrman, and then side by side it is Arif Kazem and Isaac Jordan there battling it out for who's going to take 4th position.
Chip Herr wanting to run away as quickly as possible, knowing I don't know if he has the energy to work with these guys to try to fight them off all day long. But now you're going to see as they come out of turn 12 and go down the front stretch, Greg, you're going to see where our 2nd and 3rd place cars, they're going to work together as well as our 3rd and 4th place cars between Isaac Jordan, Jordan Fuhrman, and Arif Kazem. They're going to get nose to tail hopefully quickly because John Hotz has now gotten in front of them if they want to catch Chip Herr at all.
Well, you know, Chip, he's no spring chicken any longer.
Nope.
And he'll tell you that, but he's definitely got something on some of these other racers right now as we are now working lap number 2. This is, again, a 20-lap or 40-minute race, whichever comes first.
Yeah, I think that Chip Herr has basically he's got this field kind of figured out right now because he's opened up by about 15, 16 car lengths. If not, Greg, that may be more like 25 car lengths now heading down there. And then you got John Hotz, you got Jordan Fuhrman, then you got Isaac Jordan and Arif Kazem. That's going to be your top 5. Then you go back a little bit further, and that's where the rest of our field is between Robert Miles, Mark Rougeau, Russell Maloney. I will say John Moyer on the start did not get a good start. Russell Maloney went driver's left on the start, almost to the grass to make that pass as John Moyer just either missed a gear or didn't get on the throttle as early as he wanted to. But Maloney going driver's left there. So give him the spot over Jay Bindrum coming down in there, and they're trying to catch Rob Miles.
All right, and it looks like now we've got Fuhrman right on the back of John Hotz as they head onto the front straight, and he was locked nose to tail. It may have taken 2 laps or so, but I think Fuhrman wants to work with Hotz to try to push up to Chip Herr. Problem is right now Herr running almost a half second a lap faster than either our 2nd or 3rd place runners.
Well, we're not going to see it on the camera 1 because for whatever reason it's not working, but you can see it coming down in here out of turn 3, heading down up into turn 4. Fuhrman has now gotten in front of him. We've got one car going really wide. As a matter of fact, that is actually the 65 of Russell Maloney going really, really wide out of turn 2 there, up over the hill, kind of four-wheeling himself there. I wonder if he realizes he's got slicks on and not the knobby tires.
Not the knobby. Well, either that or he might be trying to, it was dark last night. He didn't know where the alternate bar and grill was over at turn 1 in Chip Herr's trailer. Maybe he was trying to find his way back there to ease some of the pain from last night's revelry.
Hoping he didn't loosen up his wheels.
No.
Right. I saw the team down there tightening up the wheels. I hope they didn't loosen them up. But definitely going, you come over that blind hill. It's a blind,
Right.
blind shot, and that track will run away from you really quickly.
Yeah, I mean it's all about muscle memory normally, but when you go into that corner, too wide with another driver, and you're thrown offline, you're in areas of the track where you maybe don't have a good handle on what the grip level is, as the car then starts to push out.
Right. Tell you what, Greg, I'm going to look. Here comes our leaders now. Out of the turn 12 down the start finish line, and I'm going to look to see from the timing is now Furman Hotz and Isaac Jordan and Arif Kazim are going to start to work together coming through there. I talked to Arif yesterday after they were done. We got done for the day and was down there, and we were talking about that him and Isaac were kind of starting to make the move there, but then they ended up having to pass each other to try to get one in front of the other there. If they would have worked together, and he agreed, he said the same thing. If we'd worked, we probably would have caught that other group and not been back so far in order to have that. Could have made a difference towards the end of that race yesterday afternoon. Again, Chasm falling off of that 3 of Furman, Hotz, and Jordan, so they start to stick nose to tail and give it about 8 car lengths now back to Arif Kazim as they start to get into the octopus there, Greg. You're going to see that, where you're going to see the bigger gap than it's been. Chip Herr still got that commanding lead, 3.2 seconds last time by the start-finish line, and that seems to be growing a little bit more as Furman, Hotz, and Isaac Jordan continue to stay nose to tail. We'll see what it is now. It may shorten up a little bit. Like I said, last time 3.2. I have a feeling this is going to be kind of under that 3 seconds.
Yeah, and it just noticed they were coming through the octopus here. Jordan Furman started to get a little bit loose, and I think part of that is, Brian, as he is trying to we talked about this yesterday. He hasn't had a lot of time racing from the lead. He may be in second place right now, but he's got an experienced veteran in John Hotz behind him, and of course he's also got Isaac Jordan back behind him. And what he's doing is he's missing some of his marks through that critical area there in the octopus. And what that could be a problem is certainly it'll affect that speed coming towards the bridge, going all the way down into turn 1. He might not notice the effects of it until about you get to turn 3. Right. And so we're going to have to keep an eye on that and whether or not he can start hitting his marks.
Well, they definitely went a little bit faster now. That lead now is 2.8 seconds from the 3.2 they had last time. So they gained 0.4 of a second. But you're right. That car starts to get a little, gets a little loose and starts to lose that momentum. And you've got those other 2 cars. They need to continue to keep pushing you if they want to try to catch and make a run for this lead. And if that doesn't happen, then you drop back. 2.8 seconds last time. It's probably going to be in the 3.5, 3.6 range now, as you noticed him getting loose like that.
Yeah, so let's take a look as he comes through here again. And I think part of it was he was actually taking a more shallow entry into the corner, like there. And you could actually see the difference between what Furman, Hotz, and Jordan are doing versus Chip Herr, where Chip Herr actually opens up that corner quite a bit more, rounds it off, straightens up the wheel, doesn't bind the hardware up as much, and is able to carry more speed through that very tight, twisty section of NJMP Thunderbolt.
Well, he definitely got through there that time, because now that lead is now only 2.3 seconds with Hotz pushing on his back bumper as they come back out, head down into turn 1.
And it sounds like Miranda Price having some issues on the backside of the course. She has continued, but has lost a lot of ground now. She's going to fall back to 13th position.
Yep. Only driver not taking the green flag, David Fierstein, in that number 25 this morning. So again, or this afternoon. So 25 not taking this field. As they head down into turn 7, getting ready to come in here on the Octopus, Greg, Fuhrman pulls away a little bit from Isaac Jordan and John Hotz as they go down into get into the center of the Octopus right there. You're going to see that where there is a little bit more of a gap this time as they come through. So we'll see whether or not Jordan and Hotz are going to be able to get that run and try to pull right back up on that back bumper of Jordan Fuhrman in that number 8.
And I think Fuhrman might actually be listening to our advice because he's starting to, I think more
opening
by
up that
necessity.
corner a little bit, yeah.
He
got
is.
through that one really good because now he's got a gap of about a car length.
Right, and and if we rolled it back, while he did, John Hotz directly behind kept the car almost to that apex curbing on driver's left, and you could see where he just did not get the drive off the corner. And again, critically important because we see these cars coming through the final corner, and it's an obvious corner right here. But there's a fairly long straightaway that leads out of the Octopus. You've got this little bend here, but then it's nothing but straightaway down towards turn 1 as well.
Right. Good battle a little bit further back with Jay Bindrum in that 88 and John Moyer, as I talked about, not getting the start he wanted. He started in the 9th position now. He's moved up to 8th. That's good just due to Miranda Price's spin, but he's moved up into 8th, but a really good battle with Jay Bindrum in that 88. So they come down out of turn 2, head down to turn 3. You can see Bindrum getting a little bit of a gap there, but then you've got Rob Miles in the 53 closing in on him as well. So let's hope he doesn't do that. But
His
that's his
nickname is Wrecker Boy. Yep. Yes, as he drove a wrecker for quite some time for another organization. Also, looks like he's having a good race. Although this is the second day in a row he's been all by himself. Mark Rougeau in the orange number 72 DBM machine, where he has had about 30 car lengths ahead, 30 car lengths behind. Going to be the most boring in-car video for him to go home and watch. Maybe he'll go and use our commentary and lay it down. There he is. They're coming through the Octopus now.
Yeah. Getting ready to come out of turn 12 and then head down through the start-finish line. So Mark Rougeau charting him, as you said, kind of all by himself, all by his lonesome. I wonder if he's singing
Whitney Houston songs.
Singing Whitney Houston songs.
I take him more as like a Jefferson airplane, not Jefferson Starship, Jefferson airplane.
Yeah. Tell you what, Greg, I don't think Chip Herr got through turn 1 and turn 2 very well last time through. That lead is now shrunk down to 1.4 seconds. That group of Jordan Fuhrman, Isaac Jordan, and now John Hotz. So move Isaac Jordan up into the 3rd position. John Hotz back to 4th. I think John could be the person that helps those two drivers get up to the front with Chip Herr by pushing them and giving them the added push that they need to catch them, because it was 1.4, but when they went down into turn 5, that gap is even closer than that. They come through the Octopus here. You can see now they're almost in the same screen as before. They were not, right? Chip Herr would be gone by the time those three got there. So.
Yeah, they knocked off that last time by. Fuhrman knocked off almost a half second.
Yeah.
And he's been in the last couple of laps. There's Herr coming through. Fuhrman and the two behind, Chasm and Hotz, or probably Jordan and Hotz, have been knocking almost a half second off the last 3 laps.
And they did it again, right? I mean, like you just said, they just did it again. It's now under a second. But again, the wily veteran that Chip Herr is, and the wily veteran that John Hotz is, and then you throw in Fuhrman and Isaac Jordan, who hasn't really been at this a long time either.
Which ones aren't wily?
Well, Fuhrman and Jordan, they're not the wily veterans as the Chip Herr and the John Hotzes are. So they know when to take care of their tires and when not to.
Right.
And let's just hope that those other two drivers in the middle, they haven't pushed the issue where they burned their tires up
Trying to
within
get
the
back
first-
up to
within
her.
the first 9 laps of this race. We get to the halfway point. Let's see what happens between her and Hotz. Like I said, taking care of those tires. Yes, both of those are Wiley veterans.
Wiley Coyote.
Not Wiley, but Wiley.
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 All right, here are and now Brian, as they come through the Octopus, they're right there. They are within 3 car lengths of Chip Herr's number 97 machine, and at this point, this is probably the best thing that could happen for Furman, because he's now once again close enough. He can see the lines that Chip Herr is taking around.
Correct,
here.
Absolutely. And you gain more experience every single time.
Exactly. Look at this as Furman now gets, as you said, got right up to the back bumper. He's now separated himself from Jordan and from Hotz, and with a little bit of vision, Jordan Furman now runs the fastest lap at a race of the 135.714.
Well, when you come up over this hill, you're going to see should see a brand new leader in the 8 of Jordan Furman. There's the 8 machine. He has gotten around Chip Herr. So again, whether or not you start to use too much of those tires there, whether or not you have anything for the last half of this race. Again, we still have yet to reach halfway. Next time they come by, it will be the halfway point. Reef Chasm, he was in that battle early on. He has dropped back. There's another driver there all by himself, getting ready to watch those 4 start to battle up through there. And Greg, coming out of turn 5, looking at those 4 cars and looking at some of the other ones as I can look out here out the window. I think John Hotz is having a little bit of problem with drive off on that car, because that car tends to fall off there going out of turn 5 in through turn 6, and then picks it back up coming into turn 7 through through the Octopus here and up over the hill.
All right, and as they come out of the Octopus, Chip Herr took a look to the inside of Jordan Furman going into turn 10 early on in the Octopus. Was not quite close enough up alongside. I don't think Furman would have put a fight up over it if he had put it alongside, but there they go, coming down the front straight, nose to tail. And Isaac Jordan now, as you mentioned, with John Hotz having some issues, Isaac Jordan now pulling up in the draft right behind those 2.
Yeah. Isaac Jordan setting his fast lap of the race last time by, as well as John Moyer did on his lap. So again, after that bad start, trying to fight back there, with that battle with Jay Bindrum. So we'll have to see, as I think Moyer has not crossed the lawn. So I think he may have fallen back. Here he comes now. So he's definitely had a problem. May have gone off somewhere, because now he's in the battle with Russell Maloney back there. That's 10th and 11th. So where Moyer last time by was all the way up into the 7th position, gotten ahead around Jay Bindrum.
Tension in the paddock, Big Bore Racers, race group number 7. Please race group number 6. Please start heading to the grid for your feature race. Race group 6, Big Bore Racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race starting in just a few minutes. It's because we have an uneven number of race groups. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
Tell you what, our first 2 cars there, Chip Herr, Jordan Furman, they're starting to pull away a little bit. They've got about a car length and a half. And again, they're still, feeling the effects of the draft with John Hotz and Isaac Jordan. But those front 2 with Chip Herr and Jordan Furman, they look like they're going to try to pull away, stay in line. Chip Herr not wanting to get out, not wanting to pull out to get some air in the nose of that car, and that will help them go a little bit faster and start to pull away so that they can battle for it at the end.
All right, as they come over the crest of the hill, both Jordan and Hotz have been able to pull right back up, only about 2 car lengths at most separating those racers here. So once again, still a 4-car battle, and you have to wonder, given the advantage that Chip Herr had the last 2 days, whether or not he's just kind of, as you mentioned, kind of sitting back, looking after the equipment. And then he's just going to rip the heart right out of your on the last.
Just going to pounce like the tiger.
Yes, exactly. leave him crying in a puddle of tears on the side of the road there with like 1 lap to go.
I don't know if you're going to see that. Jordan was pretty happy last night when I
was.
spoke to him about finishing, back-to-back races
Very
on the
effusive,
podium.
yeah.
He's never been on the podium before, and so to come out here in this race and get back-to-back podium finishes, pretty excited about that. Again, this is more of a learning still for him, and he's learning. He's going to start learning how it feels to be out front because he now knows he has a competitive car. He's starting to drive a little bit better. But again, as we all talked about it last night afterwards when you and I went down and got off, I went over to where they were doing some pictures there with the 3 of them, with Chasm, Jordan, and with Chip Herr. It was more of, hey, I've never been in that position before, so I'm not really sure what to expect. And Chip gave him a pretty good advice and said, you just got to keep working at it, right? You're going to start to understand what the drivers up front, what their tactics are, and what they're going to do. Now I think it becomes tire management. So we're going to have to see whether or not Jordan is able to hold on to that position as we wind down. Again, 8 laps to go. Next time by, it'll be 7. Whether or not Chip looks to make a move, or does he just kind of work with Jordan and maybe give him that win if he can hold off the other two drivers?
Well, I don't know. Given how competitive Chip is, I don't know if giving somebody else and gifting somebody else a win is kind of in the nature of a racer. But
well, we'll see. But
I mean, you've had team orders at Ferrari before. You never know.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if we can pick up where that group is now, Brian.
That group is now going through, should be going through the Octopus right now. Here they come right now,
Yeah.
so they should be coming right here into the screen. So again, next time they come by, it'll be 7 laps to go. Everybody else is kind of, spread out a little bit more. Where we had some of those battles early on of kind of,
Yeah, I was looking. It looks like Ben Sarley and Rob Miles, Record Boy, are still having a nice little scrap. Maybe we'll check in on that in just a little bit as our leaders come out of the final corner. They are now completing lucky lap number 13. And Arif Chasm there having dropped almost 11 seconds back from the lead pack. And I think that is kind of surprising because the last 2 races he was right in the thick of it there at the front of the field.
I think his tires are starting to go. He had mentioned something about he didn't have, newer tires, for the last race last night. So I think he's probably just stuck on that same tires. And so we'll do it as our leaders are now going through. And there is a little bit of a gap. That's the biggest gap we've seen between those front 4 cars pretty much the entire race. So we'll see what happens here towards the end. But there's about a 3-car length, maybe give it 2 car lengths, 2.5 car lengths through the as you rip your head off with your headset. About two car length lead between 2nd and 3rd. So
all right, and here comes that lead battle now through the Octopus once again. Chip Herr, maybe now Herr going a little bit more shallow, takes a look underneath of Furman, and I think that maybe he's looking to see what Furman's going to do through there.
I think that's where the pass is going to be, right?
Yeah.
I think that's where at the end of this race, that's where it is, because he tucks right back into Furman, and now he's going to push him down the front stretch to try to get away from Hotz and Isaac Jordan. But again, another race, Jordan Furman leading quite a bit of laps, getting out there. Again, 2nd time ever leading in this SSM class.
All right, Brian, real quick, I'm going to jump over. We're going to go over to the Octopus for a second because I think I've picked up where that Ben Sarley and Rob Miles battle is. Yeah, it's opened up just a little bit, but I want to take a look here.
Coming through turn 12. Right
yeah, I was going to say they're coming out of the.
They're right here coming
Octopus.
past us, so that's not them.
Yeah,
so
that has now opened up. All right, so let's pick up this and see who this is coming through the Octopus right now.
That is actually James Roberts and Miranda
Price,
yeah.
exactly, where they've been. And so Price is really open, or Price has now started to close things down on James Roberts now. Good weekend for her. She's been getting a lot of seat time in the car. as she gets by James
Yeah.
Roberts now, moves back up in the 12th position.
Yeah, I think she got by him on the entry into the Octopus and was able to continue that all the way through and got by him. So, but yeah, she's fighting back again. I think she had an off earlier in the race where she was up there in that top 10 at that one point and then fell back. So.
All right, so let's move back to that battle for the lead now as they're going to be coming into the final corner. And there is Fuhrman. And look at the gap that Fuhrman has now, Brian, on Chip Herr, where he has now opened up almost a full second and did that over the last lap. He was 9/10 faster than Chip Herr, Jordan, and Hotz behind. And just a blazing lap from him, especially when, just a lap ago, it looked as though Chip Herr was looking for a way by.
Yeah, I mean, and Chip got a really good push going down the front stretch there from Isaac Jordan to try to catch him as they went into turn one. Isaac ended up going a little bit wider than he wanted to. Chip actually hit the line going through there, so he's going to pull away. You're going to see that as they come down the hill into turn 5. You're going to see Jordan Fuhrman's going to get out in front there, but now you're going to see that gap, and then Hotz is going to get right back under Isaac Jordan. But with that push for Chip Herr, that actually helped him gain a little bit more speed through there.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 6. Big Bore, please head to the grid. Big Bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments.
I think some of these cars are starting to go away, especially when you get through turn 7 and up into the entrance of the Octopus. Right there is where I think Fuhrman is really, that car is starting to settle and really take off, getting the drive off that corner and pulling away from the next 3 of Herr, Isaac Jordan, and John Hotz.
Yeah, I mean, it's so interesting to see how he is approaching that portion of the Octopus now compared to early in the race, and it really looks like he learned something from the 97 car. And he's got more pace now, and it could very well be, as hard as it may be to believe that Chip Herr ran the tires off, trying to open up that gap at the beginning of the race and running those hero laps up front. And my understanding is that the majority of the field now has moved away from the Toyo RA1s, and they're using the new Proxys RR compounds.
Right.
And, I think it's still a question for these racers how resilient those tires are on the long run and over the course of 20 laps, and whether or not you can push them, and if you do push them, whether they can come back to you.
Yeah, and some of these classes, they have, found that since the repave, the older tires are working a lot better, right? I mean, if you've got an older tire versus a brand new sticker tire, the older tire seems to be a little bit faster right out of the gate on the start of a race for first couple of laps. And so what happens is you start to get that momentum, and then the car seems to get a little bit faster. I think everybody here is going to be on those older tires. I think the word has spread, like you said, that, an older tire there is going to make the car a little bit faster on this new repave until it really starts to settle in, probably through this year and maybe into next year. I think next year is when we're going to see it start to even out a little bit.
Right. So as we watch again, and Fuhrman opening up, had a bit of a gap to Chip Herr, that gap now gone. Where Chip Herr definitely has been stronger than Jordan Fuhrman, Brian, is on the run out of 3 going down through 4 and 5, where he seems to close up the gap. And when he went through 5, that last time by, he had pulled within about 2 to 3 feet of Jordan Fuhrman. Fuhrman opened it up again going into the Octopus, but we saw on exit here, and as they came out of the final corner, Chip Herr, he's right back again.
Right.
And both he and Fuhrman now starting to work away from Isaac Jordan and John Hotz. And, the question is whether or not Jordan can keep that pair in the draft, or whether or not the tires maybe just won't allow it.
Right. Isaac Jordan is still right there. He gets a little bit of a run. I think it's, coming down through 5, this last time we were watching it, he's gotten a run onto the group, but he just cannot catch up from them from the exit of turn 7 all the way through the Octopus and around. Isaac Jordan just tends to fall off a little bit. There you can see the gap right there in the back of the screen. That's where he falls off a little bit, and then he has to work twice as hard to catch back up, and I think that's where Fuhrman and her pull away right there, although her that wasn't a very good turn for Chip to get through there, so we'll see. He's going to gain some spots back as far as length to Jordan Fuhrman and get right on his back bumper, but it's probably not as close as he wanted to be. I don't think he got through that turn quite well. Again, 2 laps left to go, so the next time they come by, Greg, it will be 1 to go.
All right, nice little battle unfolding between Jay Bindrum and Ben Sarley now, as Sarley had left Rob Miles earlier, got around John Moyer, and so it is now the 88 of Bindrum, the 199 of Sarley. That is the battle for 7th position, but we're going to continue watching this battle for the lead here, as you know, again, as we see them come down the hill out of turn 3, again, we see where her and Fuhrman open up the smallest of gaps. It's just not enough to break the draft, however.
And I tell you what, Greg, right here you watch Chip Herr. Chip Herr's going to make a move to driver's left there, going to try to go through side by side with Fuhrman as they go out of 6 and head down into 7. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to hold it. And I tell you what, Greg, when you look through there, it doesn't look like that's going to happen. When we get to the octopus right here, I have a feeling we're going to see a new second-place car, and that's the 46 of Isaac Jordan. Chip Herr, when he made that turn into turn 5, a little bit to the left, that car did not get through turn 6 really good here. So here comes Fuhrman. Here comes Isaac Jordan now. He has moved in. Now you've got Chip Herr falling back to 3rd, so that move did not work. So now he has to work hard as they're coming to the 1 to go.
All right, and here as they're coming underneath the bridge and into the final corner now, Jordan Fuhrman with perhaps his largest lead of the day. And as you said, Isaac Jordan, your new second-place runner with Chip Herr, 3rd, John Hotz, still in 4th position. As they go into turn 1, Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 6. Big Bore, please head to the grid. Big Bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, here, Brian, as they make their way through turn 3, it is Fuhrman's race to lose, obviously, here. But Isaac Jordan gets himself in the catbird seat just at the right time as he gets around Chip Herr. And Jordan, it looked like almost center of track, trying to hold off Herr, who's trying to go around the outside, and John Hotz, who's trying to sneak down the inside. And that's all to Jordan Fuhrman's advantage.
That could be what happens when you go to bed at 10 o'clock versus 3 a.m., right? That you get to the end of this race and everything seems to get wider, and it's really not that wide because he tried to make that turn 5 as wide as possible.
So what you're saying is he has double vision right now?
Yeah, he's got more than that, I think.
All right, as they make their way through the octopus, and only 3 more corners from Jordan Fuhrman, can he pick up his very first Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and SSM win as they now come towards the bridge for the last time?
Here they come. It is definitely out in
car.
front.
It is Fuhrman, and as they come to the line, there it is. Jordan Fuhrman takes his inaugural win in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. Congratulations to him. Isaac Jordan will finish in 2nd. Chip Herr, your pole sitter today, will finish in 3rd position, with John Hotz finishing in 4th. Then Arif Kazem should be coming across the line right now. There he is. There's the number 98 machine. He's going to finish 5th. Great run for Mark Rougeau. When we see the pumpkin here onto the front straight, Mark Rougeau in the DBM number 72 machine, the Dune Buggies of Maryland Miata. That has a strange ring to it. He's now, there he goes, comes across the line in the orange 72. He's going to finish 6th.
Ben Sarley getting around Jay Bindrum coming through there. So look for Ben Sarley to move up into 7th position ahead of Jay Bindrum in that 88 machine.
Great job by Sarley. In the last 3 laps, made up 3 positions, Brian, getting around Bindrum, getting around John Moyer as well. And then Rob Miles will round out your top 10.
Here comes Russ Maloney. He's going to finish in 12th. And here comes Miranda Price. She's going to actually finish
Maloney
he's gonna
finishes in 12th.
Maloney's
or
going
11th.
to finish in 11th.
Right.
Price is going to finish in 12th, and then James Roberts is going to finish in
Round
13th.
out the field, exactly. Yep. Lucky 13. All right, that's going to wrap things up for our final SSM race of the 2024 Mars Series season. So let's do this, Brian. We've got one more Mars feature race coming up, and then a bracket race to round out the day. Let's go. We'll take another break here. We'll be back in just a few moments with more action from New Jersey Motorsports Park. You are watching the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA. We'll be right back.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
what does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Jersey Road Racing Classic presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA. And hey, want to congratulate Jordan Thurman. We got a bunch of people in the chat, like Jameson Huffman, who more important than Jordan's win, he's waiting for the meme review that gets posted up on YouTube in a couple of weeks. That should be absolutely classic. All right, heading out on track now, Brian. It is our big bore group, race group number 6, for their final Mars feature race of the season. And then we're going to wrap things up with a bracket race to round out the day. Let's go take a look at our starting order for this afternoon's race.
All right, we'll try to get down as many as we can here before, because we know we've got them already out there. Starting on the pole in the 46 is going to be Alan Phillips. Starting in the second position is going to be the 90, and that is Anthony Valente. Starting in the third position is scheduled to start is the 51 of Kenneth Arders, and I don't believe I see them here. I think he's already gone.
Yeah, and Arders wasn't out for the race this morning. He came out for the Formula Car race, but not for the big bore race.
Starting fourth in the 99 is Joseph Latanzi. Starting in the fifth position is scheduled to start in the fifth position is the 89 in that American Stand. That's Dylan Licklider. Scheduled to start sixth in the 14th, that's James Jost. Scheduled to start seventh is the 60 of Brian Licklider. Starting 8th is the number 76 of Robert Benson. Starting in the 9th position is the 26 of Dominic Rizzo, and he did not come out this morning, so I don't believe he's even here on site. Starting 10th is the 88 of Stephen Ott. Starting 11th is the 8 of Justin McNulty. Starting in the 12th position is the 92 of John Gatzmeyer. Starting in the 13th position is the 61 in that Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. That is James Wilson in the 61. Starting in the 14th position is James Benson in the 43. Starting in the 15th position is the 93 of Martin Schwark. Starting in the 16th position is Andrew Connor in the 66. Starting in the 17th is Dwight Cooney in the 57, your American Sedan winner from this morning. Or finished second, I think. Second this morning. Starting in the 18th position is the 79 of Brandon Lewis. Starting in the 19th position is the 170 of Jared Licklider. Starting in the 20th position is the 27 of Chuck Burns. Starting in the 21st position is the 127 of Bruno Stockinger. Starting in the 22nd position is the 20 of Jonathan Reitz. Starting 23rd is the 42 of Joseph Hall. Starting in the 24th is the 9 of Alex Manzel. Starting in the 25th position is the 91 of Robert Hayshak. Starting 26th is the 30 of Steve Trumbull Jr. Starting in the 27th is the 50 of Joseph Folia, and I know he's gone. Starting in the 28th position is the 06 of Daniel Licklider, and scheduled to start 29th in the number 94. That is Joe Dan.
All right, and the pace car is on the pit lane. And Brian, perfect timing, because the green flag is in the air, and we are once again racing here at New Jersey Motorsports Park as our racers now head down into turn number 1. Looked like Alan Phillips got a real good jump for the third race in a row here, Brian.
Yeah, I tell you what, we had the 99 of Joseph Latanzi and James Jost. They were 2 wide, going 3 wide with Anthony Valente going down into turn 1 as they come through there. You're going to see it right now. There is Alan Phillips in that 46
And it looks
machine.
like Jost definitely got around Latanzi. He's sitting up in third position right now.
Yep.
Great jump for him, especially since he had mechanical issues with that Mustang in our race this morning.
Hey, he's definitely made it further than he did this morning. So they come down into turn 5 there. You see, he's made it down to 5 turns now, so he's made it twice as far as he did this morning. So Jost, again, 2 wide, 3 wide there going in into turn 1. No, unfortunately couldn't see that, but that was a great picture. But one of them had to get out of it, and it ended up being the 99 machine to allow Jost to go 3. But Alan Phillips and Anthony Valente, that's your top 2. That's a battle in T2. Valente still trying to catch Alan Phillips there, as Alan Phillips has taken both races this weekend so far.
Yeah, and you know, I guess the car that I'm looking at here today, as our timing and scoring system is just decided to have some problems, is actually the Ott machine, the number 88 yellow Fox Body Mustang American Sedan car, as that was our winner in American Sedan earlier today, Stephen Ott, when we had our American Sedan leader at the time, who was one of the Licklighters, go off, basically spin the car at turn 5 on the final lap. And Ott took the win, as we now have 1 lap in the books, and it is Alan Phillips, your leader in Touring 2. Each one of the races today has been marked, Brian, by Anthony Valente in a Chevy Camaro being able to stay very close with Alan Phillips for usually about 2 to 3 laps, but then starts to fall off. We'll see if that is the case again here today.
Well, when we had Danny Richardson up in here this morning and we talked about this group because they were the first group, it was still super cold. It was like 46 degrees. And so they gave them 2 pace laps to try to get as much heat in the tires and the brakes before they, went barreling off down into turn 1. So they didn't go barreling off down into turn 1, if you know what I'm talking about there. Today, it's a little bit warmer in the afternoon when these guys are out. It's a totally different car that's going to happen as these tires are going to start to have some tire degradation go away. And what's going to end up happening is halfway through this race, you're going to see these cars start to change the characteristics. You see a lot of loose race cars, and guys are going to be holding on to these things with everything they can to get through that second half of the race.
Well, I mean, that's going to be half the challenge, is keeping the rear end underneath you. And to be perfectly honest, I was just talking about Stephen Ott. Watched Ott come through turn 11, that left-hander towards the end of the Octopus, where I took every last inch of the apex curbing on that corner, lifted up the rear of that stick axle rear end on that Fox body Mustang, and rotated it around 30 degrees. He's using front-wheel drive racers ways of doing things. He's using the curbing to make those cars rotate. Maybe he doesn't have the lack of grip, at least at this point, that a lot of the other racers have.
Right. Craig, I'm looking out here through the window, out through the front stretch, and I believe that something has come off one of the cars. It's in the grass over to driver's left, but it looks like, I'm not sure if the tip of the exhaust has come off there. You can see a shiny thing down there, and it wasn't there earlier. So I'm wondering
again, Brian.
No, it's not sunspots. it is definitely something out there. It is something shiny that's right there that I noticed that looked like it flew off as that car came through turn 12.
All right, let's jump back over to our leaders right now. It's Alan Phillips, and he is making his way through, and once again opening up the gap on Valente. That last time by was 1.4 seconds faster than Valente. James Jost continuing to stretch his lead on the rest of the American sedan field, but the rest of the field in general is he's now, I think, coming. He'll be the next car to come across the line. There's that blue blur of a Mustang from James Jost. He now has almost 2.7 seconds on Latanze, who is your Spec Corvette leader, running in 4th. Then Robert Benson 5th. Stephen Ott, who's running 2nd in American sedan in the number 88 machine. And he is running 6th. And it looks like Jared Licklider, he's not having issues, but he's running almost 4 seconds off of what Stephen Ott is ahead in American sedan.
Yeah, some of the series that we haven't really talked about is that United States Touring Car Championship class out there. Really, Andrew Connor in the ST class, Brandon Lewis did not go out as he is left for the day. So Andrew Connor just trying to work everything he can to pick up that class. And the only other car that's out there is a Martin Schwark in the SP class. So again, those are the only 2 that are still left from that USTCC.
Yeah, indeed. The USTCC has always been very big on the West Coast the last, I'd say, about 4 or 5 years now. They've been trying to build up a following here on the East Coast. We haven't seen a lot of turnout from them, at least at the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series events where they've been hosted. We'll see. Oh, wow. Wow. So I was talking just a little bit about the Ott car using the curbing over a 10 to get rotated. We've got a car that's not Ott going through the grass, but he's taking the short way around.
I think that may be the 170 machine.
Yeah, it's one of the Mustangs. That might be Jared Licklider.
I think that's Jared who, he should have a pretty fast time there because he cut about 3/4 of that octopus.
And so what I was getting at, and maybe more impressive than the Licklider car going through the grass there, is that Stephen Ott, I said on the previous lap, Brian, where he was going and using the apex curbing to rotate the car. This time he was on 3 wheels again, but because he got the power down, I mean, this is like your typical front wheel or rear wheel drive Fox Body Mustang move, twisting the frame. He got into the throttle, and the rear wheels were both hooked up. He had the inside front wheel up in the air and about 5 inches up in the air as the outside front wheel was still on the pavement, and he's just twisting that frame for all it's worth. Super impressive. Here, let's take a look again, because I think he's gonna be coming through here in just a moment. There is Anthony Valente in the 90 machine. Then we've got James Jost in his Camaro. I believe that at the rear end of this shot, this is the Mustang. There you go.
There it is.
There you go. See that front wheel come up in the air?
Pulling the left front wheel.
Yes,
Who needs
sir.
a left front wheel at the end of the Octopus, right? I could see a Honda doing that. I could see
Less drag when there's only 3 wheels on the ground.
He wants to save the rubber on that tire, because that's going to be the right rear tire
That's
at the end of the
next
race.
time around. Exactly.
Going to have to go down there and change tires and put that left front on the right rear.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we just got confirmation that it was the 170 of Jared Licklider. It sounds like James Benson in the 43 GT1 Camaro having some issues. And Brian, that is what? Is that over at? Is that?
It's right across from as you come out of the Octopus there, right as you're, if you're going into turn 5, coming of exit of turn 5 versus the exit of the Octopus right there. He's kind of backed up next to the wall, next to the corner worker there. He's completely out of the way. So
he's actually right. He's right between where our 2 cameras are.
Well, exactly. Literally, he is in the cutout there between the 2 guardrails.
We've got this camera that looks at the Octopus. The one that looks at turn 7 that isn't working is directly across from this one, and he's sitting right between them.
He's sitting between them.
Maybe he can fix that camera for us.
Send a message right there. Maybe we can go down there and fix the turn 7. Yeah, basically, when we talked about Jared Licklider in that 170 in that Ford Mustang, where he got loose, kind of coming into the Octopus, kind of cutting through the whole entire thing, he ended up passing 3 cars right there, coming out of the grass and up over top of the hill there. So
that is what you call gaining an advantage.
He went by the 192 of Gatzmeyer. He went by Andrew Connor, and I believe he went by Dwight Cooney as well. So we moved him all the way up to actually second in American Sedan, or third in American Sedan, because Jost is in American Sedan leading. So not what you want to see when you're coming around that corner and a car coming from the grass all the way up to the all the way up through there. So tell you what, we'll pick them up again coming through there. Let's see if Stephen Ott can get that tire. He should be getting ready. He just came out of the Octopus, so we're not going to pick it up this time. So we'll follow him around.
He's going to pick it up. We're not going to pick it up.
We're going to put the camera on him.
And he should be the next car through turn 12 here, right behind the Camaro. There he is. And look at, just even as when you look at the curbing here at the apex of turn 12 here, Brian, and you can see how wide that curbing is and how far in the cones are. Ott is using every last inch of it, that the left tires are actually over the edge onto the curbing there. That he's got that Fox Body Mustang is a pretty narrow car. Right. He's got the whole car on that curbing, and it lifts up a couple inches, and he's I think the only one who doesn't.
Looks like I think we've got Martin Schwark in that 93 machine, Greg, is definitely slow coming up out of the Octopus. It looks like he may make it to pit road, but that car is under basically no power, and it looks like he may have had a little bit of smoke coming out of the tailpipe is what the call is. So he's on pit road.
All right, yep, and there he is, the green Honda Civic entering the pit lane now, and so that is going to end the day for our sole USTCC SP driver, Martin Swark, representing the South Jersey region.
Yeah, it looks like all the tires are up, but I do believe he has an engine problem coming down through there.
And getting word from race control, it's a broken left.
That's on the 43. That's, on the
that's
43
out on
car.
on
That's
track.
out on the course.
Is
Yeah, so,
broken left rear suspension.
yeah, so that's for the James Benson machine.
Right.
That's tucked in between the couple cameras there.
All right, so let's take a look, Brian, and see, as things have really started to spread out in American Sedan, almost 9.5 seconds between James Jost, Stephen Ott, Jared Licklider, who just ran his fastest lap of the race, is almost a half minute back from Ott. In GT1, with Benson, of course, pulled off, that leaves James Wilson in his GT3 Cup car on track to take his third GT1 win of the day. And I think we mentioned Joseph Folia in his that beautiful blue C3 Corvette did not post for today's race. And so in ITE, Chuck Burns in his Z51 Corvette, he's now got a lap on Joseph Hall's Nissan 300ZX. In Spec Corvette, you know, the drivers that we saw really make things close over the course of this week. Justin McNulty, he had the mechanical issue. Dominic Rizzo in the 26, I think, also had a mechanical issue. That left Joseph Latanzi and John Gatzmeyer, currently 30-plus seconds separating them. And so, you know, at this point in almost all of our classes, I think probably the closest battle on track, Brian, is actually in T2, where our two lead cars, Alan Phillips and Anthony Valente, are only 12 seconds apart currently.
Yeah. Getting a call as you were talking about that stuff, getting a call from the 170 machine there, Jared Licklider. We saw him spin and go through the grass. Looked like a little bit of tire smoke. I think that could be pieces, rubbing on the body as a tire smoke as they go down into, he goes down into turn one. I think what happens is the body and the car is rolling over, and that's the tire smoke that we're seeing due to that spin earlier on. So. We'll wait and see whether or not that call comes back through again. But I think the body's rolling over because probably one of the brackets broke as he was cutting through the. Cut through there. So yeah, so getting another call there. Dwight Cooney going a little bit two wheels off as we did there. Tell you what, let's talk about this for a second. So we had Anthony Valente, who's again trying to chase down Alan Phillips. He's got a 14-second lead, but now our American Sedan leader in James Jost, he's caught Anthony Valente. So next time they come out of turn one, yeah, it looks like we've got Stephen Ott, I believe that is. Yeah, maybe he's used up the right rear tire and he's going to come in and do a pit stop and change that over
Yep.
through there. So, yeah, that is Stephen Ott. So his day is now done. So, again, but James Jost coming up through there with Anthony Valente. They've already gone by this. They're already through turn 5 now, headed up into turn 6. But Jost got right up on the back bumper of that Camaro, of the 90 of Valente. Getting ready to come through the Octopus now. You'll see, you'll be able to see James Jost get there and come through. Go right through there. There you see it. There's Anthony Valente in the number 90 machine, and there's James Jost right on his back bumper. So James Jost getting through that part of the course. Let's see right here. I think Valente's getting a little bit loose off exit, and James Jost's car is really starting to pick up some speed through there. And so we could have a change for overall in second place. So.
Now, we've got George Manade, who I think we had just a couple of weeks ago. I believe, actually, it was at the National Championship runoffs. He was actually asking, right as you started talking about what about Anthony Valente? Talk about Anthony Valente. So unfortunately, George, looks like we may have very soon here a new second place runner if Valente continues to have some handling issues. So let's take a look here as they come down into turn 3. And I think, we also see here where Jost with that American sedan car does not have the horsepower of the new Camaro here. So he is definitely losing ground, and that's right. Oh, our turn 5 camera having some issues there. We'll try and pick them up as they go into the carousel. But as we're now about halfway through this 20-lap race, Brian, let's make a first call to the grid for our final race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 7. That's our bracket racers. Please head to the grid. Bracket racers, please head to the grid for your final race of the day. Your race is next.
Yeah, here comes Alan Phillips now, coming out of turn 12, headed down through the start-finish line. So you should see Valente come through here along with James Jost. It's going to be about another couple seconds right here coming out of turn 12. There they are right there, and you see Jost kind of getting all over that curbing on the inside there.
Yeah.
And using all of exit to get through there. Pretty good exit as they head down into turn 1. Valente's got about a car length and a half over James Jost.
And here they come over the crest of the hill. And Jost, he's not making up a ton of ground. Matter of fact, I think on that last lap, Brian, he lost about a 1/10 of a second.
Yep.
So we're seeing Valente get the tires back underneath him here.
They're going to come up on the 127 machine, Bruno Stockinger. That's actually 12th place. That's in GT2. So again, looking here down through the sheet, I believe Stockinger is the only GT2 machine. Or is he running in a different class? I'm showing GT2, but I'm not showing Stockinger.
No,
there it is.
He is the only
GT2.
in his Ford Mustang, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So they're going to be coming up on him, within the next lap.
And I believe that's a TA2, a Trans Am 2 Mustang that he is running in the GT2 class. Starting to see a little bit of smoke out of one of the Camaros there.
Well, that may be Anthony Valente, because now I think, or no, that's not Anthony Valente.
It's not.
Yes, it is,
too.
Yes,
it is.
That is Anthony Valente that has dropped back. So now James Jost, he's going to move up into second overall. So again, remember, I talked about this earlier on. As this race goes on with these larger, heavier cars, your tires start to go away. The fuel starts to burn off. These things, and you heard Danny talk about it earlier this morning, especially coming out of turn 4 into turn 5, you've got to really hopefully get those shocks and springs working to get through there. Well, now the tires are starting to burn up because it has gotten hotter in the day. We're pushing that 70 degree range out here, and these things will become a handful with these cars. And I think that what we're seeing is Anthony Valente, those tires have started to burn off with that that's a TA2 Camaro body, I believe he has on there.
No. That it's a T2 car. That's a T2 car. That is actually a production Camaro, not a TA2 car. It's a 1LE. And so, again, we're seeing some smoke, and I don't think that was tire smoke, Brian. I think that was actually some smoke out of the tailpipe.
I think so, too. I think you're right. I think when you saw that on the camera, I think that he's definitely got some type of an issue coming through there, because it is definitely a lot off pace from before.
And we see it coming out right as he leaves the carousel. Let's take a look here. He'll be coming out of the Octopus. Let's see. He should be the next car through, coming through 12. And, we don't see the smoke there. But, it's definitely apparent at least as there's load on the car. And, maybe those cars, they're more or less stock motors. They don't have dry sumps. And it just may be oil sloshing over to one side of the pan. Because, again, as we've seen with that corner, that is probably one of the heaviest loads with the exception of some of the bigger sweepers, one of the heavier loads because you are making a quick transition
Right, sure.
Over to the left.
Yep.
Things got very quiet all of a
Well, I was
sudden,
going to say, some of our drivers there, they're just now starting to come by here, and I tell you what, there really wasn't a battle on there. You've got Robert Hayshak in that 91 machine, and I think he got really, really loose coming out of the exit of the Octopus because, then you ended up with Alec Manziel and then James Wilson pretty close by there as well, and I believe Steve Trumbo Jr. got by Robert Hayshak as well. Again, not a battle in class, but Alec Manziel and Steve Trumbull Jr., that they actually kind of, I want to say, really came up on him pretty quickly.
All right, so we've got about 5 laps remaining here, Brian. Let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Catch it in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 7, bracket racers. Please head to the grid. Bracket racers, please head to the grid. Your final race of the day is next.
Alan Phillips, we haven't really talked about him. He's got some pretty clean track right now. He's just now exiting turn 5, headed up into turn 6 there. He's got really nobody in front of him. James Jost just now coming down into turn number 5. So Jost starting to gain a little bit on Phillips. He's going to have John Gatzmeyer in front of him. Go through there. If we look at lap times, and I'm going to pull up Alan Phillips here and take a look at the last several laps compared to what he was running earlier on. When you get to laps 5 and 6 and 7, you can really start to see as he started to get into some traffic, really through lap 10, Greg, his times have really fallen off to where he is. So again, really trying to take care of the equipment there to get through and maybe finish this race. Where you look at James Jost and I look at his lap times have been consistent the entire 15 laps that he's run. So again, getting the most out of that Ford Mustang a little bit faster, getting coming out of turn 12, headed down the front stretch, now going into turn 1. He's going to be side by side with Gatzmeyer, so Gatzmeyer is going to push the issue with him a little bit more, which is going to allow Phillips to get even further ahead. As I said, some of these cars, if you look at it, they're just trying to really get through the end of these next 3 to 4 laps here. That they have, because these tires have just gone away quickly all the way across the board. So,
all right, let's see if we can pick up Alan Phillips. If we can,
should be kind of coming through or near the Octopus at this point. Pretty clean track.
Matter of fact, I think
Joe's is just entering into the Octopus.
Right, I think this is actually Phillips
car,
here
that
right just made the pass on Robert Hayshak there going into the Octopus.
Yep.
And so as they come out, let's see if we can track them down. I believe
Here
he's
he
going to be
comes
the next car
right there. Just went by there, so coming down through there. James Jost now just coming in, should be coming into the camera shot right about now, coming through there.
There he is.
So again, he lost 0.4 of a second right there on that lap. But again, really having to battle with Gatzmeyer and really having to continue that through there. So, you can see where that battle would have lost that time. And then, again, that Corvette probably having a little bit better handling later on in the race than James Jost. Jost probably has a little bit more power to get, to get by him to get those. So, this is normally where we see the battle of attrition.
Yeah.
I'm not really seeing that right now,
No.
right? I'm seeing, a lot of guys really trying to, again, slow the lap times down, take take as much out of the car, and we've got one car coming out of turn 12 that's pretty much.
That's the Nissan 300ZX,
Yeah.
Brian. That looks to
That's
be
the
quite a bit off the
42.
pace. Yeah, Joseph Hall and running in ITE out of Cal Club, representing Cal Club. So maybe it was all that mileage between Willow Springs, where they have an event this weekend, and here, I don't know. But
Maybe
looks like he's
maybe he drove it from there too here, because he came out of turn 12 and basically just
looking for a rest stop.
Yes, exactly.
It just as you were saying that this is about the time that we see attrition in this
And
group.
all of a sudden I see one that starts
Yeah.
to go there again. You've seen some of these cars start to fall off completely with lap times, and I do believe he's pulled off.
Yeah.
Kind of there in turn 1 up on the top of the hill there.
Oh, I mean, it would be right by our camera that isn't here. Let's take a look. Nope, don't see him.
He's there. I think he made the turn in there, right through there.
All right, next time our leader comes by the start-finish line, he'll be getting the white flag. So, Brian, let me make a final call to the grid here for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 7, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. Bracket racers, please head to the grid. Your final race of the day is next.
And now we have the 76 of Robert Benson on pit road. So again, both of those guys are pretty much done for the day here, as he has just made the signal that he is going back to the thing. So
and Benson, that is the
76 machine. That's
the Monza,
that's
right?
the Monza. Yep,
Yeah,
that's
the Chevy
Chevrolet Monza. Yep. And now we have another one, and I believe this is Andrew Connor coming down. So literally, I
here
said
we
I'm
go.
shocked with the attrition. Everybody's coming in 1 to 2 laps early here.
And Connor, I think our only other running United States Touring Car Championship car. He's in the ST class in his I think that's an E30 BMW 325, and looks like he's going to be retiring his car early as well from 10th position.
Yeah. So we're waiting on Alan Phillips. When Alan Phillips comes back by, he should be receiving the checkered flag. He is starting his last lap, which now he is just now going down into turn 5, just now. So a couple more turns, about half track here that he needs to get there, and then he will end up receiving the checkered flag. Zhao just getting into turn 5. He ended up having to go around Steve Trumbull Jr. there in the turn 5. So again, that's putting a lap on that American sedan class. So putting a lap up on Trumbull Jr.
All right, now, and here he comes, coming out of the Octopus now. All by his lonesome there in that black Ford Mustang, and coming out of the Octopus, heading towards the bridge for the very last time. We'll try and pick him up here.
Comes all by himself.
There he is, onto the front straight and across the line and taking the win here today. 3 for 3, Brian, taking the win overall and in Touring 2. Alan Phillips. James Jost crossed the line. He's going to finish 2nd overall, takes the win in American sedan. Anthony Valente in his Chevy Camaro. He manages to keep it running to the end. He's going to finish 3rd overall. There he goes across the line with Joseph Latanzi finishing in 4th. James Wilson in his GT3 Cup car hasn't crossed the line yet. He should be coming through momentarily. He's looking for 3 wins in a row this weekend in that yellow and orange GT3 Cup car.
Just now coming into the Octopus right there.
All right, so going to be a little.
He
Take a
should be
look
right
at him
in
here.
there. I believe he may be.
I think that is him now coming just around that right-hand turn. Here he comes into our view. There's the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car as he exits the Octopus, and he will come across the line, taking 5th place overall. So congratulations, James Wilson. He's your GT1 winner. Jared Licklider will finish in fifth position in his Ford Mustang, with Dwight Cooney finishing third in American Sedan. That's your American Sedan podium. Chuck Burns takes the win in ITE, with Bruno Stockinger your winner in GT2, with Robert, we talked about Robert Benson pulling in early, still is your winner in SPO. All right, that's going to wrap things up for our final big bore race of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing season. Next up is going to be our last race of the Classic, Brian. It is bracket racing here once again from New Jersey Motorsports Park. We'll be back in just a few moments with that racing action for you.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
And we're back here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. It is, well, Brian, the end is in sight. It is the final race of the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic here at New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt circuit, presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA. It is the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series and their fourth race of the day. Not of the day, but of the weekend. And we've got the safety car, the pace car, bringing the field out and around now. And let's go and run down the starters for this final race of the weekend.
All right, starting on the pole in that Scion FRS, that's going to be the 98 of Brian McRae. Starting in the second position in that Ford Mustang, that's the 50 of Steve Martin. Starting in the third position in his Honda Prelude, that's the 43 of Frank Alessi. Starting in the fourth position, that is going to be Christian Zantek, in that he is in that Honda Civic number 67. Starting in the fifth position, that's going to be the 68 of Jed Prentice, and he's in a Mazda Miata. Starting in the seventh position, and I know that he got this fixed because I saw it out there, that's Dave Hoffman in the number 7 in that Honda CRV.
Well, and we were talking, that was just an issue that he had a spark plug wire come off of the distributor cap. Real easy fix.
Yeah, and, lift the hood, put it back on, and close
it in. Maybe get a zip tie and wrap it around the conductor there to make sure that it stays on. But that's basically it. All right, we've got the pace car now bringing this tremendous field, this 7-car field, I guess actually 6-car field, through the Octopus now. And when they go onto the front straight and look at that starter stand, they'll see that green flag. 10 laps in this final bracket race of the weekend
and of the season. So again, these guys will wrap this up. Again, the last race of the day here, plus the last race of the season for these 6 drivers. And we'll see whether or not Steve Martin's going to be able to catch Brian McRae here one more time.
All right, pace car on the pit lane, turning things over to Brian McRae and Steve Martin. Steve Martin should get that early jump, the torque of that V8 Mustang versus the, well, I guess the torque of the flat 4 engine in that Scion FRS as they go down into turn 1. And indeed, Steve Martin once again with the lead. We'll catch him here and we'll pick him up as they come over the hill, going over turn 2 into turn 3. And yes, again, Steve Martin with the early lead. He's a wild and crazy guy here as we've got Brian McRae about 4 car lengths back. From there, it is Louis Alessi. And pretty much right where we left off the Hondas, Brian. It's Alessi and Zanetich there, nose to tail, as they now make their way into turn 5.
So I actually have it listed as Frank Alessi. So is that the same person?
Did I say Louis? But well, Frank is the son. Frank has been racing today. Louis raced yesterday.
Okay. So did we switch drivers between the first one and the second? Because I thought we had Frank in there all weekend long. So.
Well, again, Louis was in there yesterday.
Yeah, okay, good. They come through the Octopus now. You can see Martin and McRae. I tell you what, this is where, Greg, we've seen this early on. McRae lets Martin get out because of the horsepower getting through there.
Right.
But then what you end up having is McRae, as we get to the technical part of the racetrack, gets right on the back of that big box Ford Mustang and then able to take that car and then able to get through there. But right now, Steve Martin coming down out of turn 12, the front stretch, holding on to it right now. We'll see there. It'll take a lap or two for us to get up into the, into the brackets we saw earlier on, where Steve Martin and Brian McRae were in the same bracket for most of it, and then McRae ended up breaking out and going up into the a higher bracket per se based off of lap time.
And again, Brian, I'm going to put the link to the bracket timing and scoring page on the chat or in the chat there for you. And once again, we break the field up into slices, 2-second slices or brackets for drivers anywhere that race here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Anywhere from a minute 28 and faster, all the way up to a minute 44 and higher or slower. So 10 different brackets. And if you go to that page that I just put in the chat, you'll get a good idea of what the bracket layout is for these racers on track. Currently, our fastest drivers are Steve Martin and Brian McRae in the A5 bracket. So the bracket like right in the middle of the 10, and that's for drivers that run a minute 34 to a minute 36. And as we know right now, Steve Martin is your leader in that bracket. Actually, he isn't any longer because Brian McRae has now gotten around the Mustang, I believe. No, they just crossed the line. Yeah, they just crossed the start-finish line. It is still Steve Martin, your leader, as they are now starting lap number 3. Pardon me.
Yeah, still Steve Martin holding on to that lead there. But again, I think that you're going to see where both of these drivers, they've been kind of the fastest of both of these, of all of these cars pretty much all weekend long. I think what we're going to see here is Brian McRae now coming down into turn number 5. I have a feeling that he's going to get underneath Steve Martin, and there he does. He gets really up under Steve Martin. Now let's see whether or not Steve Martin's going to be able to fight back once he gets through turn 6 up to turn 7, get in the octopus. But I tell you what, it looks like Brian McRae is starting to open up as I look out the window over here. You guys can't see it on the stream, but I can see it over here. Trust me when I say
Brian
that.
Brian is all seeing and all knowing.
You're going to see it coming into your screen right here where Brian McRae has gotten around Steve Martin, and there it is. And he's opened up by about 2 or 3 car lengths headed into the octopus right here. So when they come out, we'll see Brian McRae may break out of that A4 bracket, Greg, and may move up into that A3 bracket. And if he does, that puts Steve Martin in a bracket by himself.
That's right. And that's what we saw earlier. That's what we saw during the race just, an hour and a half ago when they were out the last time, as we watch them now coming out of turn 10 and onto the front straight.
And just as I called it, Brian McRae rolls out and goes back into the A3 bracket as he did earlier about an hour and a half ago, just as you said, right there around 1:15. So now as we look at it, everybody is in their own bracket with the exception of Jed Prentice and Dave Hoffman. Again, Dave Hoffman still cannot get a win in a bracket right now. He's still in that bracket. He's got to get that timing up. So, or he needs to have Jed Prentice, who's 0.8 of a second off of moving to the next bracket. So, I think Dave Hoffman's thing is to be able to do it. But now I'm looking through there, and
I think
Greg,
Steve Martin might have gotten back around. Brian McRae, and yesterday during the morning bracket race, the bracket race for these racers. We saw them swapping positions a number of times early on, and then I don't know if Steve Martin had just run the tires off, but at some point about halfway through, and that was a 20-minute timed race, which is going to come out to almost the same length as this 10-lap race. McRae was just able to scoop by for the final time, and we see here where that Mustang really kind of lumbers through the octopus and the FRS, which really is a very good handling car in almost all respects. Very, very Miata-like. It looked much better there. Again, the advantage, and if Martin can get a good jump and carry speed out through some of the slower corners, then he'll have the advantage.
Yep. Again, that was actually a pretty good lap by Steve Martin. We'll see if that actually moves him up, because he was, like I said, actually, I'm seeing now that not going to move him out of that bracket. So it looks like he's gonna take the overall lead. Still going to stay in that A4 bracket, but again, Greg, he's getting ever so close, tightly to that minimum there of that 132, where if he goes underneath that 132, he ran a 132.190. So if he gets into that 131.9 range, that would put him back in the A3 bracket, and then it becomes a battle of trying to win that bracket as well as the overall and hold off Brian McRae. That's them right there coming through into the octopus right here. And I tell you what, it's this is where Brian McRae really kind of comes in and closes that gap. Didn't get through that turn very well. Looks like he may have lost the nose there trying to turn into that one because he has really lost some momentum coming off of there and heading down up underneath the bridge.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he gets a very good jump out of that final corner. I don't know if he necessarily lost the nose. He's been, I've noticed the last 2 laps, he's tried opening up that corner a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more, Brian, in order to not put the load on the front tires and maybe reduce the amount of push in that car. I just don't think he has the grunt coming out of that corner that the Mustang has, which is just going to be the disadvantage. See if we can pick him up at 3, or if I already missed him, or if our turn 3 camera decided to call it a day as well.
No, I don't believe so. I think you've already missed them. I think they're already down into
going through turn 5 now.
They're already headed down towards the hill, I believe. Yeah, they're actually already coming into turn 6 now, getting through the Octopus. They just went by Dave Hoffman. So,
all right.
Again, looks like they've got 5 laps completed, 5 more to go. They're going to put a lap on Jed Prentice and Dave Hoffman, as I know they just passed Dave Hoffman coming through there. There you see, there's Brian McRae right there along with Steve Martin. So McRae gets back around him, and I believe he got back around him in turn 5 and started to pull away. So
and we noted that, coming out of 3, heading up the hill towards turns 4 and 5, that has been kind of the Mustang's Achilles heel for the majority of the weekend.
Right.
So not a big surprise that would be the place where he gets it done.
Right.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Brian. I'm going to park myself here right on the turn 3 camera just to verify that it still works, and indeed it does.
And Brian McRae still is indeed gotten back around Steve Martin there as they come up over the hill and down. I believe the next car there, that's the Dave Hoffman machine. So and again, Steve Martin, he lost 2 seconds on that last lap compared to what he ran, actually a 1.5 seconds off of the lap time he did before, which was his best lap time on lap 5. So again, that enabled Brian McRae to get all the way back around there, around him. So.
Hey, Brian, so as we're wrapping things up here, and we'll go back to this battle in just a moment. I think in the interest of wrapping things up here at the end of the broadcast here early, wanted to, I think as we're now reaching the end of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season and the end of our events for 2024 here at New Jersey Motorsports Park with our wonderful host in the South Jersey region, wanted to thank a number of folks. One is, of course, the South Jersey region board of directors who have been very kind. This is our third season, second season, third season, something like that. It's our second season working with them with these full video broadcasts, or almost full video broadcasts. And they have been incredibly easy to work with, and we want to thank them for everything they've done. Of course, here on race days, we want to thank J.D. King, who is the race director for the South Jersey region for their events here at New Jersey Motorsports Park, and he has always made our job during the day very easy. We want to thank him. We want to thank, of course, Mike LaMena on staff as well for the South Jersey region, who has also made our stays here in New Jersey very easy. Want to thank Butch O'Connor, who once again is the chief steward for this event, and he usually is the chief steward here in the New Jersey region of the SCCA. He's been incredibly easy and wonderful to work with, as well as chief registrar Terry Zane, who in the lead up to these events has given us more help than you can imagine, Brian. Actually, you can't imagine, because you've been on the receiving end as well. Also, Meg Meyer and Jeff Hutzelman from Timing and Scoring, who have helped us out immensely. So we want to thank them. And of course, although we didn't have I don't know if we had the opportunity to do it as we wrapped up the Mars Labor Day Double at Summit Point Raceway, we of course want to thank the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, as well as they have provided a home for these South Jersey region broadcasts on their YouTube channel. And they've seen the vision what we're trying to do for regional road racing. So
just not this weekend. I
just-
haven't seen the vision here. Only on a couple of them.
the sound, not the sound, not the vision. Exactly.
The sound bites are starting to go for next year already. I can see it.
And so that of course Steve Martin, who is the chairman of the board of the Washington D.C. region SCCA, and also Chuck Edmondson, who is the regional executive there. So again, I want to thank all these fine people. I was going to say fine young people, but we're the only old people here. Everybody else is fine and young. Want to thank everybody, and Brian, of course. This is your number 3 for us working
this is
together.
3 for you
as
and
a team.
I think we worked back together in like 2017, 2018 for a little while when we were just doing audio only, and then when we got to 19, we started to build on it. But our 3rd full season
working on the Mars,
this,
working on the Mars series and running the broadcast here, and so I think it's a great partnership. God willing, we'll be back here when May comes around for the Jersey Devil Majors, and also for the regional event on Lightning in May. So again, thank you so much, Brian. As we've got now just 1 lap to go here at New Jersey Motorsports Park.
Yeah, I believe we're getting our 1 to go, and we talked about it with Brian McRae and Steve Martin. Steve Martin did eclipse that 132 mark, so he's down into the 130s. So again, put both of them, Brian McRae, Steve Martin, in that A3 bracket. Frank Alessi in a bracket by himself, B2. Christian Zantek is in 67 machine. He's in a bracket by himself, B3. Then you have Jed Prentice and Dave Hoffman. That is the B5 bracket. I knew both of those drivers are a lap down to Brian McRae and Steve Martin. So the next time they come by, both of the Steve Martin and the Brian McRae machine, which I do believe that they have just now gone through turn 5 and headed up through the backside of turn 7 right now. Coming through, that was Frank Alessi along with Dave Hoffman that you saw on your camera right there. That is Christian Zantic right there. Your next car is going to be Brian McRae, and then shortly behind there you're going to see Steve Martin. So when they come to the line, they're going to see the checkered.
All right, so Brian McRae making his way out of the Octopus now. And again, followed closely by Steve Martin, as they are both once again in the same bracket. Let's check them as they come out of the final corner. And there is Brian McRae, and as he comes out of the final corner, checkered flag is in the air, wrapping up our final bracket race of the weekend, our final race of the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic. And so taking the win in bracket A3, that's for drivers a minute 30 to a minute 32, it is Brian McRae, with Steve Martin finishing in second. In bracket B2, it's going to be Frank Alessi, that's for drivers a minute 38 to a minute 40. From a minute 40 to a minute 42, that's bracket B3, is going to be Christian Zantic. And unless Dave Hoffman pulls off the miracle, it's going to be Jed Prentice taking the win in bracket B5 for drivers a minute 44 and higher. Dave Hoffman finishing in second.
2 cars left on the racetrack still have yet to, I believe, have yet to take the checkered flag, and that is Dave Hoffman's one of them. Frank Alessi, I think, has not, and neither is Christian Zantic. He has not taken it. I think they are coming around now. The only 2 that have taken it are, the only 3 that have taken it are McRae, Martin, and Prentice. They both, all 3 of those have taken it as they passed Prentice. So he has already taken the checkered. So I believe the last car to take
should be Dave Hoffman checkered here coming out of the
no, it will be
corner.
It'll be Christian Zantic that's going to take the last checker flag, because he is just passing.
Well,
he was getting ready.
But
to
you
put
just
a lap
passed
down.
over Dave Hoffman, and you said that
Dave Hoffman took it, but the last car to take the checker flag.
All right.
Is the 67.
So there you go. The bickering brothers here in the announce booth. We're going to wrap things up. That is the last race of the afternoon for the Jersey Road Racing Classic. I want to thank you all for joining us again here this weekend. Throughout all of our technical issues, I I had somebody say, the technical issues don't matter, Brian, because you guys are entertaining to listen to, and I don't know. I'm not going to tell you who that is. It's just going to be a straw man, and we'll keep his name a secret. But his initials might be BD, Brian Denali. So, just kidding. All right, that's going to wrap up everything for us from here from New Jersey Motorsports Park and the Jersey Road Racing Classic. I want to thank y'all and have a great afternoon and a great off season, Brian.
Great off season. Got a couple months before we start coming back, and probably look for us in the later round of March.